Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is May 17th, 2018, and I'll be going through the Crowley case timeline. Today is being the 17th of May, it has been the 40th month since the bodies of the Crowley family were found in their Apple Valley, Minnesota home 40 months ago today. This timeline was recently published last month, but because of the size and the volume of this timeline and the small print on the PDF file, folks have recommended that we go over it in an audio broadcast for an audio file that you can listen to in the car during your commute, while working out, or whatever you're doing. Because this could be a lengthy discussion. The items on this timeline are noteworthy items. They may or may be related to the crime itself, or they may be just historical, putting things in a historical context. I'll start off at the top here. We'll go through every single row. There's over 420 rows to this timeline. Number 1, 1978. Anjum Alam graduates from Texas A&M University with a degree in software engineering. And this is relevant for the fact that he came over when he was 17 years old to the U.S. From Pakistan, and I believe that the same plans were part of the plans for Comel to do the same thing as they moved over here as well. So he had a degree from Texas A&M in 1978. After his degree, he moves back to Pakistan to be near family, meets a woman named Naila later on. They marry. They end up relocating to a United States military base in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, because of a great job offer that he was offered. Anjum had risen through the ranks and was doing very well in his career, got a job offer that he couldn't resist, so they moved there onto the base in Saudi Arabia. 1985, David Crowley is born in the month of July. 1986, Comel Alam is born on November 20th at a U.S. military base in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. 1998, the Alam family moves from Saudi Arabia to Pakistan to be closer to their family. 2003, David Crowley tells his parents that he and his friend Mitch Heil were joining the Army after high school. This was April or May of the year 2003. They're just finishing up their junior year of high school. In 2004, on June 23rd, David Crowley begins basic training in Fort Benning, Georgia. Later that year, after basic training, we think he was possibly attached to the 1st Battalion, 6th Infantry Regiment in Baumholder, Germany. They were called the Regulars. 2005, the Alam family moves from Pakistan to the United States, to a town called Richardson. 2005 also is the year that Dan Crowley Sr. and Kate Crowley divorce. In 2006, David gets deployed to Iraq. 2007, the Alam family move into their home in Hewitt, Texas on July 5th. Same year, David Crowley is transferred to Fort Hood, Texas. In 2008, David Crowley meets Comel Alam at a bar in Waco, Texas. Weeks later, David and Comel get married in Waco, Texas on May 22nd. Comel gets pregnant. This date range we believe to be between October 22nd of that year and November 5th is when she conceived little Ranny. 2008, Comel Crowley receives the Rising Young Professional Award from Baylor University in Texas. In June, David Crowley is discharged from the U.S. Army. He serves the United States for a total of 39.5 months on foreign soil. Comel Crowley purchases a Springfield XD .40 caliber handgun from the Gun Zone in Dallas on July 25th. Rani is born on August 6th. David, Comel, and the newborn Rani moved to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Anjum Alam creates an AT&T cell phone account for David Crowley on September 18th. On November 8th, Comel Crowley and David Crowley both complete their permit to carry class. Now I move to the year 2010. The company Hothead Productions LLC is created on January 7th. David Crowley meets Danny August Mason. On April 13th, David Crowley files a form with the ATF acknowledging he is building a customized short rifle AR-15 to be used as a movie prop. This form is later approved by the ATF on April 21st, 2010. David Crowley begins writing a script for a project later known as the Gray State. On May 1st, Officer Joe Bergeron is shot and killed in the line of duty in Minnesota. He is David's uncle and Kate Crowley's brother. At the time, it was the largest funeral procession in state history. On September 17th, David Crowley transfers ownership of his AR-15 rifle to Adam Shambor in the form of a gift. This isn't necessarily the AR-15 that he turned into a short rifle mentioned previously. This just says it was a regular AR-15. In 2011, the Alam family sell their home in Hewitt, Texas on May 17th. That summer, David Crowley, Danny Mason, and Mitch Heil filmed scenes for the Gray State trailer, a 2-minute, 40-second video. David Crowley transfers ownership of his Beretta handgun as a gift to Danny August Mason on August 10th. Now we move to 2012. The Gray State concept trailer for the fictional film The Gray State is published on YouTube on August 7th, 2012. To date, there's been over 2.5 million views. Comel receives her master's degree in public health nutrition from the University of Minnesota on October 31st, 2012. The Alam family arrived from Texas to celebrate. This includes Anjum, the mother Nyla, and the sister Sidra. David Crowley sells a Springfield XD .40 caliber handgun to David Stark on June 17th. This is the same weapon Comel purchased in 2009. Now we move to 2013. In Colorado, writing professional Linda Seeger reviews the script for The Gray State in the month of June. The Crowley family moves into their home on Ramsdale Drive in Apple Valley, Minnesota in the month of December. Those are the background items of note in previous years leading up to the year 2014. Now we're going to go to actual dates. March 16th, 2014, David Crowley's sister Allison gets engaged. April 16th, 2014. According to the New Yorker article called Death of a Dystopian, written by Alec Wilkinson, David Crowley begins a journal. The exact date isn't known. He just refers to the month of April. Wednesday, May 21st of the year 2014, David, Comel, and Ranny arrive in Texas to visit the Alam family. They drove from Minnesota in a black Toyota Corolla. David posts on Facebook that he will be meeting some extremely important people in LA this week. This individual post alone receives 440 likes on Facebook. Thursday, May 22nd, David and Comel fly to Los Angeles, California to celebrate their 6-year anniversary in Hollywood. David then meets with a Hollywood producer to discuss his movie script. On Friday, May 23rd, 2014, David tweets that he has agreed to his first movie deal. This is presumably with a company called Michael Entertainment Group, or MEG. David posts on Facebook that the movie will be optioned in the next 2 weeks. They'll get a major budget and will be connected with A-list talent. This particular post receives 1,300 likes on his Facebook page. David and Comel celebrate their anniversary in Venice Beach. Saturday, May 24th, 2014, David and Comel fly from LA to Dallas to visit with the Alam family and reunite with Ranny. Sunday, May 25th, 2014, Comel attends a Muslim mosque and prays with the family. Source of this, Sidra's friend, Natasha. Monday, May 26th, the Crowley family begins their drive back to Minneapolis in Anjum Alam's car, an Acura that he bought for Comel. So they drove the Toyota Corolla down to Texas, drove the Acura back. Friday, June 13th, 2014. Comel Crowley files paperwork to cash in her 401k retirement plan. Monday, June 23rd, 2014. David completes his basement project, a new home theater. David posts on Facebook, this upcoming weekend will be round 2 of the option contract negotiations on the movie deal. Thursday, June 26th. David Crowley and Mitch Heil dissolved their business called the Bullet Exchange. They part their ways from a business perspective. Saturday, June 28th. David departs Minneapolis on a flight to Los Angeles, California. Has dinner in West Hollywood. David posts on Facebook that he'll be meeting with the producers in a few minutes. Then David has a meeting to discuss options and complete negotiations for the Gray State movie. Tuesday, July 1st, David reviews the movie option contract with his lawyer during the week. This is presumably Adam Gislason from the Minneapolis law firm Lohman Abdo. July 19th. This is a Saturday. David and Comel find out that Naila Alam has cancer. Monday, July 21st. David and Comel oppose Naila's decision to use chemotherapy to treat her cancer. The evidence of this is many phone calls on this day, according to the records. According to phone records. They wanted to have her to use a more natural option to treat the cancer versus chemotherapy. Tuesday, July 29th, the Eid Muslim holiday. Communication with the Alam family are fine. Friday, August 1st, Comel Crowley receives her final payout from her 401k plan of $1,625.30. August 4th, David Crowley writes a check to Cypress Montessori for $595 to enroll Ranny in school for the upcoming year. In the memo field it says initial payment. Wednesday, August 6th, Ranny's birthday. She turns 5 years old. Sunday, August 10th, Ranny's birthday party at the Crowley home. Happy times, lots of people invited. Video footage shown in the documentary A Gray State. Some actual footage that was taken that day at the birthday party was shown in the documentary. Saturday, August 16th, David and Kamel stopped talking and responding to the Alam family. They didn't answer calls, didn't respond to text messages. So we know they did not agree with the method there for treating the cancer, but for some reason during all this they stopped communicating altogether. Saturday, August 23rd, David Crowley's 10-year high school class reunion at Owatonna High School. One of David's friends compliments Kamel about her looks, and David gets jealous. The evening is uncomfortable. Kamel begins a journal that night. Monday, August 25th, Kamel's last post on Pinterest. The final week of August, date unknown. Dan Crowley Jr. does something that breaks up his relationship with his brother David. He wishes to apologize and, quote, make things right later on. This is still an unknown. Whatever happened, it's pretty significant to this entire case. Friday, September 5th, at 9:46 a.m., Kamel Crowley leaves a complimentary comment regarding comedian Tom Naughton's movie Fathead website. She tells him how the movie has changed her life and helped reverse her rheumatoid arthritis, helped her lose 25 pounds, and even helped with her daughter's autism. That's the comment that she left on the website. September 5th was also the same day David has a garage sale for his bullet exchange equipment after the business dissolved between him and Mitch Heil. First week of September, Mr. Alam kept asking Sidra Alam, this is Kamel's sister, every day if he's heard anything back from Kamel. The Alam family begins reaching out to the Crowleys via phone calls, texts, and even sending pictures of Nyla, who was the ill mother at the time, to try to engage the family. So at this point, the Alams are now reaching out to the Crowley family. Oh, and this does not mean the extended family. I think this just relates to the immediate David and Kamel. Texts, voicemails, emails. Monday, September 15th, David sends the updated movie script to the LA producers. Wednesday, the 17th of September, Michael Entertainment Group receives the new draft of the script in the mail. David includes a movie poster as well. It is one of the Mike's birthdays. David planned on mailing it, so arrived on his birthday. One of the Mikes, Michael Boggio or Michael O'Donnell. Not sure which one, but one of them. Wednesday, September 24th. Mitch Heil stops by the Crowley house. David Crowley does not let him in. September 26th. Kamel's last Instagram post. Same day. David hears back from the LA producers. They think the script would work better as a TV series. September 30th, 9:35 a.m. David posts on Facebook that he's looking to, quote, reinvigorate the film process by building a new trustworthy team. This post gets deleted late January 2015 by an unknown person. Also on September 30th, David posts on Facebook the possibility of a Gray State movie, documentary, and a series. Later that evening, David answers questions with fans online. Wednesday, October 1st. Comel texts her sister Sidra, "Happy birthday." It marks the first time Sidra has heard from Comel since August. October 1st also. David Crowley begins the legal process to remove Danny August Mason from the project. David's attorney sends paperwork detailing this to Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason never responds. Later on October 1st, the same day, is David Crowley's last Instagram post. Sunday, October 5th, the EID Muslim holiday. No communication at all from the Crowleys to the Alam family in Texas. Sunday, October 12th, David allegedly calls Mr. Alam on the phone and cusses him out. Per Sidra, her father was, quote, upset. He cried. October 15th, plans are made with the Alam family to retrieve the Acura car that Mr. Alam loaned to the Crowleys and exchange it with an older Toyota Corolla. Thursday, October 16th, Sidra Alam begins the 17-hour drive from Texas to Minnesota in her black Corolla. She drives with her then fiancé, Vinny. Her father pays for meals and fuel. She texts Comel to say she's on her way. This is according to the New Yorker article by Alec Wilkinson. Other sources say that she left on the 17th of October. Saturday, October 18th. A person named Daniel J. Crowley withdraws $50,000 in cash at a branch bank location from a POD bank account. The person's signature shows Daniel T. Crowley. There is nothing to support what this money was used for. A POD account is a payable upon death account. Dan Sr. owns this account and lists his 3 children as beneficiaries to pay up upon his death. So Dan Sr. should be the only one having access to this account. The beneficiaries are the children Dan Jr., David, and Allison. Once Dan Sr. dies, those 3 will have access to this bank account. This was the account bank transaction that shows a $50,000 withdrawal, a cash withdrawal at the teller. This is strange because nothing goes to show what this was used for. A few days later, on October 30th, there is a $50,000 transfer from another checking account back into this account, and people have looked at that and said, and have assumed that this $50,000 was taken out and then just replenished back in a few days later. But remember, that bank statement shows it's a transfer from a checking account. There was no deposit anywhere in that time frame of $50,000 coming back in. So $50,000 was withdrawn, taken out in the form of cash, and there's nothing to support what that was for. Same day now, around noon, Sidra and Vinny arrive in Bloomington, Minnesota after driving through the night. They stop at a mall parking lot and call and text Comel to announce their arrival. No response. They kill some time shopping. Then Sidra drives 10 minutes south to Apple Valley, and after getting no response from Comel, decides to pull into the police department to ask for advice. Sidra figured that if she shows up at the home, David might call police to announce a trespasser on the property. She wanted to avoid that scenario. She requested a dispatcher to attempt to call Comel directly to see if she would answer. No one answered the call from the Apple Valley Police Department. The officer says there's nothing more that we can do at this point. Sidra and Vinny arrive at the Crowley home at 7 p.m. only to be turned away at the door by David. He doesn't allow Sidra to see neither Comel nor Ranny, and is, quote, rude. Sidra tells David that she loves David, Comel, and her niece, and she doesn't know what she did to deserve this. If there was something, she offered to apologize and fix it. She went on to say, "If you want nothing to do with me or my dad, that's fine. But don't abandon my mother who only calls for Comel and her granddaughter." Vinny then talks to David and makes some headway about switching cars, as at first David wasn't interested in doing that either. David agrees to let them drive the Acura back to Texas, but says, "Come back in 1 hour as I have to clean it up." Sidra and Vinny agree and head to a nearby convenience store to wait for an hour and gather their thoughts. By now it's 8:30 p.m., they exchange cars, and Sidra and Vinny drive off in the Acura back to Texas. Sidra feels something is not right about the vehicle and thinks David may have tampered with it. Sidra and Vinny pull over to a nearby parking lot, and they call police again to request a canine unit, this time to sniff around the car. At this point, they're still in the Apple Valley city limits. Apple Valley police receive the call from dispatch and deny sending out a squad on the basis that we can't just take your word for it. Sidra now calls her father Anjum while crying, and he suggests that they spend the night at a local hotel, get some rest, and leave in the morning. While driving to the hotel, Sidra allegedly finds a photograph that Comel placed in the car. It was a photo of Nyla, Sidra, and Comel together in happier times. On the back is a handwritten note by Comel that reads, "I always have and always will love you and Mom." Sidra and Vinny arrive at the Motel 6 in Albert Lea, Minnesota after driving 80 miles. Sunday, October 19th. Sidra and Vinny check out of the motel and begin their long drive back to Texas. October 21st. David Crowley sets up a new AT&T cell phone account. Friday, October 24th. Final cell phone activity at 12:20 a.m. for phone number 254-616-0461. Same day, October 24th, Dan Crowley Jr. posts a comment on his Facebook wall about how easy it is to watch gruesome deaths on television. This post was later removed. Same day, Comel posts her final entry on her business Facebook page. Comel also tweets for the final time. David Crowley's last post on his personal Facebook page is on this day, October 24th. Monday, October 27th, David contacts David Kirk West on Facebook and asks if he would like to produce the web series scenes that will be filmed in the Pacific Northwest. Tuesday, October 28th, State of Minnesota issues the automobile title certificate for a 2005 Toyota Corolla in the name of Comel Crowley. Same day, Mr. Alam shuts down the AT&T cell phone and data plan for David Crowley. Wednesday, October 29, David Crowley updates the cover photo on his personal Facebook page. Same day, October 29th, Comel Crowley's last phone call on her AT&T line. It was to her mother Nyla. Later that same day, David Crowley's last tweet. Thursday, October 30. The New Yorker article alleges that Comel Crowley was hallucinating and David comforted her. This is confirmed by the video footage shown on the documentary called A Gray State. Tuesday, November 4th. A user by the name of Silver Lodge asks about the status of the Gray State film on an internet forum website. It was responded to by a user named Arkaden. At 1:33 p.m., Arkaden responds that the team had to give up some creative ownership, but the project was green-lit and moving forward. Friday, November 7. Dan Crowley Sr. texts David to see if he was, quote, still alive. This was after Dan Sr. found out from Dan Jr. that David had a new phone number. The next day, David responds back with, everything is great. Family life has swept us away. Dan Crowley Sr. responds back to David with, how are the negotiations going with the producers? Sunday, November 9. David Crowley responds back with, I walked from it. Reasons of the spirit, I guess. It is unknown at this time why David lied to his father. Later, David Crowley changes his Facebook profile picture. It's an image of those clouds that were there to this day. November 9th is also the Naila Alam's birthday. And an item to note here is that there was no communication at all from Kamel. So they stopped communicating even during the Eid Muslim holiday and her mother's birthday. Tuesday, November 18th, David announces on Facebook that the documentary called The Rise will be available for free once it is completed. This post receives 1,074 likes. Thursday, November 20th, Allison Crowley sends a nasty email to David with some hurtful things included. This is also Kamel Crowley's 28th birthday. Sidra also texted Kamel happy birthday, and Sidra later saw that Kamel read it, but there was no response back. Sunday, November 23rd. According to the New Yorker article, Death of a Dystopian, written by Alec Wilkinson, David Crowley makes his final post in the journal. Exact date is unknown, but we do know that Alec Wilkinson says that it was 7 months after his first post, and we know the first post was in April. The last journal entry reads, I am no one, it is everyone else who is someone. So we know that it's the end of November when this last post in the journal is made. It reads, I am no one, it is everyone else who is someone. And this will come up later. Monday, November 24th, Kamel meets a friend at 11 a.m. for coffee. She pays for some products she bought, and they make plans to get together again after the holidays. Wednesday, November 26th, on the Gray State Movie Facebook page, David Crowley leaves his last comment at 7:42 p.m. Next day is Thanksgiving Day, November 27th. Now we're into the final week of November. Sunday, November 30th, Kamel Crowley's dietitian license is voluntarily terminated. And this was allegedly because she was about to write her first book. She's working on authoring a book. So it shows that it was voluntarily terminated. Tuesday, December 2nd, David Crowley's last phone conversation with his friend Mason Hendricks. Sunday, December 7th, David Crowley emails a follow-up message to Danny August Mason regarding the legal paperwork needed for David Crowley's attorney. Mr. Mason replies back with, I need my attorney to review this. Keep in mind he received this back on October 1st. Tuesday, December 9, David Crowley makes the following post on the Gray State The Rise Facebook page. The rise is almost done. I'm serious. She's coming out to be quite the looker. Can't wait to show you all. On a response after that post at 5:58 p.m., Sean Wright reminds David on the Facebook post to remember to remove my tax stuff in the documentary before releasing it to the public. And then he goes further and leaves his cell phone number to reach him to call him back. Sunday, December 14th, 8:48 a.m., Comel Crowley responds to a text regarding an opportunity to help with the Gray State Project. She says, "Welcome. Always glad to have new supporters." Monday, December 15th, the Minneapolis Star-Tribune publishes an article called "Police Departments Join Forces to Bring Tech Analysis In-House." This is regarding the brand new Dakota County Electronic Crimes Task Force that was formed. This will later be used a month later in the Crowley case, this very same task force. December 16th or 17th, David Crowley last talks to a friend via the phone. We don't know who the person was, but it was the 16th or the 17th. Wednesday, December 17th, David Crowley reaches out to producer Jason Allen asking if he'd like to be the executive producer and help out with the logistics of the film. December 19th, Friday, 7:22 a.m. David Crowley texts Christopher Peck, "Do you have any?" This is referring to the marijuana he wanted to pick up. Around 1 p.m. that same afternoon, David and Comel arrive in Minneapolis to visit and pick up some marijuana from Chris Peck. At 3 p.m. the same day, David and Comel arrive at Randy's preschool to pick her up. This is the last day of school before the Christmas break. Saturday, December 20th. At roughly 2 a.m., Colin Prochnow hears possible sounds of gunshots coming from the Crowley home. He does not call police. Note, the date Colin gave to police was 12/19. The shooting that he hears was the evening of the 19th, but because it was 2 a.m. was actually the 20th of December. Same day, December 20th, Colin and Judy's Prochnow's adult son named Eric arrives to spend time with the family. He's from California. Sunday, December 21st, Comel sends her last known tweet to Heidi Lish at 8:13 a.m. And this might have meant text, not tweet. Same day, December 21st, David Crowley charges $31.32 at the Apple Valley Smashburger location. This is the last banking transaction that's known of the family. Tuesday, December 23rd, Sidra Alam, the sister, missed a phone call from Comel Crowley at 9:36 a.m. Sidra Alam also missed a phone call from Comel Crowley at 11:40 the same day. The December 26th issue of the Sun This Week newspaper gets delivered to the Crowley home between 2 and 3 p.m. according to the paper boy. This was the issue found in the paper trash can. The December 26th issue was delivered, probably brought in the house on the 23rd of December. Wednesday, December 24th, Sean Wright posts a photo on his Twitter page. It shows a Christmas tree and gifts. Oddly enough, it's the only tweet on his account. Christmas Eve, neighbor Brett Millay sees a figure in the window across the street at the Crowley home. He assumes it is David. This is not yet confirmed. Same night, a music playlist of 53 songs begins playing continuously in a loop on David's MacBook Pro. 24th. possible date, this is an allegation now, allegedly, possible date of the Crowley family kidnapping or being held against their will. Could have begun late on December 24th. Final cell phone activity for phone number 612-999-4890 at 8:23 p.m. Christmas morning just after midnight, 12:40 a.m. The following post is on the Gray State Facebook page. And it's not an easy feat when trying to maintain the story's integrity without selling out and having a small team, unquote. Was this David Crowley who wrote this post? Not confirmed. December 25th, the New Yorker article alleges David killed Randy Comel and then later on himself on this day. On the Gray State documentary, David's father, Dan Crowley Sr., recites the final post from David's journal on December 25th that he talks about having big plans before killing himself. We know at the end of November was the last entry in the journal posts. So something doesn't add up there. Friday, December 26th. This is the date that police in Apple Valley, the investigation, estimated the deaths of the family took place, December 26th. The New Yorker article states that Dan Crowley Jr. drops off gifts at the front of the step of the home, Friday, December 26th. Sunday, December 28th. According to police reports, Dan Crowley Jr. drops off Christmas packages at the Crowley home on the front step, does not knock or ring the doorbell, and leaves. Monday morning, January 5th of the new year, 2015, Cypress Montessori in Burnsville, Minnesota, Randy's preschool, begins school following the holiday break. Randy does not show up. Wednesday, January 7th, Eric Prochnow posts on Facebook that he now has received the funding needed to move forward with his new home in California. Thursday, July 8th, Jason Allen responds back to David and says, quote, "Yes, would love to be happy to explore options with the project and recommends a 3:33 phone call later on today." Friday, January 9th. This is now the possibility of the possible actual date the packages were dropped off by Dan Crowley Jr. at the Crowley home. Remember, none of the neighbors saw packages on the front stoop for those 3 weeks. Just the Prochnows saw them, and I think the first time they saw them was the 10th of January. Bodies were found on the 17th, so the packages perhaps may only have been laying there for a week. If they're only laying there for a week, they don't look weathered enough to be there for 3 weeks. They may have only been set there on the 9th of January by Dan Crowley Jr. Saturday, January 10th, next-door neighbors Judy and Colin Prochnow depart Minneapolis for a trip to Orlando. Their flight departs at 3:55 p.m. On the way out, they see packages at the Crowley's home on the front steps. That's interesting to note because the other neighbors don't make mention of any packages on the steps the last week of December or the first week in January. They first see the packages on the 10th. Sunday, January 11th. This is the possible date of David Comel and Randy being murdered. Remember, the bodies are found on the 17th. A doctor interviewed by Catherine Michelle says that the bodies appear to have been there only a week, or more than likely less than 1 week. If the bodies are found on the 17th, that puts the death of the bodies around the 10th or the 11th of January, which means they only were there a week. They were in the early process of, they were just completing rigor mortis, an early process of decomposition. If that's the case, if they only were there a week, there's no way the bodies were killed for the entire 3-week span laying there. Wednesday, January 14th. Judy and Colin Prochnow depart Orlando for their return trip home to Minneapolis. Their flight's arrival time was 5:39 p.m. Minneapolis. Saturday, January 17th. All these postings leading up to this has all been previous to the bodies being found. Now we're ground zero, Saturday, January 17th, 2015. Colin Prochnow sees, quote, mannequins through the window at the Crowley residence. He comes home and tells his wife, Judy. She finds it odd, so they both return to the Crowley home and actually see bodies in the home, through the window. At this point, Judy Prochnow calls 911 at 12:56 p.m. and speaks to a male dispatcher from her cell phone. Curiously, she uses the phrase murder-suicide while on the phone with dispatch. This is the very first time the murder-suicide had even come up. Right off the bat, the 911 call. Judy did not call to say she saw bodies next door. She did that, but she went further to say, I think a murder-suicide took place. That's something to note. Very interesting to note that. Colin Prochnow calls 911 at 12:57 p.m. from the house phone. So now we've got two 911 phone calls to Apple Valley Dispatch, one from a cell, one from the landline, both from the same home. Strange. Police officers arrive on site and see multiple obviously deceased bodies in the front window and in the back of the home. They also note rear slider slightly ajar per the police audio. A search warrant is signed by Honorable Karen Ashpog at 3:06 p.m. Members of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, BCA, enter the home at 4:51 p.m. At 9:32 p.m., the first news tweet appears regarding the investigation of dead bodies in a home. Around 11:30 p.m. that night, medical examiner Dr. Jessica Lelinski from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office arrives on the scene. She stays for 45 minutes and leaves. Sunday, January 18th, just after midnight, the bodies were removed from the scene, 1:30 a.m. Bodies were bagged and taken out. Also that day, Hennepin County Medical Examiner Dr. Jessica Lelinski conducts autopsies on the Crowley bodies. Same day, Danny August Mason speaks with Christopher Peck on the phone. The Facebook page Gray State, The Rise, published a strange comment at 6:45 p.m. saying the Crowley family have passed away. Musician and Crowley friend Jordan Page posted this comment on Facebook. Quote, the film was ready to start production with a $30 million budget from a major Hollywood studio. End quote. Minneapolis Star-Tribune publishes the first article about bodies being found. Monday, now we're on Monday, January 19th. The UK Daily Mail publishes a story with the following headline. Gun enthusiast, his dietitian wife, and their 5-year-old daughter lay dead from murder-suicide in their suburban home for weeks before neighbors discovered them. They include a picture of David holding a rifle and wearing a gas mask with the article. Facebook page Justice for David Crowley and Family is created by Dan Hennon on Facebook at 8:15 a.m. Facebook page Justice for David Crowley of Gray State is created by Thomas Lapp at 8:30 a.m. Thomas Lapp receives a text at 11 a.m. from Brendan J. Brendan J. is a member of the Gray State Project. He has interest wants to coordinate their efforts, potentially setting up an interview to reach a large audience. Detectives Bone and McKnight meet with the Crowley family in Owatonna, Minnesota. They speak with Dan Sr., Dan Jr., and Allison. At 12:45 p.m., same day, January 19th, Captain John Bermel sends a press release to 9 email addresses in the local media regarding this Crowley case. It's entitled, Press Suspicious Deaths. At 12:51 p.m., a 911 call comes into police by a neighbor of the Crowley home for suspicious activity at the home. They see a GMC truck with army paint on it. Presumably, this is Chris Klein's. Detective Booth contacts Christopher Peck this afternoon. Detective Booth then contacts Danny August Mason. They talk. Danny Mason goes out of his way to tell the officer that he had no role in the film other than being an actor and a friend. He was not connected from a business standpoint. The statement is not true. Chris Klein, Dan Crowley Sr., Dan Crowley Jr., Mason Hendricks, and Adam Shambor see a hole in the ceiling near the home's entryway later that night. This is January 19th. Remember, police are not yet, cleaners are not yet done professionally cleaning the home. There was a biohazard at this point. But yet up to 5 people were in that home and they noticed a gunshot hole in the ceiling by the entryway. Tuesday, January 20th. At 1 p.m., professional cleaners find a bullet fragment under the rug and after advisement of Dan Crowley Sr. notify the Apple Valley Police Department Detective McKnight. 2:31 p.m., Apple Valley Police Department take photos of the bullet fragment found on the floor. At 2:57 p.m., Joe Hagman reaches out to Thomas Lapp on his Justice page via a private message to offer his condolences about the deaths. The Hagman and Hagman internet radio show had interviewed David several times in the past regarding updates on the Gray State Project. Around 3 p.m. on the 20th of January, Mike Pachesny publishes on YouTube the rough cut of the Gray State documentary titled The Rise. Remember, this still contains Sean Wright's tax stuff, and this full-length version is 2 hours and 39 minutes of The Rise. At 3:16 p.m., the group Anonymous makes a post on their Facebook page and provides a link to Mr. Lapp's Facebook page and creates a new hashtag to start using for the case called #JusticeForCrowleys. At 3:20 p.m., Thomas Lapp gets in contact with the Gray State team. Mr. Lapp then contacts Mr. Hennon to ask if he could make time for a conference call. At 3:50 p.m., Mr. Lapp contacts Mr. Hennon to ask, does 10 p.m. Eastern Time work for a go-to meeting tonight online? Also mentions that he spoke with Sean Wright from the Gray State team. Mr. Wright expresses concerns to Mr. Lapp that Mr. Hennon's Facebook group has an invite out there that includes Dr. James Fetzer to the group. Mr. Wright wants Mr. Fetzer banned from the page. Mr. Hennon explains to Mr. Lapp that he invited Mr. Fetzer only because he's local, but he has not yet accepted the invite because he's currently focusing his research on the Sandy Hook case. At 4:20 p.m., Mr. Lapp communicates to Mr. Hennon that Joe Hagman is also interested in joining the conference call, but requested to move it out by 1 hour. If the call does get moved out 1 hour, then this call can be featured on that episode that night of Hagman and Hagman Show. Around 4:30 p.m., Sean Wright requests admin rights on Thomas Lapp's Justice page. This is granted by Mr. Lapp. At 5 p.m., members of the Gray State team are made aware of the rough cut video on YouTube that Mr. Pachesny published without approval of the team. 5:39 p.m. Mr. Lapp informs Mr. Hennon the Gray State team is in contact with YouTube now to pull down the rough cut video, and they believe Mr. Pachesny went rogue for some reason and released it. Mr. Lapp also confirms the time for the live airing of the Hagman and Hagman report will indeed be 11 o'clock tonight at Eastern Time. 5:55 p.m. Danny August Mason requests admin rights on Mr. Lapp's Justice page. Around 7 p.m., members of the page notice large chunks of information have been deleted from Mr. Lapp's Justice page. Mr. Lapp confirmed that it was not him. 7:23 p.m. Brendan J's sister, Carissa, uses the new Twitter hashtag Justice for Crowleys for all of us to use. She intends to get this whole story trending. 8:49 p.m. Mr. Lapp contacts Mr. Hennon to say the conference call for that night has now been canceled. He mentions that things have gotten weird in the past couple of hours. Mr. Lapp states that Mr. Sean Wright is now demanding full admin rights to Lapp's Justice page and will, quote, terminate the page if he isn't granted those rights. Mr. Lapp also mentions to Mr. Hennon that Sean Wright is wanting to get admin rights to Mr. Hennon's page as well. Mr. Lapp says Sean Wright repeatedly used the phrase, "just give me full access ASAP." Wednesday, January 21st, Mason Hendricks makes a post on Facebook saying, "We're going to the home on this Thursday, January 22nd, after the living room is cleaned, to help make sense of what the note says." Keep in mind they were already in the home. Later that afternoon, Mason Hendricks publishes the now infamous smiling guy's photo on his Instagram account. The photo shows Sean Wright, Dan Crowley Jr., Danny August Mason, and Mason Hendricks. All four are smiling. Posted on Mr. Hendricks' account named Mason Norsk Hesk with the hashtag brothers, and purportedly taken after the TV interviews that morning. Sean Wright posts the same image on his personal Facebook account. A friend of his, named Paulus, leaves a comment to Sean about an upcoming get-together and informs Sean that no women are allowed per Sharia law, unquote. YouTube user Truth Media Revolution captured the screenshots of the posts that were deleted. He went on to make 2 videos that showed evidence of the posts that were deleted. Doug Hagman's article called "Filmmaker David Crowley Dead in Murder-Suicide" confided, "I'm not, quote, prone to suicide." The article is published in the Canada Free Press. Sean Wright begins a campaign to gain administrative rights to Dan Hennon's Facebook group. He is rejected. At 12:10 p.m., a Facebook user named Sam Wagner requests admin rights to Mr. Hennon's Justice page. He is rejected. Dan Crowley Jr. creates a GoFundMe page to raise medical funds for Naila Alam's treatment. The goal listed is $6 million. At 4:45 p.m., Dan Crowley Jr. retrieves the Crowley dog from the Palomino Pet Hospital. In a nearby parking lot, he transfers the dog to the original owner to take Paleo home. And last of all, that same day, January 21st, filmmaker Eric Nelson has interest in the case. He contacts the families to see if there is interest in doing a documentary. Remember, that's 4 days after the bodies were found. Thursday, January 22nd, YouTuber Brendan Hunt publishes a hit piece video on Mr. Hennon's Justice page and publishes it to YouTube. Same day, David Kirk West publishes publishes a lengthy article on why he believes the official version of the story. And that afternoon, tweets from Anonymous claim that the Crowley family was murdered. Friday, January 23, Hennepin County Medical Examiner rules the deaths of Comel and Rani as a homicide and Davis as a suicide. Still on the 23rd of January, investigative journalist Ben Swan interviews Danny August Mason. This interview airs on January 26th. Still, January 23rd, Comel Crowley's funeral service takes place in Harker Heights, Texas. Sean Wright messages Mr. Hennon with request to meet tomorrow to discuss the case. Sean Wright contacts Greg Fernandez Jr. about the case. They both were acquainted with each other from the group We Are Change in California. 6:48 p.m., Sean Wright messages Mr. Hennon, I hope you have the courage to show up for the services. At 7:09 p.m., Mr. Wright and Mr. Hennon begin a 35-minute phone call discussing the case. Dan reiterates that he is not interested in granting Wright admin rights to his page ever. At 10:12 p.m., Sean Wright messages Mr. Hennon, do not show up for the services, you disrespectful piece of shit. Later, Sean Wright messages Mr. Hennon, I feel sorry for the backlash that you're going to receive, but don't worry, you'll get yours. Facebook user Kimberly Lamke gets contacted by Sean Wright via instant message, and he proceeds to bully her about the case. She was active in the group on these days as well. Saturday, January 24th at 12:09 a.m., Sean Wright messages Greg Fernandez Jr. in California and tells Mr. Fernandez to stop asking questions. Same day, there's a lot of activity in the Crowley home, says the neighbor, Teresa Shepard. This source is from the police report. Sunday, January 25th. One Facebook user by the name of Scott Wilson makes many posts on Mr. Hennon's Justice page, all with the intent to distract. Then, the Inquisitor News publishes an article called Conspiracy Theorists Hacker Group Anonymous reportedly blame government for David Crowley's death, insist he was assassinated, written by Megan Ellis. One member of Mr. Hennon's Justice page researches Scott Wilson after locating his address. After a background check on Mr. Wilson shows multiple criminal charges, but strangely enough, all have dispositions like no prosecchi, meaning do not prosecute. There are also many amended charges, dismissals, and without judgment supervision, which is basically telling the court to hold off on a case. These are very strong indications that Scott Wilson may be a CI, a confidential informant. Monday, January 26th, 6:33 a.m., Dan Feit, author of the HongPong.com blog, publishes a hit piece on Mr. Hennon's Justice page. Now, Mr. Feit's career also doesn't add up, but he does seem to be connected. Mr. Feit's grandfather was a counterintelligence officer in World War II. This leaves many wondering what Dan Feit actually does for a living, as he currently recently accepted a position in Boston, Massachusetts. 8:54 a.m., January 26th, Mr. Hennon bans user Scott Wilson from his Justice page. This marks the very first member banned on the group. At 9 a.m., Sean Wright and various others begin spamming the link to the HongPong.com article to dozens of members of Mr. Hennon's Justice page in the form of direct instant messages. Mr. Hennon then receives information from his immediate family members asking him, who is Sean Wright and why are they sending me direct messages? 9:47 a.m. Mr. Wright messages Mr. Hennon, "Are you sure you do not want to reconsider your actions?" This marks the last time Hennon corresponds with Wright. Later that day, the Ben Swan interview with Danny August Mason airs. It's a YouTube video, 27 minutes in length. Tuesday, January 27th, at 1:17 p.m., Mr. Lapp messages Mr. Hagman with his conclusion regarding the quick shift in the decision for the Gray State team not to want to work with Mr. Lapp. Well-known shill Brendan Hunt works the controlled opposition angle. Mr. Hunt messaged Mr. Wright on January 20th and told him several lies and took other things out of context to trick Mr. Wright into thinking Mr. Lapp was some sort of fraud. This evidently was enough to convince Sean Wright, which is why he changed his attitude so quick. January 27th, also, a thread on internet forum GLP mentions a comment that David Crowley posted in the fall of 2014 that was now removed from David's Facebook page. So other people now were noticing comments and threads being removed. The 27th of January this is the visitation is held for David Crowley from 3 to 8 p.m. in Owatonna, Minnesota. Wednesday, January 28th, 11 a.m., memorial service is held for David Crowley in Owatonna, Minnesota. Atmosphere was strange, admits a first cousin of David Crowley. His friends acted like it was a party and a lot of laughing. This person went on to state that Dan Crowley Jr.'s behavior was off. He was very high-strung, couldn't stay in one spot, very nervous. He was sure to tell close family members not to talk to the cops, media, or friends, because he said something big's going down. Later that same day, Brendan Hunt publishes a 9-minute YouTube video as another hit piece towards Hennon's Justice page, the second such one. He credits much of his information from the HongPong.com blog. Thursday, January 29th, Nyla Alam acquires medical insurance for her cancer. This is confirmed on an email on February 11th that she does have insurance for her cancer. Monday, February 2nd, 10:49 a.m., Facebook user named Eric Sayward sends the following instant message to Mr. Hennon. Quote, "You say one more thing about Crowley, and I will pay you a visit." Unquote. Tuesday, February 3rd, various Facebook posts from David Crowley's personal Facebook page are hidden or deleted from his wall. Thursday, February 5th, 1:46 p.m., Dan Hennon receives an instant message from user Kevin P. Reaper in location Sapulpa, Oklahoma that states, "Keep your head on a swivel." Monday, February 9th. Comel Crowley's sister Sidra Alam reaches out to Dan Hennon on Facebook and is interested in clearing the air on some of the information regarding her family. Later that day, Dan Crowley Jr. posts a photo of himself in front of a Las Vegas casino on his Facebook wall. Tuesday, February 10th, Wake Up to the Truth internet radio show hosted by Mike Soror interviews Dan Hennon and Greg Fernandez about the case. Thursday, February 12th, an unknown person files a claim with the Crime Victims Reparations Board on behalf of Rania Crowley. It gets assigned claim number 40006. Friday, February 13th, Special Agent Olson with the Minnesota BCA receives a CD with 20 PDF files relating to the investigation from the Apple Valley Police Department. Saturday, February 14th, a Facebook user under the name Judy Prochnow appears on Hennon's Justice page, claiming to be the neighbor that found the bodies. This user goes on to make over 100 posts in a span of 7 hours. Sunday, February 15th, Facebook user Judy Prochnow is back for several more hours, making lengthy posts on Hennon's Justice page that most people question if it really could be it. Comments coming from a 63-year-old grandmother typing that fast. Judy Prochnow reports a post by Dan Hennon to the Apple Valley Police. He said he might stop over for a cup of coffee as he'll be in the area running some errands this afternoon. Judy responds, "You're welcome to stop by." This is the post reported to police. Later that day, Joshua Lee Retvold dies unexpectedly. He is the nephew of Judy and Colin Prochnow. A GoFundMe campaign is set up to raise funds for this unexpected financial stress. Later on that day, the GoFundMe campaign is closed down by Dan Crowley Jr. This is the GoFundMe for Nyla to raise $6 million. This one is closed down. It raises just over $8,000 with the funds going directly to Dan Crowley Jr. Monday, February 16th. It is suggested now that this Judy Prochnow could actually be Dan Fight posting on the Justice pages, as his Twitter feed and Facebook accounts were awfully quiet over the last 2 days, which is not normal. He's usually very active on Twitter and Facebook. Judy Prochnow makes a claim that she is excited that Sidra Alam wants to come and meet her when she comes into town in a couple weeks. Sidra now is confronted with this information by Mr. Hennon, and Sidra responds back with, "Oh, I don't know who she is." The account Judy Prochnow is promptly banned from Hennon's Justice page. Tuesday, February 17th, Chris Klein calls the Apple Valley PD at 5 p.m. for the first time. He may have tried reaching them one or more times before this point, but it said that the police reports state that this was his first contact actually getting through and speaking with someone, was February 17th. This is a full month after the bodies were discovered. Klein speaks with Detective Bone. He says that he was indeed in the Crowley house on January 19th and discusses the hole in the ceiling, which is now in turn news to the Apple Valley Police Department. They've never heard of this bullet hole. So it's a month later. Chris Klein admits that he was in the house before the professional cleaning was done, along with some other people. Mentions they were looking in the attic for this missing bullet from above the doorway. Detective Bone responds back with, "We didn't know anything about a bullet in the ceiling." Later that day, Mr. Lapp's Facebook page receives a direct message saying that this page is being watched and confirmed that the killing was indeed an inside job. Wednesday, February 18th, Apple Valley Police Department received word from the Minnesota BCA that their reports have been completed. Also, later, Apple Valley Police Department called Dan Crowley Sr. to ask permission to enter the Crowley home to look at this newfound bullet hole in the ceiling. They get permission and enter the home by using the door key lock at 3 p.m. Detective Bone and Detective McKnight are there. They see this hole and want to see the portion of the attic to look for evidence. They find the attic access and the master bedroom was open as if someone had already been up there. At 4:25 p.m. they get a warrant signed to search the home. Remember, this is a month later now. The search took place from 5 p.m. until 7:35 p.m. after BCA Special Agent Chris Olson arrived. And then that evening, Sidra Alam informs Dan Hennon that she would like to take a break from this for a while. Thursday, February 19th. Apple Valley Police Department goes back and reviews photos taken from the crime scene on the original date, January 17th. And they notice that there was a hole in the ceiling above the front entryway door. Now, we're unable to confirm this, as it's still speculation that there was a hole even there at the time. We haven't yet to see any photos that show the bullet hole there in the home on January 17th. Tuesday, February 24th, BCA Special Agent Katvovitz completes the crime scene diagram of the Crowley home. This is the kind of the blueprint-looking crime scene analysis. Tuesday, March 3rd, Greg Fernandez Jr. and Dan Hennon appear as guests on the internet radio show Wake Up to the Truth with hosts Mike Soror and Eric Wilkinson. The Crowley case is featured. Wednesday, March 4th, Dan Hennon receives a personal text message from an unknown person calling him a psychopathic jerk. Friday, March 6th, to date, the Justice page has 26 Facebook profiles on Dan Hennon's group that have been banned. Also, March 6th, Sidra Alam's Facebook account is hacked and inactivated for a period of 5 days. In working with police tell her they believe the culprit is a resident of Bloomington, Minnesota. Thursday, March 12th, BCA reports an overview of the processing of the crime scene are added to the Apple Valley Police case. Friday, March 13th, Sidra Alam flies from Dallas to Minneapolis with her then fiancé Vinny. Saturday, March 14th, Apple Valley Police detectives meet with the family, Dan Sr., Dan Jr., Allison, Kate Crowley, and Sidra Alam, to go over. Now, this is the very first time police sit down face to face and tell them that Allah Akbar was written on the wall in blood, that a Quran was open to the forgiveness prayer page, and that a notepad said, "Submit to Allah now." This entire time, this is now, 2 months, about coming up on 2 months old, is the first time that family members, immediate family members, even hear of anything regarding this, the Muslim angle on this entire crime. Monday, March 16th, DNA results arrive. David's DNA was on the gun and the magazine, and it was Comel's blood that was on the wall. Sunday, March 22, Anjum Alam and a friend drive up to Minnesota with the trailer and pick up both Toyota Corollas from the Crowley driveway and return them to Texas. Both cars' titles were in Comel's name. Saturday, April 4th, 2015, Mason Hendricks reaches out to Dan Hennon via private message to answer some questions. Friday, April 17, BCA reports that their fingerprint results are still not known. Monday, April 20th, the April issue of Disaster Survivor Network has a cover story featuring the Crowley case. Tuesday, May 5th, 2015, Danny August Mason files a new business called Gray State Universe LLC with the state of Minnesota Secretary of State. Wednesday, May 6th, Danny August Mason applies for a trademark for Gray State under the business name Gray State Universe LLC using attorney Gregory Perlberg in Minneapolis. Tuesday, May 12th, Voices for 9/11 Truth episode airs on the internet. Dan Hennon and Mike Soror discuss the Crowley case. Saturday, May 30th, 2015. This was Sidra and Vinny's original wedding date. Comel Crowley was to be Sidra's matron of honor. This wedding date now gets postponed in the aftermath of the crimes. Thursday, June 18th, 2015. A Crowley case discussion takes place on YouTube. Monday, August 3. AT&T runs cell phone reports for the Crowley family as part of their investigation. Wednesday, August 5th. The latent print division of the BCA reports that the palm print on the gun and fingerprint on the magazine is not conclusive as to David Crowley. In fact, there are no matches. Exams were completed with one exception, the indented writing analysis, and BCA asked if Apple Valley Police Department wanted it completed. Detective Bone said to lead agent Cooksley, no, quote, not at this time. Thursday, August 6th. Ranny's birthday, she would have turned 6. Would have been her golden birthday. Also on this day, allegedly, now this is allegedly, David's mother, Kate, decides to go to the medical examiner's office to see in person the medical examiner's report on David, Comel, and Ranny, possibly even to speak with Dr. Jessica Lelinski about the case. This is not confirmed. Friday, August 7th, Dan Hennon calls Anju Malam to discuss his thoughts on the case, but no one answers. Dr. Jessica Lelinski's last day of employment with the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. It still isn't known why she left. At 4:45 p.m., Anju Malam calls Dan Hennon and they speak for 35 minutes on the phone about the case. Mr. Hennon offers to help raise funds if Mr. Alam wants to hire a lawyer. Saturday, August 8th, 2015. Family, friends, and the boyfriend of Kate Crowley cannot reach her. Sunday, August 9th. David Crowley's mother, Kate Crowley, found dead in her outside of her Owatonna, Minnesota home. No reason is provided. She was 51. Thursday, August 13th. Another Crowley case discussion broadcasted on YouTube. Monday, August 17th, 2015. Dr. Jessica Lelinski begins her new job for the Milwaukee County as an assistant medical examiner. Tuesday, October 13th, 2015. Apple Valley Police Department removes a review on their Facebook page written by Dan Hennon. The review was a 1 star out of 5 possibility and was fairly written. No reason was given as to why it was removed from the Facebook. Thursday, November 12th, 2015. Email correspondence between Fox 9 investigator Tom Lydon and Apple Valley Police Department Captain John Bermel. Wednesday, December 30th. Email correspondence between Fox 9 investigator Tom Lydon and Captain John Bermel. Monday, January 4th, 10:30 a.m. Fox 9 investigator Tom Lydon meets with Captain John Bermel to review the data in this case. Wednesday, January 6th, at 11:09 a.m., Officer Brian Bone emails an unknown photo to Fox 9's Tom Lydon that Mr. Lydon requested. Later that day, Fox 9 investigator Tom Lydon interviews Mason Hendricks and Chris Peck. Sunday, January 10th, the Fox 9 Investigators segment airs on television. It features the Allah Akbar written in blood on the wall, the Quran open on the floor, and the message, "Submit to Allah now," quote. This is the first time the general public is made aware of these facts. It's 51 weeks after the bodies were found that this became known. Tuesday, January 12th, another Crowley case discussion takes place on YouTube. Sunday, January 17th, People.com publishes a lead story about the Crowley case. Monday, January 18th, Crowley case discussion takes place on YouTube. Thursday, February 18th, Spitfire and the Sentinels show features Dan Hennon and Greg Fernandez Jr. Part 1. Friday, February 19th, 2016, a cousin of the Crowley family comes forward with allegations of sexual abuse of multiple young boys perpetrated by Dan Crowley Jr. while in high school at a church camp. Later that night, Spitfire and the Sentinel show features Dan Hennon and Greg Fernandez Jr. interview, Part 2. Saturday, February 20th, 2016, Detective Brian Bone is named Apple Valley Police Department's Officer of the Year for the year 2015. Detectives Tara Becker and John Broughton received Department Award of Merit for 2015 for their work on the Crowley case. And the entire Apple Valley detective team is recognized with the Department Award of Merit for 2015 for their work on the Crowley case. Tuesday, March 8th, 2016, Mason Hendricks posts on social media that he is in Costa Rica. Monday, March 14th, 2016, a screenshot surfaces that shows someone was active on David Crowley's personal Facebook Messenger account. This image screenshot was saved. Wednesday, March 16th, Greg Fernandez Jr. sends a list of 21 questions regarding the case to lead investigator James Gummert from the Apple Valley Police Department. Friday, March 18th, Judy Prochnow gets banned from the Justice for David Crowley and Gray State Facebook page. Wednesday, March 23rd, Minneapolis-St. Paul publication called City Pages features a cover story about the Crowley case written by Corey Zarowski. Tuesday, April 5th, 2016, Alec Wilkinson and Mason Hendricks go through the Crowley home. Mr. Wilkinson is a journalist for the New Yorker magazine. He plans on writing an article about the case. April 9th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. April 16th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. April 30, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. May 4th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. Tuesday, May 10th, Officer James Gumbert sends a response to Greg Fernandez Jr. and answers his 21 questions. Monday, May 16th, 2016. Dan Hennon meets Detective James Gummert at the Apple Valley Police Department, and they discuss the case. Mr. Gummert explains that Fox 9 investigators received all the photos as a result of an administrative error. Basically saying that they received everything in error. They should have received a normal CD with the pictures and the reports, but for some reason, due to a glitch, they got everything. Unfiltered, uncensored. And that's how it all came about on the Tom Lydon investigation for Fox 9 News. May 16th, Crowley case discussion on YouTube. Friday, May 27th, Apple Valley Police Department records technician Bev Grove retires after 27 years of service. She was the desk receptionist when Dan Hennon picked up his CDs from various FOIA requests. Tuesday, May 31st, Apple Valley Police Department officer Detective John Broughton retires after 27 years of service. He was the primary officer in the Crowley case and was the officer that first noticed that the rear slider was unlocked and slightly ajar. He retires. Friday, June 3, 2016. Documentary filmmaker Eric Nelson arrives in the Twin Cities to interview subjects. He is known for his movie The Grizzly Man. Saturday, June 4th. Film crew arrives in Chaska, Minnesota to interview Dan Hennon. Allegedly, Chris Peck was the audio tech on site. Crowley case discussion via YouTube was done that day. A portion of it was shown in the Gray State documentary. Documentary film crew then interviews Judy and Colin Prochnow in Apple Valley, Minnesota. And documentary film crews interview Greg Fernandez Jr. in California. Thursday, June 9, Gary Swanson retires from the Minnesota BCA. He worked the Crowley case as a senior special agent. Saturday, June 11th, documentary film crews interview Anjum Alam and his daughter Sidra in a hotel in Texas. Monday, June 20th, Dan Henner receives a FOIA request response from the Apple Valley Police Department saying, "Per our city attorney, we have released all that has been approved to be released for this case," unquote. June 28, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. Saturday, August 6th, 2016, Randy's birthday. She would have turned 7. First week of August, Sidra gives birth to her new daughter. She would have been Randy's first cousin. Her original due date was Randy's birthday, for Sidra's baby. I think she was born a couple days afterwards. Thursday, August 18th, 2016, Dan Crowley Jr. makes a post on the Justice for David Crowley and Gray State Facebook page that says, "Keep up the good work, sleuths," unquote. Saturday, September 17th, 2016, Allison Crowley gets married to Suzanne Gold. It's David's brother, Allison. Monday, December 5th, 2016, the Crowley case is discussed on the Ocelli Report internet show hosted by Chuck Ocelli and Barry Prince. Dan Hennon is interviewed. December 16th, Crowley case discussion, published on YouTube. January 7th, 2017, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. January 17th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. Tuesday, January 31st, 2017, Sidra Alam announces on Facebook that she's selling the 2010 Acura TL. Friday, February 3rd, Dan Hennon files a FOIA request with the Minnesota State BCA. Friday, February 10th, Dan Hennon files FOIA request with the Apple Valley Police Department. This time he requests information on 2 phone calls made to police on October 19th of 2014, the day of Sidra and Vinny's visit to Crowley's, and on 1/19/15. The folks were in the house on the 19th of January of 2015. Saturday, February 18th of the year 2017, Anjum Alam is sent a link of the rough cut of the documentary by Eric Nelson so he could view it. He watches it with his daughter Sidra. Mr. Alam does not like the direction that Eric Nelson is taking the documentary. He wants all his footage removed along with his daughter Sidra's interview footage before the film is released. February 22nd, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. Thursday, February 23rd, the Crowley home property is purchased by a company called Neighborhood Rehabilitation. Their intent is to remodel it and sell it. Previously was owned, after it went into foreclosure, it was owned by the Secretary of Veteran Affairs, their Texas office. Monday, February 17th, 2017. Dan Hennon hears back from the Minnesota BCA regarding his FOIA request. that they are still working on it. Thursday, March 2nd, Tribeca Film Festival 2017 announces The Gray State, a film by Eric Nelson, will be premiered during the events in April. It's classified under the Spotlight Documentary category. Later that day, another Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. March 4th, another Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. Thursday, March 9, Dan Hennon files FOIA request with the Apple Valley Police Department, requesting additional information regarding an email from Detective Bone to Fox 9's Tom Lydon. Monday, March 13th, 2017, Dan Hennon contacts Minnesota BCA to ask for the status on his FOIA request. Friday, March 17th, Dan Hennon files FOIA request with Hennepin County Medical Examiner, requesting the coroner's report on the 3 Crowley bodies. Friday, March 24th, 2017, Greg Fernandez Jr. and Judy Prochnow record a live conference call to discuss the case. This goes 3 hours long. March 25th, Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. March 27th, Dan Hennon sends a follow-up message to Hennepin County Medical Examiner, as it was now due today. March 28th, Dan Hennon sends a follow-up message to the Minnesota BCA asking about status on the FOIA request back from February 3rd. March 31st, Dan receives the FOIA data from the Minnesota BCA. April 1st, Dan receives the FOIA data from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's office. And now we get to Monday, April 3rd, 2017. The New Yorker magazine publishes a feature article called Death of a Dystopian, written by Alec Wilkinson. April 6th, Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. April 20th, 2017, the Tribeca Film Festival in New York City, a Gray State documentary is shown. Saturday, June 24th, Nantucket Film Festival shows A Gray State. Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, the Crowley home property goes on the market after the renovation is now complete. August 3rd, Melbourne Film Festival begins in Australia. A Gray State documentary is shown. Thursday, September 21st, 2017, the Walker Arts Center in Minneapolis shows a Gray State documentary. Director Eric Nelson appears afterwards for a Q&A session. September 29th, Milwaukee Film Festival, a Gray State documentary is shown. October 9, Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. Friday, October 13th, 2017, Dan Hennon is interviewed about the Crowley case on No Lies Radio with Kevin Barrett. October 21st, Crowley case discussion video broadcast on YouTube. October 24th, Crowley case discussion broadcast on YouTube. October 26th, Dan Hennon publishes his audio interview with Mike Boggio III. Mr. Boggio is the president of Michael Entertainment Group, MEG. Mr. Boggio confirms that they did have an active deal with David Crowley. Friday, October 27th, Danny August Mason accepts the challenge for a debate with Greg Fernandez Jr. regarding the case. Several hours later, Mr. Mason backs out. November 3rd, 2017, Variety.com publishes a film review on Gray State. Saturday, November 4th, Roger Ebert publishes his film review on A Gray State. November 5th, St. Louis International Film Festival shows A Gray State. November 9th, the Stockholm Film Festival shows a gray state. This film is nominated for a Bronze Horse Award for the category called Best Documentary. November 15th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. December 8th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. December 9th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. December 11th, Monday night, A&E Network airs the documentary A Gray State. December 18th, Sean Wright posts a long rant on the Justice for David Crowley and Gray State Facebook page. Monday, December 25th, 2017, Christmas, a Gray State documentary is released on Netflix. December 28th, Greg Fernandez Jr. broadcasts his thoughts on the documentary A Gray State while viewing the film for the very first time. December 29th, the case is discussed on an episode of Road Warrior Radio with Chris Hinckley, Dan Hennon, and Greg Fernandez Jr. January 5th, 2018, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. January 9th, Mason Hendricks appears on the radio interview episode called Our Norwegian Horse. Friday, January 19th, Dan Hennon posts a current photo of the Crowley dog named Paleo, provided to him from the dog's owner. It is reported that he's happy and in good spirits. He's back living with his original family. Wednesday, February 7th of 2018, Facebook group member Sadie Bradham posts the following files to the Justice page: AT&T phone bills, DNA test results, autopsy results. She receives these via a FOIA request. Friday, February 16th, the Crowley home property is purchased by new owners. February 20, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. February 22nd, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. February 28th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. March 10th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. Friday, March 27th, 2018, Dan Crowley Sr. mails the remains of Randy Crowley down to Texas so they can have a service with Randy and Comel together. They were sitting in possession of Dan Crowley Sr. the entire time for those 3 years. Tuesday, April 3rd, 2018. Catherine Michelle interviews Dr. Leon Kelly, a forensic pathologist employed by the El Paso County Coroner's Office. He reveals that the dead bodies were there only 1 week. Thursday, April 5th, Dan Hennon and Greg Fernandez Jr. interview a professional behaviorist named Russell and publish it on YouTube. April 15th, Crowley case discussion, broadcast on YouTube. Friday, April 20th, a psychic medium from Texas provides details on the case. Notes are released on Facebook as a PDF file. April 21st, Dan Hennon does a YouTube video summarizing the medium named Katrina's findings and includes updates from a recent visit that she had from Ranny. Ranny's comment there was that she knew the killer. Sunday, April 29th, a new updated timeline of events is published. Thursday, May 10th, 2018, Justice Page member Christy Hudson suffers a serious heart attack. And Thursday, May 17th, 2018, this broadcast. Right now. So that gives us 40 months since the bodies were discovered that we've been covering this. And where we stand as of today, I put together a summary. As of today, as of May 16th, here's what we know. Ranny, her right arm was missing. It was removed at the socket. This is not something a dog could have done. And she had a broken rib number 3 under her armpit, possibly cracked when a human foot pressed against it to pull off the arm. Now we'll go to Comel. Comel's nuclear DNA was found on 3 bullets. Means she was shot 3 times, not twice as originally thought, and both of her hands are missing. David, no nuclear DNA found on any of the bullets recovered at the scene, and his right hand was missing. So David's, there was touch DNA found on the attic bullet, which means that it would have been something that he would have handled while loading that magazine or that cartridge or that weapon. But there was no flesh, no blood, flesh, or tissue on that bullet fragment found in the attic. So of the bullets found and recovered at the scene, none of them were the kill shot that killed David Crowley. Paleo, the family dog, looked thin and weak. We knew this from the police report, but it probably hadn't eaten in roughly a week, not 3 weeks as originally thought. That dog would have been in very rough shape after 3 weeks of no food and no access to water once that toilet water was gone. It does appear, though, by looking at the picture of Paleo at the hospital, that it would be possible and probable that he hadn't eaten in a matter of a week. He did look thin and weak, but so if the bodies were there, something happened for 2 weeks. We don't know if they were kidnapped or held hostage, but if the bodies were, the dead bodies were only there for a maximum of 1 week, this means that the dog was fed and watered for those 2 weeks in between as well, and so it was malnourished for just a portion of that last week. So what we've got in summary at the very bottom, missing items missing from the scene was 1 arm, 3 hands, and a bullet. Now some could argue that the dog ate these things. Some could argue that the dog couldn't have eaten the bullet, and some could argue that the dog didn't eat the entire arm. Evidence did show that there was scavenging done on the bodies. So the dog probably ate some fleshy parts of the bodies, but very unlikely that he ate the entire arm and 3 of these hands and a bullet from a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson bullet. Please leave your comments below at the bottom, and if there's anything I missed or anything that was incorrect or needed to be added, please let me know. Thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is March 25th, 2017, and I'm going to be discussing the aftermath of the debate last night between Greg Fernandez Jr. and Judy Prochnow. They had a 3-hour debate. I took some notes and jotted down some things, some interesting points, some good takeaways, I think, from this discussion that they had last night. Number one, it was a good discussion. I think it was fair on both sides. No one was angry or mad. Many times they agreed to disagree, which I think was very respectful. Judy made the phrase that we don't think like that several times as far as conspiracy theorists, and we don't go down that road when things like this happen. And she mentioned that Greg does. You know, he automatically went there when something like this happened and things didn't make sense. She commented that, you know, we don't do that. You know, essentially how I took it was she was saying that normal people don't go down that path. Only you crazy conspiracy theorist people do. And I've got a real problem with that in the fact that if Judy doesn't understand what cognitive dissonance is, she may be locked in as pretty much of one of those. Remember, your mind does not allow you to think outside a certain realm. those of us who do think outside that realm do not have the cognitive dissonance, and it takes many years to undo that. Those types of comments are typically made from people who can't think, they can't even grasp something. I would like to hear her thoughts on the events of 9/11, for instance, and Sandy Hook. I know that she mentioned that and kind of laughed those off because David was going down that road. She says, thinking that way. David was starting to think that way. And later in the fall, around December, they thought Comel was starting to think that way too. And I think that it's a very negative connotation that they were mentally ill. Something was going wrong. They weren't all there. And that's something that concerns me, because if you can't look at a case like this objectively, as with Sandy Hook, 9/11, the events, anyone who has researched both of those things know that the official story is not and cannot be true. And those are not conspiracy theories, those are conspiracy facts. Those are events that took place as conspiracy facts, started off as theories, turned out as facts. Now with a case like this, with the bodies being found, a similar case would be the Kurt Cobain case, where that also, the official story cannot and is not true. The Philip Marshall case in California, where the family was found dead, the official story that police gave from the sheriff's department cannot and is not true. That even came out now, just the revelations 2 weeks ago, that was indeed confirmed as a hit. I would like to hear the comments from these types of people about those cases. Those of us who have open minds can gather all these things and have an open mind and have an open discussion about if these things are true or not. And you're much more clear to see. Those with the blinders on, they just can't get their head around events like this. I'm not saying that the David Crowley case was that or not, but to be able to have a discussion about it, I think you have to be open-minded to all these different scenarios. And I think that if Judy's thinking that way, that she was closed-minded, the family was thinking that way, and they're closed-minded, and they just began to accept all these theories. That's a very dangerous proposition to get into when you start making decisions based on having your blinders put on as far as what you see in the big picture. New info came out. Allegedly, there's a video of Kamel on a bad trip. David had filmed something with his cell phone. She was high on something, mushrooms, something. She was hallucinating. She was seeing things. It was not a high, but it was indeed a bad trip. Now, bad trips don't come from marijuana use, more than likely not from mushroom use, but more illicit drugs, heroin, crack, LSD, acid. This is where you're going to get into a bad trip, something that was possibly laced, marijuana that was laced with something. So this was very, very disturbing information. Now, once again, I have two questions about that. Why did David film that if this indeed is true? Was it as a joke? Was it comical? Was it funny? Had it happened before and Comel didn't believe it, so this time he took out his camera just to prove it to her? If that's the case, I would have assumed he would have just deleted it afterwards then. If he filmed it as being funny or as a comical thing, that's also very disheartening as well, because that's stooping pretty low, unless he himself was high and it was a good time. But all they used in the police reports was marijuana. David was mentioned one time. One time is listed in the police reports that David possibly dabbled with mushrooms. Nothing with Comel using anything. So the whole thing is very strange if he indeed had a video like that. Once again, that does not prove murder. That does not prove that he did anything. Judy saying it is now, once again, second and third hand knowledge. She has not seen it. She does not know that this thing even exists. If it does, that's interesting. I would think, once again, that the police would use that to beef up their case, to saying these are some of the symptoms that we can tell David was going down a wrong path. Judy made the comment that surrounding this case, Dan Crowley Sr., now this is David Crowley's father, Dan Crowley Sr. is in control of everything. Example, he's in charge of who knows what. He's in charge of what the press gets. He's in charge of what the police release. He's in charge of filtering all these things, which is very disheartening to me, and it raises a red flag as one person is controlling the narrative here as far as what gets out. Not that it's good, not that it's bad, but I think police should be determining these types of things, not the father. January 19th. It was brought up, the events of January 19th, 2015 again. Now, the bodies were found on the 17th. Bodies were taken to the medical examiners, autopsies and things were done on the 18th. 19th is when the police report clearly states that Chris Klein was in the home. A neighbor called police for a suspicious person in the home on the 19th. Now, the cleaners weren't done cleaning yet. They may have started, but they weren't done yet. And Mason Hendricks went on to say that he was in the house with Chris Klein. Chris Klein says he was in the house with Mr. Crowley, Dan Crowley Sr., but all these things allegedly took place on the 19th, per the police reports. Now, Judy went on to say last night that there's no way it could have been the 19th because the house wasn't cleaned yet, and all the folks came over to do whatever they were doing after the 19th. The point is, Judy, the police report very clearly says the 19th of January several times. Wasn't a misspelling, wasn't a typo. Did the police get it wrong? Maybe. Did they get it wrong every single time? I don't know. All I know is what the police reports say. I find it highly illogical that the police department would get it wrong that many times and clearly stating the 19th. So we do have an issue with the 19th. If it's a wrong date and we find that out later, very strange. But keep in mind, the police department has gotten many, many things wrong in this case. Many errors, many inconsistencies with the police report. And if this proves to be true, that the 19th was just a mistake in the police reports, that's another black eye to the department. In the middle of 2015, the police department had their annual awards for the Apple Valley Police Department. This detective unit investigation, those who worked on the crime, the case, the investigation regarding the Crowley case, was awarded a multitude of awards and merits for their great work on this case. So keep that in mind for the listeners and viewers out there, that the department has gone on record to say how good they've done on this case. Now, we know that's not the case. If they were to admit it and say we screwed up, we made some errors, things to that nature, I think that'd be fair. But they didn't. They've gone on record to say how good, and commended the staff of who worked on this case, and in fact went on to win many awards at the annual show, at the annual banquet, whatever it was. So keep that in mind, because this is where it really gets squirrely. Judy last night even mentioned herself. Now, she's the neighbor of the Crowley home, and said that the police did get many things wrong. Family members have said that police did get many things wrong. So this is not, our Justice for David Crowley Facebook pages are not a gang up on the police here to make them look bad. It's just pointing out facts, factual things. She's gone on to ask if Dan Hennon, which is myself, has ever met anyone from the Gray State. I answered that question several months ago by saying, no, I've never met anyone from the Gray State. She went on to say that, in fact, he did meet Chris Peck. Chris Peck, in fact, was in his home, she says, when the documentary film crew came out in June of 2016 to do interviews with Dan, the same day they did interviews with Judy Prochnow, Greg Fernandez, and some members of the Crowley family. If that is the case, then he was in my home, as I guess he was a sound guy, audio guy, something. It was unbeknownst to me, and it was not, we were not introduced as such, so that's news to me. It turns out she said also last night that Mason Hendricks from the Gray State team also wanted to go to the Dan Hennon interview here in my house. Eric Nelson, the director, said no, he didn't want that to come into play, but he was interested in coming. That I find very odd, as well as far as what is the need, what was the interest for him being connected with the interview. Mason Hendricks did do many interviews for TV newspapers and the media when the whole Crowley case broke, as a grieving friend, as a best friend, and as someone close to the family. Kind of a person who took the reins and went on to do the as a figurehead for this case. Now, keep in mind, for the viewers out there, Mason Hendricks' name does not appear once in the Apple Valley Police Department 94-page report. He wasn't interviewed, to my knowledge, per the police reports. Wasn't questioned, wasn't interviewed, nothing. His name doesn't even appear. And so they interviewed many, many people. Mason Hendricks' name does not appear one time in the police reports. That's something just to keep in mind. The discussion last night was good, but it also did not mention anything about the shots fired in the home regarding the Crowley case. That's one of the big things, that more than likely a silencer or suppressor was used because of how loud a .40 caliber handgun is in a small neighborhood like that, with shootings taking place near a picture window in the front yard, which would have echoed through the whole neighborhood. That wasn't brought up. I still think it's a valid point, because more than likely I'm of the belief that a suppressor or silencer was used, and there would have been multiple people calling in for gunshots to police if there was no silencer used. I believe that's just my opinion. There was no mention last night in the discussion as far as what were Judy Prochnow's thoughts or her beliefs on the various deleted comments and posts on David Crowley's personal Facebook page and the Gray State Team Facebook page. After the bodies were found, a handful of posts were deleted. Now, whether this was a suicide or a murder or a hit or a cover-up or a government hit, none of those things explain why posts went deleted or hidden from a dead person's personal Facebook page. That still needs to be addressed. These are not random posts either. All the posts that were removed were David Crowley talking positively about the future, looking forward to the future, and posts that would not paint him as a suicidal person. Judy goes on to say, when explaining why she was logged in under her husband Colin Prochnow's Facebook page account, she says, Colin, my husband, is computer illiterate and is old school. I think that's fine. That's acceptable. He's in his upper 60s. That's fine if he doesn't use the computer. My question is, why does he have a Facebook account? Judy mentions that she has to log in once in a while because someone was sending him something, or to check his messages. It sounds to me like someone sent an attachment of something, and she had to go log in and retrieve it. Now, to me, wouldn't Colin Prochnow have an email account where people could communicate with him and send him attachments? He has no interest in being on the computer. In fact, he piped up while on the interview last night by saying he doesn't even like to use the computer. So if he doesn't like to use the computer, and if he has an email account, which most everybody has as ways to communicate, whoever needed to send him something could have just sent an email attachment. That would be something Judy could periodically check. That would make sense. That would jive. That's plausible. For someone who doesn't even like to be on the computer, I find it hard to believe why there would even be a need for Colin Prochnow to have a need to create a Facebook account. So, something to think about. Then we had the whole talk about the online diary. Now, here's what we know. Judy brought up the online diary and says the family members and herself and those close to the situation have seen that, and that's the one thing that's confirmed to them, that's cemented the fact that David did this. Here's what we know about the diary. Police did not find it initially. Dan Sr. allegedly hired his own private investigator, and this person either helped him find it or Dan Crowley Sr. found it himself while the investigator was doing his research, but this came months later. It appears that Dan Crowley found this online diary or online journal. They also go on to say that it was found on the computer, and once the computer was returned to the family, that's when Dan Crowley Sr. found this. It's unknown whether he told police about it. Now, this was later on. He already had a private investigator hired, allegedly, And it appears that they found out, it helped the family bring closure to the whole case, and that was it. But I don't think there's any indication that he went to the Apple Valley Police to say, look, here's what I found. Please incorporate this into your case and close the case as a guy who went nuts. Now, that is evident in the fact that the police chief from Apple Valley Police, in their Fox 9 News investigation, concluded after a year-long investigation that there was no, I repeat, nothing we found, I'm paraphrasing this now, nothing we found that could indicate what would lead David to do this. Nothing. Now, if an online journal was found that detailed all this, like we're hearing, that's certainly not the same case as we couldn't find anything to prove that why David would do this. So it appears Dan Crowley Sr. found something, allegedly, and did not forward it on to the Apple Valley Police. Either that or the police are lying in the fact that they don't know. So I'm assuming, with benefit of the doubt, that Dan didn't take this. Now here's where the question comes in. We keep hearing about this online journal, online diary. It was found once the computer came back. Police must have stumbled over it and didn't, quickly searched and didn't find it. But somehow, thank God, Dan Crowley found this online journal. Now let's get into the technicality of the word online journal. An online journal would be something found on the internet, something found on the web, something that has a URL address. So let that sink in. We keep hearing over and over that Dan Crowley Sr. found this once the computer was returned to him. What would he find? How would he find an online journal on someone's computer? That, to me, seems like there was an electronic version of a diary saved locally to his hard drive on the laptop. Police missed it. Dan Crowley Sr. opens up the file, starts digging into deeper files onto the folders, finds what I'm guessing to be a Microsoft Word type of document as a journal. Now that's not an online diary. That's an electronic diary. That's not a web-based online journal whatsoever. So, wherever we keep hearing about this online journal, if it's online, it needs to be on the web, on the internet, which has nothing to do with David's personal laptop. If someone found it, it had nothing to do with police having the laptop. If someone found it, it had nothing to do with finding it in the depths of some deep folder on the computer. So we need clarification for this journal, who's ever spreading this misinfo or disinfo. If it's an electronic version of a journal kept on David's hard drive, meaning saved locally to a PC, that's not an online diary. So we need that cleared up, because Dan Crowley's the one finding all these things. He's on the scene when this bullet fragment is mysteriously found from the cleaners. He's in the house when the bullet is found in the attic. He's finding this online diary, this online journal. Dan Crowley Sr. is also the one filtering all the information from this case. To me, there's your red flag. None of it makes any sense. Randy was crying at the school. Back in October of 2014, Judy Prochnow related the fact that Randy was upset. She went to school, she was crying, she was very upset. Teachers had to console her. They couldn't really get a hold of it because something happened at home. They don't know what it is that really impacted her. Judy tried to explain that away last night as possibly seeing or witnessing her mother on a bad trip, on mushrooms, on acid, on marijuana, on illicit drugs, something that was so bad that caused her to go into school crying. Now, I don't buy that. Someone going into school with that much of an emotional disturbance, to me, is something emotional. Something happened, something intimate, something happened, and not in a good way. Now, seeing her mother high on drugs or what have you, I do not think that would impact a person that much. Now, if indeed David and Kamel used drugs separately or together, got high, whatever the case may be, in my opinion, it wouldn't have been something you would do with a 5-year-old daughter around the house. They would do it at nights, weekends, when the child was away, whatever. I can't imagine them being high. I didn't know them, so I cannot say that, though. I would think Randy, as her school event took place, that when she really went off the handle in October, something much more darker was going on in her life, and who knows what that was. Many times Judy used the phrase last night, the family has accepted what happened. They've accepted. They have closure. They know what happened, and they are accepting it, and they would wish that we would just stop with all the questions. This is not an answer. This is a family. This is people individually accepting and bringing closure to what happened. This is not what Greg tried to get at last night, and what he's still getting at is there's no evidence that David did this. Saying that the family has accepted what happened and would like to move on is not saying that there is evidence. So once again, last night, over a 3-hour interview, Judy had lots of things to say, lots of statements, lots of comments, lots of opinions, but it's all speculation. Nothing said, here's how we know that David did this. I think it's everyone coming to the same conclusion that David must have done this, because we can't think of what else would have happened. He must have done it. So we're still looking, what the point is here, we're still looking for the proof. If there's a journal, bring it forward. If there's an online diary, bring it forward. You don't have to show the entire thing. You can do screenshots, take a picture, take a photograph on your phone, just to show that something existed. The problem with an electronic online journal is that it's typed. And the question is, who did the typing? Who authored this journal? If you're making the assumption that David Crowley himself authored this wild journal filled with tall tales, that's a very strong leap in a case like this, and that's my opinion. Judy also went on to announce in a big revelation that came out last night that David wasn't leaving the Gray State guys, but the guys from Gray State have all left him. They all abandoned the project. There was no money. They weren't getting closure. They weren't getting any farther ahead in the project. They were leaving. So she really made a point, I think, to drive home the fact that they left, they took off. Now, what wasn't addressed and what wasn't brought up was what's the proof, what's the evidence behind that? The only thing we've got for hardcore evidence is David's attorney writing a letter to Danny August Mason, the lead character of this film, to remove and to relinquish his rights to the film. David went so far to get a lawyer involved to get some of these people off of his team. Now, I don't know how Judy can reconcile that fact, but that others were leaving him when really David was. Well, there's evidence to suggest that he actually was taking action to get Danny August Mason out of the project, to take it in another direction. He was taking the initiative on the offensive to get these people removed. In September, they broke ties with the Bullet Exchange with Mitch Heil. I think that took place in August, end of August, beginning of September, because September early was already the garage sale selling all the props for the company called the Bullet Exchange. Mitch Heil said that he valued the relationship, friendship relationship more than the business, and says, you know what, that sounds good. I will take off. I will let you have the whole thing, as it appears that David Crowley also probably got Mitch Heil to sign the same type of agreement to back off and to legally relinquish. So I believe, in my opinion, David Crowley was pulling people off of his project that he didn't want on it to take it in a new direction. I don't understand what the basis is for Judy Prochnow saying that everyone on the team left. That sounds to me like things from the Gray State Project members have told her that, and told her that they were leaving, and told her, and she's believing all of this. Judy went on to reconfirm and ask, basically now directed towards me, Dan, what was all this tension between the siblings? She went on to say that Dan keeps talking about siblings, with David having problems with Dan Jr., David having problems with Allison. And she says, I don't see evidence of this. I do not see where this was coming from, and why does he keep saying it? Let me point out right now, on the 94-page police report, it's out there and it's available, Dan Crowley Jr., David's older brother, texted and says, I want to make it right. What can I do, David, to fix things? An email also says, I want to make it right. Now, what's he apologizing for? What is Dan Crowley Jr. apologizing for? We don't know. We can only assume. But obviously he wants to make it right. This does not relate to his bullying days as a child, when Dan Crowley Jr. was bullying David, was pushing him around, fighting him as elementary school. Judy wanted to know how it reached from elementary grade school all the way up to adulthood, arguing as men. Well, these texts were from October and I believe November of 2014, when all this happened, that there's evidence of Dan Jr. wanting to make it right, wanting to apologize. We don't know what that is, but that's where I'm getting my basis for there was undercurrents. There was things going on. The emails back and forth between Allison, David's sister, were very harsh. Back and forth from Kamel, from David, the family, what's going on with you guys? What's the deal? We can't fix it. There were big problems going on. We don't know what there were, but I'm not making it up. This was in the police report. Judy likes to repeat the following phrases on social media, and went again to do the same thing last night, to claim that I say that Dan Jr. has raped his niece. Dan Jr. is part of the hit team. Dan Jr. killed his mother. Dan Jr. took flying lessons with the inheritance of his mother. These are things brought up over and over and over again. I'm not sure why Judy has this in her head, that I personally think Dan Jr. was part of the hit team. But just to clarify, Dan Jr. had an episode of sexual abuse as a youth. Who knows if it carried on to his further life as an adult or not. But I have never went on to say that he's raped his niece. His niece here is referencing 5-year-old Ranny. That's pretty inappropriate, I think. Dan Jr. likes guys. He's gay. He's attracted to men. I don't think he has any interest in Ranny whatsoever. Was he part of the hit team? I don't know. Did he kill his mother? I don't know. I did go on to question very clearly when Kate Crowley died. This was August of 2015. My question was, did police look into who was the beneficiary of the will, the estate, the life insurance, the policies? Who was the beneficiary? And a typical case with a suspicious death, you look into who could gain the most from that person being dead. We never did get the answer. We don't know who benefited, who was in the will. We don't know who was on the life insurance. I simply asked, was Dan Crowley questioned? Was he on any of this stuff? Maybe yes, maybe no. We haven't found out. I personally don't believe Dan Crowley killed his mother. I don't buy that at all. He did have a picture on Instagram of a private single-engine plane that he wrote hashtag plane of the day. Actually, it was hashtag bird of the day. Not a picture of some picture of a plane that he went on a ride with a friend from. Not a picture that he went on he was up in the air on some random airplane. Bird of the day means there's many days with many different birds. One can safely assume that he's taking flying lessons. Is he taking them? I don't know. I don't know why else he'd be up on a single-engine flight on multiple days with multiple different airplanes. That to me leads to be my opinion. Once again, my opinion is a comment that could be made, plausibly made by someone currently taking flying lessons. Judy brought up Justice for the Family page, and I still think it's being taken wrong. There's a Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family, and I created that on the 19th of January, and I created that with the intent that I wanted justice for David, Comel, and Randy. Justice for that family of 3. It was not intended to be the Crowleys, the Alams, the extended family, the cousins, the uncles, the aunts, the parents, nothing. We're not looking for justice for those people. We're not looking to help those people deal with the grieving. We're not hoping to help those people deal with this event. We've said since day one, we recommend that extended family, the close-knit group of the family, not to jump on these pages because there's too much raw emotion, too many things going on, and it wouldn't benefit them by being part of this group anyway. This is an investigative page to look at questions and possible scenarios. Judy has gone on to say in the past that I personally contacted Mr. Anjum Alam and used Danny August Mason's name to trick the old man into thinking I was him. I don't know where this came from. I don't know where this even arrived from. I talked to Mr. Alam one time ever in my entire life. It was August of 2015. On a phone call, I used my own name, spoke with him for 35 minutes, called him earlier in the day. He didn't pick up. Later that afternoon, he called me back. We chatted. He was very pleasant. I asked if I could help, asked about a situation regarding the case and his thoughts on it, and it was very good. This is just more disinformation coming out. If I would call to trick an old man who's sitting by his dying wife's bedside using a different name and say that I'm Danny August Mason, someone out there is pushing disinformation. We know that's not the case. Mr. Alam and I know that's not the case. It wasn't really addressed in the interview last night, but why is Judy the self-appointed mouthpiece for the families? She did say that they didn't mind her talking about the case on social media. She got basically approval to talk and to voice her concerns and whatnot, to go up against the Justice page's bad guys. The question is, why would she want to be the self-appointed mouthpiece? She's talking and engaging, not as her own opinions, but I think she's talking through the opinions and through the narrative of the family. And I don't get that. I don't understand that at all. If the family's got something to say, they can say it. If the family wants to create their own Facebook group or page, they can do that. Our Justice pages, the other one also is called Justice for David Crowley of Gray State, is to explore and to keep open the possibilities of what actually is going on here and to try to resolve the inconsistencies of this, for lack of a better word, the goat rodeo that this has become for the last 2 years. Nothing's even making sense. So it's a very strange thing. Now, I personally wouldn't want a neighbor being the mouthpiece for my family in a situation like this, but for some reason they think it's fine. That's fine if they agree with what she's doing, but it just seems to be strange. And so I'm going to leave, feel free to leave your comments below here. I'll publish this, and these are just my questions that I have. Also, Chris Peck, my wife's portable Blu-ray player went missing around the day of the filming for the documentary. I'm not a person who believes in coincidences. So to the viewers out there, this is the type of people we're dealing with in this case. Mr. Peck is also the man who provided a P.O. box address when police asked for his home address and his residence during the questioning, during their interview with him. P.O. box he gave was out of Marion, Iowa. It's near Cedar Rapids. But I think you can do better, Mr. Peck. Please leave your comments below here, and thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is January 6th, 2019, and I'll be providing updates on the Crowley case. Mainly, this episode is being in response of the Catherine Michelle's video where she heard back and had a conversation with lead Sergeant Gummert, Apple Valley Police Department, lead investigator, Sergeant Gummert. And in that response, there was a couple things I wanted to clear up and clarify. But before I did that, I ran this video, forwarded this video to a friend of mine, a former retired Minneapolis police detective from the Minneapolis Police Department. Former detective, retired. I said, watch this and let me know your thoughts, and let me know as a sounding board some of your thoughts on number one, his response, number two, her questions, and number three, what to do next. So I wanted to get his take on this. And here's what he had to say. Number one, he recommended finding out which particular detective was in charge of doing the investigation on that piece of skull. He said that would have been something assigned to one of the detectives to look into it, to find out how whose body it relates to, whose skull it came from, if there was indentations or beatings on that, how many there were, what instrument did it, and if there wasn't, there would still be someone assigned to that particular piece of evidence. He said, I would find out which detective was in charge of that piece of that skull. The video shows that there was 10 to 12 indentations of a blunt force instrument used on that piece of skull, which we found out in the reports belonged to David. And if David Crowley had a blunt force trauma to his skull, did he do it himself, or did someone else do it to him? Obviously, he didn't do it to himself and then go on to proceed to kill his family. So who did it and with what instrument? So he said, go to that information, find out who it was that did it and what their conclusions were, because they would have some sort of report on that particular piece of information. I responded back and said that we have all the information, allegedly. We have all the information, and there's nothing that shows that any detective looked at that piece of skull fragment. He said, well, that would be odd. Someone would still be assigned to each piece of evidence, everything there. Someone would be in charge of, or having ownership of a responsibility or accountability for that piece of evidence. So he said, check that first. The other thing he said was, when you sent that new package, when Catherine Michelle sent that package to the detective, the police chief, and other people, he says, any new findings like this, Catherine mentioned the skull, and mentioning the fact that there was a bullet found in the attic that didn't have any blood on it, the handgun that didn't have the fingerprints, no prints at all, in fact, and all these strange things that were going on, and she went on to list all the various things. He said, if there's anything new to the case, he said, anything new relating to the case, whether the case is open or closed, if it's an active investigation or if it's even a closed investigation, the sergeant or the person in charge of the investigation will still assign a detective to go follow up on that new piece of info. So, in a perfect world, Catherine Michelle's information that she sent to the police chief, they would look at that and say, oh wow, this is a new piece of David's skull that has indentations of a beating that took place. Someone would still be assigned to look into that to see if it's true or not, or to vet it. And so he says, find out who that was. Once again, I said, I don't think anyone was assigned to it. I think they looked it over and said it doesn't have any value to the case, and the case is closed, so we're moving forward. He says, well, that also doesn't make sense. He said, we get leads all the time back in the day, and we'd have to follow up on those leads. Number one, it's part of the log that says we received a package in the mail or an email with this information. Someone exposed the fact that there's anomalies in this skull. We're going to assign John Doe to investigator John Doe to look into it, and then here's his response. Not enough to go on. Yes, we'll investigate it further. or hey, we'll go call that person back and see what they have, and then we'll go check into it. But there's always going to be some follow-up done on any new pieces of information. He said that's just the order. That's just how things work. You'll always follow up on something that's important, whether it was true or not, or whether there's anything, if they deem it that there's not enough to go on or nothing to go on, they're still going to do a follow-up, contact and reach out to that person and say, you know what, we don't think there's enough there. But there'll certainly be a follow-up. It never gets ignored or disregarded, even if the case is closed. They will follow up on any piece of information. So I thought that was very interesting. And then he also went on to say that even if the police chief or the lead detective, or Sergeant Gummer in this case, if the police chief believes that the case is closed and says so, and says, you know what, the case is closed, and if they are not interested in doing anything more further with the case, he said, then take your findings then to the county sheriff, in this case, the Dakota County Sheriff. He said, take your, he or she, whoever that person is the top law enforcement person in that county. So he says, if you find yourself banging your head against a wall dealing with the Apple Valley Police, that's just a city law enforcement. You can always go to the next higher up. They can then, in turn, say, yes, this does look odd. There are some anomalies. There are some irregularities. And yes, we want you to open it up. Whether you like it or not, we want you to open up that case or reopen the case. Now, the police chief there may say, no, not interested, then it'll lead to something else. But at least they do have the right then to explore it further if we're getting pushback, if we're getting resistance, if we're getting a roadblock, a wall put up while trying to get this case reopened. And the last thing then that he said is, even if you get no luck there, you can still go to the Minnesota State Attorney General. So I think Catherine was right in what she did. She took it to the police chief. She sent the information to the Dakota County Sheriff's Department, and she sent it to the Minnesota Attorney General. So I think everything she did there was correct, and the order and the procedure that she did was correct. And then I spent some time talking with this person a little more about the case, and he says that we have to get, once again, squared away on our verbiage, our nomenclature, and what words we use here as, putting together YouTube channels and putting information out there on a case like this for a Facebook page or a Facebook group. He said, make sure you get your verbiage clear and concise, because it may not be what we in the business use. He said, you use the phrase informant, confidential informant. And he said, just be sure that you know that a confidential informant, or a CI, will be assigned a confidential informant number. They will be on the payroll, essentially. The money that person receives will come out of a budget, and that person is usually vetted to a very high degree to ensure that person is trustworthy, and then they'll be on the payroll, or essentially for a law enforcement agency then to be on the payroll, to be paid to give out information. That's a highly trusted person, He said, when you talk about these scumbags being informants and being paid cash under the table and off the books, he said that doesn't take place. And so what I said in response is, I said, this is at the federal level. We know that when we mention words, players like Sean Wright, Eric Sayward, people like those on previous videos that are informants of some sort or paid infiltrators of some sort, just to make sure the listening audience here realizes, I'm not talking about confidential informants or CIs that are on the payroll and highly trusted people that have been vetted and are getting paid on someone's agency's books, official checks. I do mean being paid cash. I do mean being paid under the table, off the books, and this is at the federal level. So he didn't seem to think this type of arrangement took place. But I said, I'm talking at the federal level. I know there's not going to be any these guys are not working for the local or the state organizations, but they're working at the federal level, and not the good federal level either. So this would not be certainly on the up and up. And so when I mean there is, I'm talking at the federal level, and this is by just to clarify. I don't want to say the bad guys or the rogue elements of the federal agency, but I'm not talking the good guys here. And so if these guys are indeed some sort of informants or paid, this is not the good kind of the respectable people. These are the people, the low life scum that are in these roles. And there's certainly this type of arrangement does exist. So this is what I was trying to explain to him and explain to the listeners of this case, that these guys, they're not on the up and up. They're not being paid certainly on the books, and they are being paid, if this is the case, which is speculation, it would be cash. That's why these people, that's why they have these people, that's why these people are controllable, because of that. They don't have bank accounts. They don't have necessarily checking accounts. They are being paid cash, and they are there to do something that's not on the up and up, such as our case here. So I just wanted to clarify that. He also said that if this case, the Crowley case, if it was being actively covered up, he said the case would remain open. The investigation would remain open. He said any case that's open, the general public can't get at the data, they can't get at the reports, and they can't get at the information. That's why they keep it open. I said, well, this case was closed a couple of years ago. He said, well, then I have a hard time believing it's being covered up, because that's the general rule of thumb. They will keep a case like this open, and therefore no one can get at it. He said that if this is closed, go out there and get the information. I responded with, yes, we've gotten the information, we've gotten the reports, the police reports, the supplemental reports, the BCA reports, the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit reports, the lab, the autopsy. We have everything because the case is closed. He says, I think it's very hard that a cover-up in any situation like that would be in any case that is closed, because they're allowing you to see the data. If there's a cover-up, they wouldn't want you doing that. So we agreed to disagree on that. Now, he did go on and put a disclaimer on there and qualified that statement by saying, if there is a cover-up, let's say, for instance, hypothetical, this case is covered up, and it's covered up at the federal level, you may run into a case like that where it is ordered, the cover-up is ordered at the federal level. And if that's the case, a couple of guys will walk into the police chief, flash their badges and say, we want this case hushed up. You're going to close it up as quickly as you can, and we don't want it to drag on. Brush it under the table and close it. He said, if that's the case, top level, and persons below that would not even probably be even aware of it. In other words, there wouldn't be a meeting with the dozen detectives on the police force, sit down everyone and shut the door and say, by the way, we're going to cover up this case now, so everyone please keep your mouth shut. He said the only person that would even know would be the police chief. And in this case, there's two captains in that department, but he said a person such as Gummert, the sergeant of the detective unit, he just manages a group of 5 or 6 people. He's just the manager of that detective unit. He would certainly not be involved or even know about it. So he said, if anyone, it's Chief Reichgel and Mr. Bermel and Captain Francis and Bermel. But it's the police chief. He said if there was some type of arrangement like that done at the federal level. Now, we have no evidence that anything done here is at the federal level. But if we remember back the information, whether it's disinfo or misinfo from Mason Hendricks, Sean Wright, were saying, look, the feds are involved in this. The FBI is involved. The Department of Homeland Security is involved. We don't know if that was true information or not, because we can't trust those individuals. But that's just food for. That's what his take was. He said certainly the individual detectives wouldn't be aware of anything. They're just doing their jobs. The actual sergeant of the detective unit himself, in this case, James Gummert, would never be the wiser. He says that this retired detective believes that Gummert more than likely does honestly believe that they are done with the case, and they've done all that they could with the case. And he isn't aware of any cover-up. He's probably telling the truth when he tells Catherine Michelle that there's no cover-up here. There's nothing. We're not hiding anything. It is what it is. The case is closed. He said he believes that Gummert is being honest in that answer. Keep in mind that he's also a pawn and would be doing whatever his commanding officer tells him, and he wouldn't question it. Now this relates. My friend, the detective, retired detective, said that this relates to a chain of command, much like the military. You have a chain of command in the police department, and you do what your commanding officer tells you to do. You don't think about it. You don't think, is this right? Is this decision wrong? Should I do the right thing? Should I do the wrong thing? You do it. You do what you're told. And the people beneath you do what you tell them to do. He said it's a chain of command. Your commanding officer, whoever that is, you do what you're told. For instance, James Gummert would not go to the police chief and say, you know what, something smells fishy with this case. I think that something's up. It doesn't smell right. The evidence just doesn't add up. He would deliver the reports, and if the police chief says the case is closed, he moves on to his next case. Now, he also says that because of the chain of command, much instilled very much like the military, you never go off course, and you don't do what your commanding officer tells you. Don't go off. You don't change course. That's just something you don't do. The other thing is that you're simply told, you do what you're told, and you do your job. He said your job would be in jeopardy if you ever went off course or ever disobeyed, essentially direct orders. So I thought that was interesting. Now, this detective, former detective, also says that he believes that if the department did make a mistake in the investigation or missed something related to the case, that he said you would expect them to dig their heels in and not admit it ever. He said even if there is a mistake, they're not going to come out and say, look, we're going to do a press conference, we made a mistake, let's reopen this Crowley case investigation because we have several mistakes that were made. Some things weren't followed up on. He laughed at me. He said, you would never, he says, no, Dan, you would never admit your mistakes. He says, there's such a thing called respect, and the other thing to keep in mind, he said, with police and law enforcement in general, much like the military, you're very proud. You also have a sense of control. Control is big with these people. He says, you're giving up control if you're coming out to admit that you're wrong. He said, you'll never see that. In other words, he said, this would be like any other job. It would be very, very embarrassing to say that you screwed up. Now, I mentioned to him that we're not looking to point fingers and blame folks. What I try to keep getting across on our page and with the members on our page is that we want the truth and we want justice. I would love it if the Apple Valley Police Department came out and said, look, we made a mistake. Not to say, ha ha, told you so, but to say, let's get the truth out there. We want justice for this family, of the victims of this, what I call a triple homicide. I still believe it's a triple homicide. We're looking to get justice. But after 4 years of trying to get this information out there and no one listening, it is frustrating. But he said they're going to dig their heels in, and they're not going to admit to anything. And then what I went on to say then is, if they do dig their heels in and they're not going to change their mind and come open to come face the facts of this is actual evidence, I said they must expect that they're going to receive some flack from the general public, and I believe they are. They're getting a lot of flack. They received a lot of flack for their poor effort on this case. Now, what I went on to say next to this individual is I said I tried to reiterate the fact that it's already been proven that David didn't do this. Okay? Proven. No way he could have done this. We've crossed that bridge months ago. that we know he didn't do this. Now the question is, how do you get something reopened, and how do you expose what really went on and try to get justice for this case? We're not trying to find out who did it, but we do know from the investigation that the investigators, we're hoping that the investigators would simply change the manner of death to undetermined for David Crowley. It's officially ruled a suicide. We know that can't be true. It physically couldn't have happened that way. And with the evidence that's been presented over and over and over again, it isn't a suicide. So could they please just change the death to undetermined? Now that's not going to happen either. And I said to him too that I said the group doesn't exist to change people's minds. We are not trying to force new ideas and change what their thinking is. Try to shove something down their throat. We're trying to be open and transparent and provide information so that people make their own decisions and come to their own conclusions. Right now we're in the mode of trying to show the public what was discovered and try to get justice for the family. Remember now, the Apple Valley Police Department did state that the public is not in danger. There's not criminals on the loose, there's not killers on the loose, and the public is not in danger. These are their words, not my words. These are their words. Now, if David didn't do the killings and didn't kill himself, that can't be true. The public is in danger, and the killers are on the loose. And so that's the point. We're trying to give the thrust, the main message of this entire process is the public is in danger, the killers are on the loose. And so if their job is to serve and protect the citizens of Apple Valley, Minnesota, are they doing that? This former detective also went on to state that there's other agencies involved in a case like this with 3 dead bodies. He said, for instance, you've got the Minnesota BCA, you've got the Dakota County Sheriff's Department, you've got the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit, and the Hennepin County Medical Examiner Office, the coroner. These are all very different agencies that are not out to cover the other agencies. They are independent agencies that aren't trying to kiss ass for anyone else. He said it would be extremely hard for a cover-up to happen that would include the commingling of all these agencies coming together to assist in a cover-up. He said that would be almost impossible to do. Now, I mentioned the last of all, I went on to go over a topic of being a police officer, being a law enforcement person, taking the oath and going, getting sworn in to do your job by taking this oath. And I said, if the cover-up was taking place, if there was a cover-up, how would something like this get exposed? Your oath tells you that, no, I'm not part of being I'm not involved, I'm not interested in being part of a cover-up. I'm going to step out of this because that's what my oath says. He went on to say that your oath does not come into play. It isn't even considered. Most don't even remember what the oath actually says, but it is considered part of a ceremony when you get sworn in and you get your badge. That is it. So this blew my mind, right? He says, no, the oath. I said, but you guys are held to a different standard. If you're a detective, a law enforcement officer, a patrolman, sheriff's department, any sort of law enforcement, you take a sworn oath to get that badge. That is up there. That's a whole nother level. He says, no. Your job is just like anyone else's job. You're there to get a salary. You're there to get a check. You're there to put food on the table, and when the day is done, you go home. He had mentioned it's similar to a politician getting sworn in to take office. It means nothing. He said, look at politicians. They're corrupt and they're dirty. They don't care about the oath. Similar to, I took that as something that was similar to as a student in school growing up, elementary school. every day you stand up, you do a pledge of allegiance to the flag. I don't know what the words mean or what they are. I also didn't care at the time. He said it's the same thing as that. You don't care. It's just a motion you go through. And I said, part of the cases that we cover, whether it's the Gary Webb murder, whether it's the Phil Marshall murder, the Michael Hastings murder, the Pat Tillman murder, the Senator Paul Wellstone murder, or back in the 60s when you've got RFK, JFK, MLK, these are obviously assassinations that have already been proven that they weren't what they are. And so these aren't just conspiracy buffs out there pushing hot air for those to, maybe they'll listen and, maybe they'll change their minds. These are people, these groups are groups of people trying to expose and trying to tell the general public what really happened based on facts and evidence. And so much like the case is here, we are not here. Believe me, we've got better things to do with our time than follow a case like this that none of us even know the participants or the victims. The point here is that it is a fact and that it is evidence that this didn't happen the way it is, and how do you open a case like this? And so this person says, I don't believe Gummert believes that. He's thinking, he's trying to, in his mind, he goes, it's probably just Gummert placating this group because he doesn't believe it. And so that's what I got into with him. I just asked, I said, what do you do? What do you do to try to wake people up, to let them know that we are serious as a group? This isn't a joke. We're not playing around. We're not wasting everyone's time. And so he didn't have an answer. He just says, it is what it is. They're not probably going to listen to you. They also don't care. And so he just said, tried moving it up the food chain. Dakota County Sheriff's Department, Minnesota State Attorney General. Hopefully this cleared up some issues we had with the recent statements by Sergeant Gummert. Please leave your comments below or your questions, and hopefully this added some value. Thanks for listening.
Hi YouTube, it's Catherine Michelle, and I want to preface this by saying we're going to be covering some sensitive material, and it's not going to be appropriate for all audiences. So if you are under the age of 18 or you get squeamish and don't want to hear about medical terms, then you need to not watch the video. Okay, today we are going to go over David Crowley's autopsy report. As you can see, I have multiple notes on this case, lots and lots of questions, things I've noticed that were irregular or didn't comply with what they were saying, and just a lot of things that brought attention to my brain. I'm like, well, wait a second, things don't make sense. So this might take a bit. First of all, we're going to go over with the gunshot wound. And also, I want to state that I know some people were saying that they were disagreeing with what Dr. Kelly was saying about how long the bodies had been present in the house. And I think we all need to step back and realize we are not experts. Unless you are an expert in this field and this is your job, it's best that you don't go around and post those comments publicly, because you're going to be shown to be wrong. And here's why. And I'm going to admit, I don't understand everything. And I was just so grateful, because the more research I did on David's autopsy and the condition of his body, the more I realized Dr. Kelly was 100% correct. The bodies had not and were not laying there for anything longer than maybe, if it was a week, I'd be surprised, which was what he was saying. He was saying a few days to a week at most. Now, here's why. On the gunshot wound to David's head, and I know some people are saying there were 2 gunshot wounds and he was shot in the face and all this other stuff. Please, no speculation. Let's go with strictly what's in the reports. The reports say that the exit wound was on the left parietal side. So you see, it can't be a face wound. It can't be going through the face. So it was on the left parietal side, probably right about this direction. Right around there is the exit wound. And it states that early to moderate decomposition and evidence of animal scavenging. I have a huge problem with that in this report. And I'm not saying the dog didn't eat some of them. Okay, we'll continue. And then we're going to jump down to the external examination. The rest of these two parts are additional who was present and then how they identified his body. We don't need to go over that. Now, this says that the body is that of a well-developed man. It says lividity and rigor are absent. The body is cool or refrigerated. They had taken it out of the refrigerator. Okay, I have questions about why the lividity is absent. We know why rigor is absent. It disappears within 36 hours, I believe. Again, don't quote me. That's a rough guesstimate. Lividity, however, should still be there. I had one deputy coroner tell me that lividity goes away once a body is refrigerated, and then I had Dr. Kelly say, no, that's not true. It's always going to be there. And this is sending up huge red flags in my head. I mean, we've got bells and whistles going off all over. So I'm like, okay, the only other thing that could cause lividity to be gone, and since it states it's gone in all of them, I believe, but I'm going to stick with David. How it's absent in David is exsanguation. Thank you. In other words, that's when the body is bled out. Then lividity would not be present. So how did that happen? Did somebody bleed them? By taking the hand or smashing their head? Although I think the blood would still be in the body if they smashed their head, because the heart would then stop. But so it would have to happen before death. These are just thoughts going in my head. And then it states early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration. We've gone through all that. We've talked about that. But the points I'm going to be emphasizing through all of these sections is this one part. It says post-mortem animal scavenging is evidenced by the absence of the majority of the head and neck. And it says apart from the posterior calvarium and overlying scalp, posterior neck, skin and soft tissue and cervical spine, and absence of the right hand. And I think it's important to note how they worded this report. Now here they're saying animal scavenging is what took the hand. But let's keep going. It says the posterior scalp is intact with patchy brown hair. The abdomen is flat. However, you can clearly see in the photo that there's bloating. So I'm not sure what they mean by the abdomen being flat. And it states here that the left hand is sealed. The right hand is absent. Let's go on to the next one. And it talks then about the clothing and the personal effects. Talks about dark green to red stains are on the collar, sleeves, and middle to the left side of the shirt, which we've already talked about that part. That's where the bloodline, it's almost a straight line. It was really weird, only on the left side, which tells me, again, when that blood fell, he was on his left side. So, yeah, figure that one out. Now, we're going to go to the internal evidence. It says, examined separately from the body at the time of autopsy from the sealed brown paper bag labeled with bone fragments near 15-0366. These are bone fragments that were found near David. Here is, that shows that they're referring to him. That's why they sent him with him. They found these bone fragments next to his body. And it says what's in them are multiple fragments of bone and hair. A maxilla with well-preserved natural teeth showing no metallic restorations is present. Multiple 1.5 to 14.5 centimeter maximum dimension skull bone fragments articulate well with each other and with the remaining calvarium on the body of the decedent. Okay, now, think about this. if this head was ripped apart by a dog and eaten, are you thinking the bone fragments articulate means that they fit? They fit together, and then they fit with what's left of his skull. Okay, how is that possible if a dog is eating it? Think about it. And now, here's a part. A separate non-articulating 8.5 centimeter maximum dimension skull bone fragment has a rounded defect along one edge with apparent internal beveling. The remaining bone fragments are irregular and of unidentifiable origin or consistent with phalanges, fingers. And so that, so whose part of the skull was that? This is the remaining part shows an entrance wound. So a rounded defect with internal beveling is an entrance wound. Okay, whose entrance wound was that? Didn't belong to David. And with my note here, I'm asking, since fragments articulate well with each other in the calvarium on the body, where's the proof of animal scavenging? Would the bones articulate well if they had been chewed and eaten? No. No, they wouldn't. And I think most of us can figure that out. So how did these parts of the skull get removed from each other? How did they break away? If they're so small, these would have evidence of teeth marks in them to break them into these pieces, but yet they don't. It does not state that they can see dog teeth. It doesn't state that there's evidence of chewing on these bones at all. They're just small pieces that fit together. How did they become small pieces? I don't think the dog did it. And again, whose bone is that? Whose bone that has the entrance wound is that? I don't know. Not yet, anyway. So, and then we need to find out why, how come and why don't the rest of the bone fragments articulate? They don't go into enough information, enough detail. They don't tell us if they see anything on these bones at all. They're just saying that they are fragments and they're unidentifiable and that they're not consistent with phalanges. Did they do a test on them to even find out if they're human? Did they test to find out if they belong, who they belong to? Not from any of the reports I've seen. They just said, they're unidentifiable, we'll leave them, we don't know what they are. That is not investigating a death. That's not investigating a crime. Now, we're going to go to the gunshot wound of the head. It says, the underlying parietal skull shows a 1.8 by 1 centimeter ovoid defect with external beveling. So, associated injuries include radiating linear skull fractures and brown discoloration of the surrounding soft tissue of the scalp. The entrance gunshot wound site and trajectory are indeterminate due to absence of the majority of the head. No projectiles were found. Now, this tells me so far that they were only able to determine he was shot once in the head. And again, let's go back to some people are saying that they think he was shot maybe twice. We know Camille was shot twice. But from what I'm reading here, he was shot once. The exit wound is over here. Now, we're going to go to the internal examination. Now, pay attention to how they word this. The head. Absence of the brain, apart from scant liquefied material and majority of the skull due to animal scavenging is previously described. Neck. Absence of the skin, soft tissue, muscles, hyoid bone, etc. I'm not going to read you everything. Are absent due to animal scavenging. Musculoskeletal system. The skeletal systems are tan, pink, and soft. The bony skeleton, apart from previously described The bony skeleton, apart from previously described skull injuries and artifact due to animal scavenging, is intact and normal. Okay? And then it discusses the body cavities. we'll go back to that. But there, let me find the other part. I'm reading this, and I am not seeing where it talks about the hand again. It is only mentioned once. Why? You know, I don't understand why it was only mentioned once at the very beginning. Yeah, and then that part at the beginning, it does not state that, oh, here we go. This is, okay, it states over here. The right hand is absent, and then it goes on to talk about all of that. And every other part, let me show you. Due to animal scavenging, due to animal scavenging, due to animal scavenging. Talks about the missing hand in this section. Not one mention of animal scavenging. So that tells me they don't think that the right hand was taken by an animal. Okay. Now we're going to go to the respiratory system, which I think is really important. We need to start understanding that. And the reason why I'm going to bring this up is because it really points to how long the bodies had been lying there. And under respiratory system, it says, sectioning reveals no mass lesions of areas of consolidation. The pulmonary parenchyma is red-brown to green and diffusely crepitant. And the pulmonary parenchyma, it's the part that makes up the, let me go back. Makes up a large portion of the alveoli. And the alveoli are the small air sacs in the lungs, and the crepitus is like a crackling sound. So these are small items, and so they couldn't have been dead for too long because the internal organs start to liquefy rather quickly, and these are obviously still intact, where they can look and they can feel and they can hear, and so that tells you a lot. And it says that the tracheobronchial tree and pulmonary vasculature are unobstructed. Again, these are small things within between the lungs and on the lungs and inside the lungs. Actually inside, not on. And they can dissect these. They can take a look at them. So these organs are still intact. And again, that's an indication as to how long they had been dead. The cardiovascular system. The 230-gram heart is contained in an intact pericardial sac. Pericardial sac is a very thin membrane that surrounds the heart. The coronary arterial distribution is normal and right dominant. Cross sections of the vessel show no significant atherosclerosis. The myocardium is tan brown and softened. The valve leaflets are thin and mobile. The arterial and ventricular septa are intact. The foramen ovale is sealed. The aorta shows no significant atherosclerosis and gives rise to 3 intact and patent arch vessels. They see everything in the heart. The entire part of the heart is there, and they can see it. They can touch it, and even the valves are still there. And on the liver and biliary system, section reveals no mass lesions. So again, on the liver, it's solid, it's still there. They can cut it. Let's see. Let's go on the pancreas. No mass lesions. Adrenals. No masses or areas of hemorrhage are identified. Now, the genitourinary system. The external surfaces are intact and smooth. The cut surfaces are red-brown with indistinct corticomedullary junctions. The pelvis are unremarkable and the ureters are normal and coarse in caliber. White bladder mucosa overlies an intact bladder wall. The bladder contains no urine. The prostate is normal in size with lobular tan-brown parenchyma. The seminal vesicles are unremarkable. The testes are free of mass lesions, contusions, or other abnormalities. Now, parenchyma, you're going to hear that a lot in the body. It's not just in one section or another, but it's just a part. It's a different type of tissue. And the fact that that's there and they can see it and they can cut these is telling you these bodies have not been lying there for very long. The gastrointestinal tract. The esophagus is intact and lined by gray-white partially otolized mucosa. And as you know, autolysis is the very first beginning part of decomposition. That's the first thing that happens. Autolysis is the breaking down of the tissues. It's kind of where the body kind of starts to eat the body itself by breaking it down. The stomach contains no food or medication. The gastric wall is intact. The duodenum, loops of small bowel, and colon are unremarkable. The appendix is present. Now, if the colon is there, which if I remember my anatomy correctly, so don't quote me 100% on this, but I do believe that the intestines are one of the first things that decompose and break down due to all the bacteria that's naturally inside the colon. And here, it's intact and unremarkable. It's fine. There's nothing wrong. They can't see anything wrong with it. So again, to me, that indicates that they had not been there for maybe a week at most. I just, okay. And then they go on to state that representative tissue biopsies are submitted and retained. The dissected organs are returned to the body. So again, they're there. The whole body is there, the liver, the organs, and everything. So again, you know, where's the deceased, you know, and where is the proof that they were there for so long? And I was reading in this book. I was reading this book called Forensic Science by Andrea Campbell, and this book called The Encyclopedia of Crime Scene Investigation, and this is by, I think they have multiple authors. Let's see, yeah, they do. Oh, Michael Newton, sorry about that. Here you go. Here's the book. Now, in this book, it talks about, and I'm going to go into this further in another video, but this one talks about crime scene investigation and how it should happen. And it says that, of course, a call comes in, dispatch then sends an officer, patrol officers visit, and then then next they call a detective. The detective then decides, do they need a medical examiner? And then if the medical examiner's there, they have the criminalist and other forensic experts respond to the scene. And then it says, here's what's very important to remember, which it goes back to what, if you guys watched the video that Dan and Greg did with Russell, here's what he said, and it states right here, because I know a few people are like going, how does he know what he's saying, and blah, blah, blah. Now, that was only by a few people. Most people were very receptive to what he said, and when I was reading this, it made me realize that this Russell knew what he was talking about. It says that the criminalists and other forensic experts respond to the scene when summoned by detectives, sketching, photographing, and or videotaping evidence in situ. Now, however, by the time the forensics and the crime scene people got there, the police officers had already gone in and started taking pictures, were opening drawers and opening. They messed up the scene. That is huge, huge no-no. And here, in this book, Forensic Science. Now, everybody keeps going around saying, you know, your opinion, your opinion. What I tell you is not my opinion. It's based on fact and not only my experience, but from other information as well. And it says here, protection of the crime scene is crucial. A good officer has a long list of don'ts. He or she will not touch, move, or alter anything. Use the telephone, flush the toilets, or run tap water. And again, we'll cover this more in another video, but we all know that the police officers were not only walking all around the backyard, they were closing the door before anybody got there, opening it again. They were opening up drawers and cabinets. They were walking around. And there's one in here, and I will cover that again in the next one, where it says that the only thing should be one officer. One officer goes in if it's an obvious death, which this was. They go in, one path in, one path out. And after that, when they determine it's been a murder and they need other specialists there, they are to secure the scene and not allow anybody, nobody, no officers, no people, nobody into the scene, because it contaminates the scene and everything. But in this case, you had multiple officers going through the entire house. They go in and they start taking video and they took pictures, I believe. But again, they're opening things, they're doing stuff they have no business doing. One officer should have gone in, they checked, they cleared, and they should have gone right back out. They should have followed their path and then left. And they should have absolutely taken pictures of the backyard before they all started trampling through it. Right now we only have where they say that they saw animal tracks. What kind of animal? Was it a dog? Was it a cat? Was it something? Was it somebody else's dog? So right now, you don't know if somebody else brought another dog into the house. We have no proof of anything because they didn't do their job correctly. And again, when I'm looking and thinking about the fact that lividity is missing, the first thing that pops into my head is it's a rough day. Exsanguination. There we go. Exsanguination. God, I sound like a retard. Sorry about that. Was that a possibility? He had limbs missing. His hand was gone. Did they bleed out from that? And I believe in the other ones, they also had lividity missing. Why? Renaya had her arm gone. Camilla had both hands missing. Were they all bled out before they died? Is that why there's such a lack of blood when, some of the other injuries occurred? And we'll be going over that too in yet another video, where the blood is versus where the bodies are. You have a so-called footprint, and they're trying to footprint and blood. But if you go and you look at these photos, it doesn't look like a footprint. They look like handprints, like somebody's in a glove or something, and they kind of did this because there's like this much of a gap between the toe and the big toe and then the next toe in one of them. Now, I don't know who did that, an ape? Come on, give me a break. That was not a footprint. And it's only supposedly say this is the foot, and it's only like this section. You never see anything past that on any of these footprints. So were these people exsanguinated? Why is it that the bones don't articulate and the ones that do articulate show no evidence of animal scavenging? Now, how did they get in, again, how did they get into little pieces? If the dog didn't do it and they articulate well, how did they get into little pieces? Figure that one out. Again, bad investigation. Let's see. And again, they're saying that the abdomen is flat. We know that there is some bloating in David, so I don't know why they stated his abdomen was flat when it clearly was not. And again, the skull fragments. And the fact that there is crepitus in the pulmonary parenchyma and the alveoli, that tells you that those are absolutely intact. Again, small things. They would obviously be decomposed. They would start to liquefy faster if the bodies had been there more than 10 days, more than 3 days. I'm thinking that even by 7 to 10 days, these parts of the bodies would actually probably be mostly liquefied by this point. But yet here they are able to actually slice them and see that everything is fine. They can cut them and feel them and look at them. Let's see. One last thing. I think, okay, you know what? I think that pretty much covers it. And this was just such an eye-opener. Also, on some of the photos, you'll see that the police officers took pictures of a newspaper that was lying in the trash can, and on that date was December 26th. Now, the bodies were found on January 17th. Where's the other newspapers? This is why so many of us think that this was a staged scene. Okay, before I get to that, let me jump back to this other point about the stages of decomposition, because I really want to mention this stuff about the staging of a scene. On the page in this is an online website. So I don't always take everything offline, because anybody can post anything online and call it an article, and unfortunately people believe it and read it. However, this is correlates with everything that doctors have told me, what I have read in actual books. So this is why I'm going to this particular site. This is from the Forensics Library under decomposition. And it says stages of decomposition. Fresh, 1 to 2 days. This stage begins almost instantly from the moment of death. The heart stops beating. Cells gradually lose their structural integrity and begin to break down, releasing cellular enzymes which break down cells and tissues in a process known as autolysis. That's important to know. This is fresh, 1 to 2 days, autolysis begins. However, internally bacteria within the gastrointestinal tract begin to digest the soft tissues of the organs. Throughout this stage, certain early post-mortem indicators may begin to occur, such as livor mortis, pooling of blood, rigor mortis, stiffening of the muscles, and algor mortis, which is the body temperature reduction. Bloated, 2 to 6 days. This stage of decomposition includes the first visible signs of decay, namely the inflation of the abdomen due to buildup of various gases produced by bacteria. Days 5 through 11. Okay, now if you remember looking at the bodies, David does start to have some bloat. Days 5 to 11, the previously inflated carcass now deflates and putrid internal gases are released. Now this is why I'm saying there's no way he could have been dead past, they could not have been dead past 10 days, because he's still at the beginning of the bloating phase. And that happens in 2 to 6 days. By days 5 to 11, the gases are released, the bloating goes down. And this is also important to note. Then fluids begin to drain from the corpse via any available orifice, particularly the nose and mouth. Well, obviously those are gone. The internal organs typically decompose in a particular order, starting with the intestines and ending with the prostate or uterus. So, okay. The intestines, like I said earlier, do decompose first. Post-decay, days 10 to 24. By the time the stage is reached, decomposition slows and most of the flesh has been stripped from the skeleton. Okay, so obviously they still have plenty of flesh. Nothing has been falling off. So they had to have been dead somewhere between 1 and 10 days. And now I know why Dr. Kelly was saying he was thinking more around 4 to 6 days, and he said at most a week to maybe 10 days, but he said nothing passed. He said there's no way that they've been there 3 weeks. Absolutely not, because by day 24, that's 3 weeks and 3 days, the skin is falling off. It's gone. So if they had been laying there for that length of time, there would be slippage. There would be skin coming off of the bones, and none of that. The autopsy report does not state slippage. So I felt that was extremely important to note. Now back to the inconsistencies of the dates. So bodies are found January 17th. The newspaper that they found in there was December 26th. And the bodies obviously had only been lying there for at most 7 to 10 days. At the very most. None of that adds up. Not one bit. So that screams to me staging, absolute staging, and very poor staging at that. I also have, I've been doing a lot of research on handwriting. And this actually is going to turn into a lot longer than what I thought, so I decided I would go ahead and do a complete video on just the handwriting. And I'm not going to show you real close. I just want you to know what this is the notes. This is the one where it says, supposedly it says, submit to Allah now, written by David, quote unquote David. This is David's actual handwriting. And Danny's handwriting. And we will compare David's handwriting and Danny's handwriting to the note. That one is quite interesting. So I'm not naming names, so please don't go around and write some more nasty comments. And I'm just saying that, you know, if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. And when I get more information, when I get more proof as I'm doing this, like I said, the more I see this and the more I research, names are coming into play. And yes, I mean names. Right now, it seems there are at least 2, possibly 3 people that were involved in this, from what I can find. Again, I don't have any solid proof, so until I get to that point in my investigation, that is where my investigation is leading me. And until I get that, I'm not going to say anything more. I definitely have a list, not even just 3. I have a list of people that I'm going through. And as I go through, I'm like marking off their names. But right now I don't have too many names marked off, so I don't have enough narrowed down. But once I get to that point, we'll take it from there at that stage. So to wrap it up, David's autopsy does not state in any, it states at the beginning that they see animal scavenging. But when it comes to the part where they're actually discussing the right hand that is missing, it does not say animal scavenging was noticed at all. But every other section of the body where there's injury, it does state animal scavenging. That caught my eye. So that tells me that they didn't see that on the hand, because otherwise they would have noted it. Other than at the very beginning when they just state that in a brief overall comment that animal scavenging was found on the body, and that would be in this section under external examination when they're including everything. But as they go through and they start breaking down, talking about the left hand and the right hand, animal scavenging not mentioned. Every other section, okay, my papers. We're talking about the internal examination when you have the head, the neck, and the musculoskeletal system. All mention it, so why not mention it on the hand? So again, that just tells me that my interpretation of their initial writings was correct, that the hand is missing and gone, but not by the dog. So lots and lots to think about here. Why was lividity absent? How did that happen? Why did they call David's abdomen flat when there was obvious bloating? Unless by the time they actually got to the body, maybe it had gone flat. But in the pictures we see, there's bloating because that medical examiner took hours to show up to the scene, stayed 45 minutes and left. Again, we're going to cover that in the investigation section of my videos. So maybe by the time they got it, more hours of decay had happened. But, you know, even though the police showed up and were taking photos when they shouldn't have, I think that's one part there. They screwed up a lot in moving and opening drawers and opening toilet lids when they had no right to do so. That was not their job. But they did us all a favor by taking a photo of that body showing that he was bloated. So even a mistake can turn around and help you out in the end. If you have any questions, again, just leave your comments at the bottom and ask them there, or I will leave my email address and you can write me questions there as well. And I will leave the names of these books, and so maybe you can pick them up in your library. And I will also leave the link to the article that I read talking about decomposition in the stages, because I think it's really important that everyone gets to understand the stages of decomp. Those who are sitting there and are insisting that those bodies were there for 3 weeks, you are wrong. Go back and study. I don't care what you think you know. I don't care what you think you've read. Decomp happens in a particular stage. It cannot change. It's not like, okay, skin will fall off and then you have bloating. It doesn't happen like that. It happens in a particular way. And by that, and scientifically, in how those bodies were found, and the description of not only in the photos, but in their autopsy reports, tells you that those bodies were there for a very short period of time. Okay, hope you guys all have a great day, and I hope this made more sense than what it sounds like in my head. I think I was rambling because after reading this and starting to highlight, I literally was just like pacing the floor going, oh my God, this is so screwed up. This is so wrong. This is so wrong. How could they say he did this? And again, I'm going to try to do more research on why the lividity is absent. And again, the only reason that I could find so far that would be absent is if they were all bled, if he was bled. And I'll go through each one. Did somebody bleed them out? Did they cut off their hand and did they die due to blood loss? And then did they shoot them in the head? There's so many things that are possibilities right now. And the fact that this case was closed and it was determined a murder-suicide within 2 days is appalling. It's disgusting and it's disturbing. I have more questions than any answers I've ever found. They didn't bother to find out, why is there no lividity? Where did the hand go? Why didn't they test anything in the dog? The only thing they did with the dog was put it into an animal hospital. And I've contacted this animal hospital, Palomino, I think is what it was, and they haven't even responded. All I did was ask what was the condition of the dog. That is not classified. It's not withheld information. What was the condition of the dog when it was brought to you? And they refused to answer. So, and again, that explains. There was somebody else who actually wrote a question on one of my other videos. I think it was Tuppy, Tuppy. And this person brought up an extremely, really good question. They're like, they didn't see the photos from the downstairs. They just saw the ones upstairs. And they're like, there's not enough dog feces laying around. There would be a lot more if the dog had been in the house for 3 weeks, which is true. But they also said, where's the dog urine? And I'm like, wait a second, that's a really good question. I hadn't thought about that. But they did. Nowhere does it mention dog urine, but we sure do see a lot of dog poop. So where did the dog pee? And we know that the food and the water were fresh. Again, that makes more sense with the bodies being there only right around 7 to 10 days. Okay, again, getting into another video. I want to save that for that video. There are a lot more things we're going to talk about. But thank you, Tuppy. That was a great question and something I'm going to definitely look into. And any other questions, again, sorry for the rambling, but you guys have a great day. Keep those questions coming because I think the more we ask, the more we're going to see that this conclusion was not only rushed, but it's wrong. And like Russell said in the video previously, and I know I mentioned him in the video that Dan and Greg had posted, but I really see now why he said we need to concentrate on the how. It didn't make sense when I first heard it and I was listening to him, and even though he kept repeating it a lot, it didn't make sense until finally, a couple of days later, it just clicked. And I'm like, okay, now I understand. We have to figure out, how did the bodies get there? How did the lividity disappear? How is it that there's blood in certain areas but the bodies aren't there? How did those blood patterns end up in the way they did, where it looks like there's splatter versus droplets, and all in the same area? And so since he said that and I started looking more at the how, things are coming more clear in my brain. And it's making a lot more sense. And again, everything I'm, not only myself, but Dan Hennon, Greg Fernandez, everybody in the group, well, just about everybody in the group, and justice for David Crowley, David Crowley and his family, that Dan Hennon had put up. And all of those others out there on YouTube who were trying and screaming and saying injustice has been done. This was a rushed case. They came to a rushed conclusion. And the fact that a medical examiner didn't show up for at least 6 to 8, 10 hours after the call came in, and then only stayed for 45 minutes. You've got 3 bodies there, 3. and he was in there and gone in 45 minutes. Now, I went on a call with a deputy coroner, and this was a known suspect. They had the person arrested. They knew what it was. It was a murder. And that deputy coroner stayed on scene, one person with everything known. They had it all wrapped up in a nice tight bow. The person, confessed. So, they had the weapon and everything. So it wasn't a big secret. But still, it took that person 3 hours of doing their investigative work for one person. 3 hours. And this was 45 minutes for 3 bodies in the Crowley case. Think about that. Have a great day.
I first heard about this case through another YouTuber. His name was Richie from Boston, and it was in December of 2017. I just heard him mention the case, and I thought it was interesting, and at first I'm like, okay, maybe they just don't understand the medical terminology in the autopsy reports. So I figure, and then from there I found the Facebook page, and so I went on there and I looked at the autopsy reports, and I said, okay, I'll just, do some videos and explain to these people what the autopsies mean, because maybe they're confused. I really was not expecting what I found. And then as soon as I started reading the autopsy report, nothing was adding up to the official storyline. It just didn't add up. And from there it went from, yeah, this is not a murder-suicide, this is a triple homicide, and that was evident from day one. And from there I just started delving in deeper, and I haven't looked back.
Well, that's very good. And just the preliminary information, Catherine, that I had looked at, I said, that doesn't appear to be a murder-suicide. Now, I'm not an investigator, but I do investigate, and I have a mind that looks at cause and effect, and I was not impressed with the conclusion of the police department, and as I understand it, and you may know, they came to this conclusion rather quickly.
Yes, in fact, it is quoted in one of the online newspaper articles where the police chief determined within 2 hours, it states. Whether or not that's a typo, they didn't have it retracted and it was never changed. It said that they decided within 2 hours it was murder-suicide, and to me, that was beyond crazy.
That seems suspicious, in my opinion.
Yes.
Not that I accuse the chief or anybody else, but that seems to be almost like a foregone conclusion that everything is obvious, this is a murder-suicide. And that closes the case.
Right.
Which I don't think that's the need. I think there is need for, I hate to say it the way I'm going to, no offense to anybody in the police department, but a real investigation to look at the real evidence and see where it leads.
Yes, and I agree. And I've talked with Detective Sergeant Gummert a couple of times, and he really is a nice guy. He was always very professional. He never talked down or never had an attitude. He was actually very polite, very professional. However, it's just the lack of investigation, jumping to conclusions before they even had any reports back. They leave the house with 6 casings and 3 bullet fragments, and then determine and had already predetermined David was guilty, when they still to this date are lacking the bullet that killed him, and they had walked out that day with no physical evidence showing David was guilty of anything.
Wow. And that says something to me. And I've noticed, now this is another case that I was looking at with Philip Marshall, and I told him, these cases kind of line up in how they happened and how the evidence is kind of there, and the police departments, both separate cases, separate time zones, separate everything, come up to similar conclusions in a quick fashion. I find that disturbing. And I find it disturbing in this case because it does no justice to the victims here, which I consider them murder victims, all 3 of them. And I think each of these points that you brought up, how they were shot, and the evidence on site and the lack of investigation is troubling, and especially with the evidence as it is based on what we see. And I'm wondering how or why they came to such a conclusion. Did you get any information from the detective that indicated that, oh, this is definitely it, and why? Or what was his offerings on this case?
He just said that they came to a decision and it's going to stay there. He said they believe they came to the right conclusion. They see no reason to look at anything else. They never saw a reason to look at anyone else. And they're content with their findings, and that's that. They're done. And I was appalled by his response.
That's scary.
Yes.
And as professional as he is, and you know, when you're trying to cover something up, you try to appear normal, you try to appear authoritative, and you try to allay fear that it's something else.
Correct.
It seems like he didn't do anything to do that. He didn't offer evidence. He just stated their conclusion.
Yes, he wasn't going to do anything. He wouldn't budge. He wouldn't even answer the question. I had sent the police chief. I have sent the Dakota County attorney, the Dakota sheriff, the Dakota County sheriff, and then the Minnesota State Attorney General. I've sent all of them, as well as Detective Sergeant Gummert, proof that we have found recently that shows beyond a shadow of a doubt that David was murdered. There's blunt force trauma on his head. And I kept asking him, do you see this? Are you telling me that you and your officers are investigators? Do you see it, or are you telling me you do not see it? He wouldn't answer the question at all. He just simply went back to, we have our decision and we're sticking to it.
Okay. And no, in the government in which I served, you deny things and you stick to the party program, whatever it is. This sounds like a cover-up more than a decision and an actuality that they discovered that it was a murder-suicide. Now that sounds like it's covering something, and that there might be a reason beyond what we're seeing, obviously in this case, that they've come to that decision. And that stands out as a big red flag to me. It really does. And I don't know why, when we go above to the attorney generals and so forth with these items and they do not respond, and I bet that that's a deference to the local department, and they communicate and they stick with this decision. And to me, that's a very troubling sign for a police department, especially when we see conflictory evidence presented like that. And that, to me, is a very troubling thing. Did you get to talk to anybody else, or was there anybody else on record who had anything to say about this case from an official perspective?
No, I tried for over a week to get in touch with the police chief, Wrightskull, and
Okay.
he absolutely refused. He wouldn't even take my call. I had to leave a message, and then that's when Detective Gummert called me back, and he's the only one, and he said that the police, this was in a previous conversation, that the police chief was basically too busy, and Wrightskull had asked Gummert to take care of it. But no one else would talk to me.
In other words, get this lady off my back. I don't want to
That's
talk.
how it felt. Yes.
That's how I look at it. And, I kind of get it that way. Because if he had been at least professional, as you're describing in this, he would have called back and said, I have, by my investigation, and due to certain things you don't know, which we can't talk about, come to this conclusion. In other words, they have evidence of. But the fact, I learned something from you just now, that he had blunt force trauma.
Yes.
This, along with the other evidence with even out the blunt force trauma, I came to a quick conclusion as I looked at things in my research. I said, no, this was a murder. All three were murdered.
Yes.
And what purpose would there be, and what motive? And Greg and I were discussing this, and in the time that you're ready to do that, did you discover anything that would indicate why they all had to be killed? I thought if somebody had a problem with Crowley. In his perspective, they could have, X'd him out, killed him, whatever they were going to do, and leave the wife and the daughter. But it's interesting that the whole family was killed, and it would seem to me that somebody was taking him out and the wife walked in on it. I don't know. What evidence and what things do you purport or can find or have seen that would indicate kind of how this played out? Did they have a scenario on that?
Well, a lot of it is just going to be plain speculation because there's no way for us to know for sure. But what I've gathered from what I've found is my belief is, and I could be 100% wrong, but my belief system is that Kamel and Rania were used as pawns against David. They wanted something from David. David wouldn't give it up, so they used the wife and the child. And then ultimately, we don't know who died. We have a pretty good guess, according to the autopsies, who died first. You're looking at the stomach contents. David was completely empty. He had no food in his stomach at all. Kamel did have a brown liquid. Rania had a brown liquid, or tan. They call it a tan liquid for both of them. But she also had undigested food particles. So if you're going by rate of stomach contents, I would guess, my best guess is that Rania died first, and then Kamel, and then David last. And it was very... I'm sorry, what? Died first, yeah. I'm sorry, what?
Excuse me for interrupting, but I was just elucidating here. It was the daughter that died first?
That would be my guess, because she had not only the same tan liquid that the mother had, but she had undigested food particles as well.
So
and digestion stops on death.
Right, and what was the daughter's name again?
I say Rania. I could be saying it wrong. Greg, how do you pronounce her name?
Yeah, that's right. You're saying it right.
Okay.
Rania. Good. And so the mother Kamel died. Those two died first then, before he did.
Yes.
Okay, that would make sense if somebody was saying, give me information or give me something, whatever they were searching for, and he said, I don't have anything. And then they kill them and then take him out. And the evidence of the gun is one of the things that really made me base it, that it was a homicide, because they said it was found behind his left hand or next to his left hand. Is that correct?
Well, one of the police reports states it was found a couple inches from his left hand, and another report by Detective Bones states it was found 1 foot south of his left hand. But yes, it was on the left side of his body.
Now, was he right-handed?
Yes.
That doesn't make sense. That's an obvious, I think, an obvious indicator that was either, and that was the gun that killed the daughter and the mother.
Well, that, and Greg has done a lot of research on that, and that's something we really, by reading the reports, they're not really particularly clear on that.
Really? Because they would have the forensics to go over that. The patterns on the bullet would indicate if it came from that gun. Wow. Now that, I was surprised, I'm surprised to hear that.
Yeah, Greg has a lot of information on that, but the thing about the gun that gets me is that, it was David's gun. It was registered to him. It's his weapon, but yet his prints are not on it. Now, if he supposedly shot his wife and daughter and then himself, his prints would be everywhere all over that gun. And there are his prints nowhere to be found. Yeah, and the only print that they found was a latent fingerprint left in blood on the magazine, but that print did not belong to David.
Another indicator that this was a murder.
Correct.
And for the police to ignore these things, let's just say this wouldn't pass muster on Law and Order.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
not to put out a show on that, but this seems totally aberrant and totally outside of police investigation. And I watch a show by Homicide Hunter with Lieutenant Kenda. I bet he'd look at this and go, no, this is not the answer.
Yeah.
And obviously, even to a layman, this has obviously holes running all through their story. And I've learned these other things from you tonight about blunt force trauma. And even without that, I knew this was murder and not a, he was a more stable a person based on some information I had gotten than to be someone to break and kill his daughter and wife, when I understand he was a believer in the Most High and acted in that accord. And every family has disagreements and problems, but none of those were indicators of him reacting this way. Did you have information that supports that?
Absolutely. There's another news article, and I believe they had interviewed Mitch Heil, which is his grade school buddy. He'd known him for quite some time. And talking about David's career in the military, when he went in there for the last time, he'd been sent to war a few times. And the last time he said he's done. He says he couldn't take another human life. He couldn't do it anymore. And so they put him into some menial little job because he absolutely refused to shoot another human. So that, to me, does not ring with someone who's going to turn around and then kill officer
especially his daughter, his wife. If he was flipping out and had a PTSD type breakdown, I would see maybe killing his wife if there was something, maybe due to some idea in his own head, but not his daughter. And the realities that I look at in that really shine that he did not do this. And the question is, what is being covered up? He was working on a project, a film project, and I think, in my mind, it might have been tied to something they didn't want published and out there in public view. In my opinion, that's just not knowing what the content was, but based on the idea of what he was producing and getting ready to put out publicly. Did you get any information along that line?
Yes, and that's just it. I can't say with 100% certainty, was it, a quote-unquote government hit, or was it really about anger and personal revenge on the part of some of his associates, because as we all know, Danny August Mason felt he was entitled to quite a bit of more substantial stake in the Gray State Project than what David felt he was entitled to, and he would not sign over a release. He just flat out ignored it and then would write back and say, well, yeah, I know you want me to sign this, and, hey, I need to think about this. And that all started like once David received, or maybe it was before, David had received the $30 million offer to just do the Rise. Now that was only the Rise. There was still a whole lot more money to come from the rest of the project. And was Danny angry because he felt he was going to be losing money he felt he was entitled to? We don't, that's again speculation. However, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, and this is for me, in my opinion, and I'm, strictly just me. This is not including Greg or anybody else, but there's, to me, there's more than enough circumstantial evidence that points toward Danny August Mason and Sean Wright. And when I was going through photos and I was looking through Danny August Mason's Facebook page, he shows a photo of his dog. Now, as you know, there was a blue blanket, and that blue blanket, as well as through the rest of the house, there were multiple and mostly white dog hair. Now, the family dog was not mostly white. He was mostly brown and shades thereof. Now, Danny August Mason posted a photo of his dog, which is a pure white pit bull, who he rescued from a fighting ring type thing. The dog had been taught to kill and attack. And so I sent this to the police too. I go, you're looking for a dog, at least that has a lot of white fur. Paleo didn't have that much white fur, and this dog was trained to kill and to fight. and you have Danny August Mason, who, you know, is at odds over the, you know, what he felt were his rights versus David's rights. And again, I'm not saying he did it. I'm saying this is, to me, strong circumstantial evidence that points, at least the police should have questioned him, and they didn't do it.
What's interesting, too, is the missing hand and arm, and that would tie into a fact that I think of. If that dog attacked and he wanted to get rid of evidence, what do? The arm and the hand would be taken, in a sense, to get rid of evidence. And with the white fur there, that's my thought. Don't know.
Yeah, they would have to actually take that arm off. A dog could not, and not even that pit bull could rip that arm off that little girl's
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it was ripped
That's
from the
true.
socket. So, yeah, it was quite violent. This family was murdered in a horrendous way.
And that stands out to me. And now I begin to see a picture of, if it was him and his dog, the dog was involved, that would bring some type of control into the situation where it would keep the family from doing anything to subdue him or the perpetrator, whomever it may be. And this case now gets more and more ominous in its outcome and reasoning. And from a police perspective, you would think, hey, we better find out who did this and not declare it a murder-suicide, because whoever did this is psycho.
Yeah.
It has no taste to it, in my opinion.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I had the unfortunate experience of conversing with Sean Wright via emails, and he's quite an angry, violent person, and he also is has a strong knowledge base of the Muslim religion. And that was another angle that the police never looked at. You know, they want to blame this on David because of the Allahu Akbar, which was on the wall, but there were several of his friends that had a really strong, I don't know if you want to call it a faith, but they followed and read up on and would quote that religion quite often. And they never talked to them either. That
is ignoring evidence.
Yes.
That's turning your eye away from the truth. And what I'm seeing now is a clear picture of denial by the police department, of following up on very clear indicative direction from the evidence that produces the fact that Mr. Crowley did not commit this crime. This is malfeasance at its highest order, in my opinion.
Agreed. You know, and that was one thing, you know, when I first talked to Sergeant Gummert the first time, and he was making the comment, he goes, I know a lot of people go out there and they're, you know, all these conspiracy theories about it being a hit, blah, blah, blah. He goes, but it's not. And then the second time, which is actually on my video where I put out exactly what he stated, and I told him there, I said, you and I have discussed this before about, you know, and I said, I really fought against this being, you know, a hit of some sort. I go, but now you're leaving me no other choice but to believe that, because you're not going to investigate the evidence given to you. You're stating you're content with your decision, and how can you be content when you see with your own two eyes that he was murdered, and you see where the scalp fragment was cut away from his head? And I said, you know, a dead man cannot do that to himself. And you're still going to turn around and ignore that. And, you know, and he's just like, yeah, okay, you know, I get it.
And he's confronted with the evidence, so he didn't say a word about that other than that.
Right, he wouldn't even talk about it. He wouldn't confirm nor deny it. In fact, I had sent that to them both at the same time, and the first time he called me back, he's like, well, I have to admit, he goes, I haven't read anything. I just glanced over it and just, you know, and then just closed out my email. And I said, well, you really need to look at those photos. It's kind of telling here. And then the second time when he's like, you know, I just said, tell me, do you see it? And he's just like, we're content with our decision.
And one thing I'm noticing right now, next to the foot with the sock is a clump of hair, brown hair.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that very curious. That's not dog hair. It looks like human hair.
Yes.
And did you look up that, and was that from, it looks like somebody cut it, or it, that obviously didn't just cut it. It looks like it's not connected to anything, not to the skull or anything, but if it was, that means he couldn't scalp himself or cut hair after he did that, unless he had shot himself and it blew a portion of the skull off, but there's no blood.
That's from his wife, though. That's from his wife. That's her foot there, so can we assume that that's her hair? And does it look cut? Does it look like there's any? Well,
it's by the foot, and I'm going. Her head would be quite a distance.
Her head was almost completely gone.
Oh, okay.
That's another weird thing. How did the hair get there too? And is this from decomp, or is it? And does it look cut?
How did the hair get to the foot? Is my question. And
how did the blood get on the foot? I don't.
Yeah, and I don't see the source for the blood, unless she had, and it's something that she didn't step in.
Unless she was turned over, right? Or
it's like she was laying in blood, and that her foot was in blood.
Well, my take on that is, and I did speak with a coroner friend of mine, and they said the same thing that Dr. Kelly had stated about that foot, and it's not blood per se. What that is, and both of them said the same thing without each other's knowledge of what was being said. So, again, this is a medical examiner and a deputy coroner,
so
and they
corroborated. Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
It's corroborated by their independent opinions.
Yes. And what they said to them, it looks like, is that the blood is coming from the skin underneath the sock. They said it looks like decomp fluid that is actually what is something called a bleb. It's where the skin starts to bubble and looks like a blister full of fluid, and then the bleb popped, and then it seeped up through the sock. And they both said the same thing. So
that would be something that, of course, not being a medical examiner, I wouldn't know. So that looks conclusive to be due to the time that they were there, nearly 3 weeks. That makes sense.
Yeah, they weren't there 3 weeks.
Do they know, based on this, can they guess at least, like, how long this foot has been here, or the decomp rate that would cause the blood to do that? Like, how quickly or how late in the decomp process would that happen? Do we know that?
Well, both of them were looking at the rate of decomp on the skin, both on David's abdomen and on Kamel's leg that shows through the rip in the pants. Now, you have to remember the foot is covered in a sock, so it's going to be a little hotter, and it may or may not decompose a little bit faster. It's half on a rug, and it's in a sock, so, the skin will start to form these blisters of decomp fluid, and then they will rupture and pop faster. But both of them stated, even, Dr. Kelly, when I asked him specifically, I said, were these bodies here for 3 weeks? He said no. He said his best guess was 4 to 7 days, 10 days at most. And the deputy coroner stated the same thing. They said there's no way these bodies are decomped at a level of 3 weeks. They said no way. And even the medical examiner, in her reports for all three, states the rate of decomp as early to moderate, and that still falls in with anywhere from day 1 to day 10 or 11.
Well, they were found on what was the date, Greg?
They were found on January 17th, 2015 at, I believe, about 12, almost 1 p.m.
Okay, and the last time they were seen was he was working on something after, he had taken time out, they said, from going to his brother's Christmas party and was staying at home to work on his project.
Yeah, he didn't go to any of the family stuff, I guess. Ever since Thanksgiving, he hadn't been to any of the family gatherings, and so I don't know. But he was working on this project too at the same time. But the last time,
go ahead.
No, I said the last time that I know that he, or at least the last time that I've seen it reported that he was seen, is on Christmas Eve. By the neighbor across the street.
But this 10-day thing bothers me because that means that it was into January.
Correct.
Right. They would have had to have been killed at what, on the 10th or somewhere around January 10th.
That they were held captive then.
Yes, yes. They were killed somewhere between January 7th and January 10th.
Because their last internet activity in the house, or I think any activity in the house, was, I believe, January 26th. So we have a huge gap between January 26th and until the bodies are.
You mean December 26th?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I was about to say
December
January 26th.
Sorry, guys. I'm really
somebody was on there.
This is one. Yeah.
December 26th. So
December 26th.
Okay, that's what my question was going to be. January 26th?
Unless they're time travelers and no.
Cool.
Sorry.
I was getting kind of flummoxed there. I was going, what? January 26th?
Story of my life.
They resurrected then, and this was a no case.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. But that means that from on or about the 26th or after, and especially I think it would be around the 26th or the 27th, because there would have been continuation. So I'm thinking something or somebody stopped them from interacting at that point, and that means they were there. If you say it was the 27th, and somebody, and I'm assuming somebody did by the information we're seeing, came in there on the 27th, that means the 27th to about the 7th, that's about, 11 days that they were controlled by somebody trying to do something, and it didn't turn out well for whatever purpose. So that means they could have been under, duress and couldn't let anybody know, and somebody was there. Now the question comes up, did neighbors notice anything from the 27th to the 7th of January? Did anybody notice any activity? Did anybody follow up on that, as the police should have, and looked at this and went, wow, did y'all see anything? Is there any information regarding activity around the house after the 26th?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
none that I can find.
Yeah, and the reports, when they went to the neighbors and were talking about it, and as the police were writing that in their reports, all of the neighbors state they saw nothing, heard nothing, and in fact, they didn't even notice the packages on the front porch until January 10th.
Wow.
Dan Jr. dropped them off in December, but the neighbors, at least in all of the interviews that the police had written down, the neighbors all state January 10th. It's very consistent.
Interesting.
And there were six shots that nobody heard.
That's 6 shots, and that was from what size caliber of weapon?
That's a 40 cal. It's a 40 cal.
40? That makes a pretty big noise. Even if it's inside, if you hear a 40 cal go off, you're gonna, unless what? If there's a silencer.
Correct.
That could have been true, and I don't think it was the gun they found. So,
would there be any way to tell if the silencer was used based on the crime scene photos, based on the photos of the body, or is it just not even worth going down?
It would be hard to determine that based on the bullet or anything. I
think a lot of it we would have to really depend on the autopsy report and then the ballistics, but since most of the heads were missing except for Ranya's, and they did find a circular impression, but it was very nondescript, there's really no way to tell.
Yeah, there wouldn't be. But they did find a circular impression on Ranya's head?
Correct.
You said?
But if they can tell the way, because they tell us how they think these 3 people were shot, if they can tell that, or are they just guessing on that too?
What do you mean, Greg?
So I'm looking at the autopsy, and for David Crowley, they know where the bullet leaves, right? They don't know where it came, but they know where the bullet.
Right, the exit wound is there, but there's no way to tell where the entrance wound went. Yes.
Yeah, so how did they know that if there's so little of this body left? I guess is what I was wondering. And then how are they able to guess that? I don't know.
Well, and that's just it for both David and Kamel. The only thing the autopsy report state is either the entrance wound where it would either entered, or I think in David's case it was only the exit wound, and they could see the hole at where the bullet left, and you can tell because of how it bevels on which side. And but here they have Rania, and they can tell exactly the entrance to the exit on hers. But yet, there's so much speculation. You have some yahoos out there saying that the police said David was lying down when he shot himself in the head. And it's like, okay, I mean, just the body positions prove that theory completely wrong.
It sounds like they're really just, with their information, confusing the issue. I'm looking at one photo here, and I'm seeing skull and a bone that's to the left on their marker for number 6, and I'm going, oh, that looks like a small bone there, and I was going, oh, that's interesting. And they say the dog was there, and it might have been he interfered with the scene. Did they, because he ran out of food and water. And
they blame the dog on everything. The dog gets blamed for all of that. But the dog had food. It had 2 big, huge bags of dry food right there.
He could have ripped it open too, frankly.
He could have. It's really hard for anyone to really say, and they don't prove it. And that's what I don't like, is they can say, well, it's possible animal scavenging, but they're stating it as fact, but they're not showing any proof. They're not giving any factual data to back that up.
They have to have evidence.
Yeah, all they would have to do is show this dog feces. I mean, or maybe they did the dog feces test and we just don't have them.
But they would generally put that out. I think this indicates that the dog did consume and trouble.
But I guess if nobody asks, right? If nobody asks for those tests to be done, and then who do you ask for that? Is it?
Well, the thing about it is, when you have an open and check case, murder-suicide,
they're not even worried about.
Counts a lot of.
Yeah.
Now
they're just cutting corners.
Yes, and Brad, I want you to go back and look at that photo again, the one you were just talking about, the skull piece next to the yellow tent number 6.
Okay, look at that. Okay, here it is. What do we got?
And look at the sides of that where the skin is attached to that piece of skull fragment. And this is the skull fragment piece I'm talking about. You can see impressions in that skull, and when you blow it up, you can actually see a pattern, the patterns of the instruments used. But look on the side of that skin as it's taken away, and it's very straight. It's not ripped, it's not pulled, it's not chewed. You see nothing. You see a straight line.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
And that is consistent with a knife. That is not consistent with being pulled, ripped, chewed off, nothing. It's consistent with a knife.
Interesting.
And that is David's skull fragment. So, and that's what I was asking Sergeant Gummert. I said, explain to me how he could beat himself in the head. I said, you see the blunt force trauma.
Yep.
So he was beat in the head, he's shot in the head, and then it's cut off. How does he do this? And he would never respond.
This is an obvious cover-up now, pure and simple. As I looked at this skull, I was going, wait a minute. And I was noticing the impressions to the left of the crack there, and I was going, wait a minute, that looks strange. And the fracture means that this and the shattering of that skull. A .40 caliber will go in there. It can do that if you got enough pump to. But that looks totally inconsistent with that.
Right. The coroner I spoke with did say, because when you look at the top part of that skull piece where it's kind of jagged at the very top, they did say that is consistent with a gunshot to the head, but the rest of it, you've got, like you stated, there's a fracture, and a really long fracture that goes down almost toward the center, and then they said the impressions themselves are not caused by gunshots. They said those are absolutely blunt force trauma. In fact, they said it multiple blunt force trauma, without doubt.
That's what I was noticing. I'm thinking, I see indentation a little bit, and I'm going, that doesn't look at all.
So if people are looking at this photo right now, where should they be looking at to see these impressions? I'm going to try to add that photo to this.
You can see a really good impression when you look down toward the bottom left of that skull piece, but a lot of the middle part where it looks all dark, when you zoom in, you can see multiple hits. And a couple of those, you have to change filters, and I sent those to you, Greg, the photos when I changed the filter and stuff like that, and you can actually see a six-sided, it's either a socket or a crowbar. So that was used, as well as when you look down, like I said, toward the bottom left side of it, you can see almost like a diamond pattern with a circle in the middle. And that's pretty consistent with either a ratchet or something like that, a ratchet or a wrench type of weapon, which is very heavy. And they were about a half-inch, half-inch stuff.
Wow.
I mean, guys who do tools, they know what that means.
Yep, and that in itself, that one piece of evidence is indicative. One, this was a murder. Two, that it wasn't David. And three, that whoever it was had, it's interesting. It means that, when you're using a tool or something like that, it didn't look planned, in a sense, when I hear that.
Yeah.
They had a gun, but, that's a strange twist to me. And I thought, they're beating them and then shooting, so that means first the beating. So that means there was torture involved, a little bit of breaking down the person for something, in my opinion.
I agree. And I did a video on the blood spatter that I could find in the house. And what I found was medium velocity blood spatter and, passive blood spatter. And I found nothing that was indicative of a gunshot wound, but lots of it that would be actually helps to explain, the beating. The blunt force would leave the blood patterns you see on that floor.
Right. And it's interesting because blood splatter from a gun is much more high velocity.
Yes, it's like little fine mist in a way. Not too fine of a mist, because then that would be breathing it out. But yes, yes. And
so with the blunt force trauma, that's another indicator, he's not going to beat himself in the head.
Right.
So this is, I don't know how they can even possibly get away with this. I don't know why the upper levels of government whom you contacted and gave this information do nothing. That's indicative of something which I'm not going to tap into right now, but that means this is bigger than the local police department. And this is something that we don't have the information on, and does indicate that this could be something of a, I wouldn't maybe say government, it could be something else that, and I don't know what he was involved in, and I don't look at it as that his friend who was getting cut out of money would gain anything by killing him, unless he was kind of off kilter.
Well, he thought he was going to be able to take over Gray State and then get it out under his name. And
really?
Yeah, he can't do that. And, it was David's, and its copyright stays with that person for 70 years after death, and I'm not sure he knew that.
And the thing about it is, killing him wouldn't have, I mean, you've got to deal with, you've killed 3 people, and that's not going to go away, and you can't cover it up, and evidence indicates this is a murder, obviously, in my opinion, and this murder gets covered up. How does one who, if it was him, how did he accomplish that? That would be almost impossible for somebody from his perspective would be able to do.
Yeah, see, that's why I believe this was not done by one person. These murders were not committed by one person. And so, and I have seen where people have killed for a whole lot less than $30 million, a whole lot less. I had a friend when I was 14, and they were into pot and selling stuff like that, and then they decided they were going to go clean, and they weren't doing that anymore, and they had 2 bullets put to the back of their head because they simply walked away, and that was it. And so people will kill for the smallest of things.
Yep, if it is a possibility that they'll be turned in by somebody who left the system, and they make a pact with people that nobody leaves, kind of like a mafia thing.
Yeah.
You go in if you don't leave. That's
blood in, blood out. Yeah.
Right, and the thing is, and based on his belief in the Creator, I don't see him getting involved in anything like that. But others around him, that, brings up the problem of maybe somebody who was involved with maybe some nefarious ones who were expecting a payout on this little project may have been involved. Now that's just a gander at a possibility, but
yeah, it's a definite possibility, that's for sure. I don't think we can really rule anything out at this stage.
No, and the police aren't going to do anything with this. Nobody is. This is one of those things like Philip Marshall that just gets buried. And the thing that bothers me is why? Why discount 3 lives, 3 human beings, and just say, they don't matter? And that's what's upsetting about this case.
Yes, 3 innocent lives, and then the murderers are still walking the streets. And people, in Apple Valley, Minnesota, should be concerned. I mean, these guys are still out there.
Absolutely. And based on what they're doing, and it's interesting that the police, who were supposed to protect the community, letting something like this go shows somebody is either very well connected and has great power and can suppress it, or it's at a government level, which I don't see evidence of government in it at all. Government is more like the Philip Marshall case. It looks that it could really be a suicide, and I've told that to Greg on the Philip Marshall case. This stands to reason that it is not a murder-suicide. This is an obvious, very demented, and very diabolical murder, and it could have been they were imprisoned in that house, beaten, and then finally murdered when they didn't get what they were after, whatever it was they were after, or if it was punitive based on the fact that he was not going to relinquish. And I think David, being who he was, if it was something like relinquish this to save his family, I wouldn't see it above his heart to do that.
Yeah, I agree. Unless they left him no other choice, Yep,
exactly. Like they were known entities to him and his family, and they said, let's leave no evidence behind. Nobody to come back against it, which would be an obvious choice for them once they went to that depth of beating and torture. It's obvious that, some would not want to let that go, and David might have been one that they knew may have, gone to bat by going to the police and covering this to protect his family, which would be my thought too. So that stands to reason.
Yeah, so, because he always, I can't say always, I didn't know him, but I had watched Eric Sayward put out this little video the day I met David Crowley. and his camera guy, makes this really weird request to David, and, he's just like, to me, it creeped me out. Maybe somebody else wouldn't think it was creepy. I thought it was pretty creepy. He's like, "Where's your daughter? I want to meet your daughter." And David looks at him. He looks back, and you could tell he's looking at Kamel and Rania, and he turns back and then puts his body, physically moves his body between Kamel and then the guy, and he's like, "No, they're not comfortable with that. They're not feeling comfortable or not feeling safe," or something like that. To me, that was really telling. I mean, why would that guy want to go and meet the daughter?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, it makes no sense at all.
That is highly strange.
Yes.
He wants to meet the daughter, and he's standing right next to the daughter and Kamel.
Well, Kamel and Rania were toward the back. You can't really see, or at least I can't really see them. But he's like, "Hey, where's your daughter? I want to meet your daughter." And David, you could tell he's kind of taken aback, like, "Well, why are you asking me that question?" And David looks over his shoulder, or he turns around or something, and then he physically moves his body, and then is kind of like standing in front. The guy says, "No, they're not feeling safe, or they don't feel comfortable." And I'm just like going, if that guy asked me that about my daughter, I'm afraid I'd punch him even if he had a camera in his face. It was just very weird.
Just strange. I don't see the purpose in that whatsoever, or why he would want to meet the daughter. He was there doing a job, and what would the daughter have to do with that?
Exactly.
That I would have reacted the same way.
And the common denominator between all of those people and David, Sean Wright.
And Sean Wright is a strange one, I hear.
Yes, he is the common denominator. Eric knew Sean, David knew Sean, and then they just, Eric just supposedly showed up at the park to start filming people just on a whim, and then there's David, and then they asked that really weird question. Yeah, I don't believe in coincidences.
No, the police, as they say, there's no such thing as coincidences in murder investigations.
Yep.
And my curiosity is spiked to the height at why they are covering up this murder. That's a plain statement I'll make.
Yeah, and I don't understand. I am totally dumbfounded. I really tried to give them the benefit of the doubt, and even when I would write them and I would say, "You know what, I understand maybe you guys were overwhelmed. You're a small town or a small province or whatever, and, you had 6 murders or 7 murders within 13 years. You really weren't that experienced, so let's give you the benefit of the doubt. But here's what we found." And then they just shut it all down and go, "Nope, we're not even going to respond."
And we're content with our findings. That tells me there's not going to be any further investigation. And the thing that bothers me is the fact that when you kicked it higher, nothing happened. And
right. The first time I sent it to the Minnesota Attorney General, they wrote back and stated that they voted as a state or whatever that each individual city or county would take care of their own stuff, and that the Minnesota Attorney General would not interfere with anything else. And I sent it back to them again, and I said, "You know what, I looked up your statutes and I looked up what your job is supposed to be, and yes, this is part of your job, so you need to do your job and figure this out." And I haven't heard anything.
They're going to ignore you.
Probably.
That was their statement. They stated it.
That's awesome, though. I'm so glad that you did that. That's awesome.
That makes them accountable.
Yeah.
And that makes them accountable. And I
have a hard time sleeping now. Yeah, definitely.
And if I was an attorney general and I had gotten this information from you, I would have gone down there personally to that police department and said, "Who's the investigator that wants this investigation?"
Yeah, but then they'll target you, though. That's you got to be careful about that.
That's probably true.
Yeah, I understand.
They put you on the list. This is one of the most
disturbing cases I have ever seen.
It really is, and that's why it's important to get as many people just to look at it. I think once people start looking at it, there's just more to it. And Catherine has done a great job
on the rest of the nation, police departments handling things like this. You know, I'm here in Waco, and I saw the way they handled, David Koresh, which was totally out of bounds.
Oh, yeah.
I won't go into that because I have very strong feelings about how the local PD, the sheriff, the ATF, and everybody did. They were assaulting unnecessarily a group of people who had weird ideas, okay, and they had guns. Ooh-ah, so what? And they weren't going out forcing or using those guns on anybody. They were doing practicing, and they were saying they were preparing for the apocalypse. Let them prepare. You don't provoke. And the way they did, they provoked the reaction they got.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, one of these days I'd like to talk to you about the David Koresh thing. That would be interesting. Because I have strong feelings about that as well.
Yeah, and I can go over a lot of things at that. And I'm going to go out to the site now that I brought it out. I'm going to go out to that site. They have a plaque out there, and they still have people that meet that were part of that group out here.
Yeah, the Branch Davidians, yep.
And I would like to meet some of them and bring them in and question with you, me, and Greg on this issue. But
I would too, because actually my history is I was a Seventh-day Adventist for years, and the Branch Davidians were actually part of the Adventist Church until 1935 when they were excommunicated due to what they were teaching. The Adventist Church said, no, you know what, you need to get out of here. You guys are kind of wackadoos. And they truly, truly are. I mean, they're way out in left field. Yep. And some of the things that David was doing, David Koresh, that is, was doing out there was completely against the law. But I agree with you. What they did was antagonistic, and it was horrible.
And they needed to get David, but not kill the whole group of them. That was, correct. I mean, he was outside of that compound many times, and they could have gotten him and made their case. But I think they wanted to destroy that group, in my opinion. So they just wiped them out. And I bet there was local consultation about it. What do y'all want us to do with this?
Why were they a threat? What did they do to make themselves such a big target?
Well, one, I'm going to bring up some things here. They had a compound. Okay. And it was a gated, heavily, built, large compound. I'm sure that made neighbors kind of nervous, in a way. It would have me if I'd have been out there and heard all the, you hear automatic weapons, which doesn't bother me, but when there's a crazy group of individuals called the Branch Davidians, and you look up their history, you go, oh, great, they're in my neighborhood? This is weird. That, personally, to me, I would have gone to the sheriff and said, make sure they don't go rogue and go crazy out here. So, I'm sure there was some local input in that, and then when you put the thing that he was, quote-unquote, pedophilic and having sexual relations with 12-year-olds, and that began to ire people locally, I'm sure, if they suspected that or saw things like
that. Would ire me.
So I think there was input, but they still didn't need to do it the way they did, even with that information.
Exactly.
So I know why they wanted to deal with it, but they dealt with it with, they took a nuclear bomb to a gnat issue. And
right.
That's my view of it. And they killed many innocent children and mothers and people who could be living productive lives and continuing, and that just makes me feel sick. There's innocent blood in my county on that, and the government's hands. Not that their hands are clean anyway, but there's a lot of things there. So, but let me circle back now, because I could talk all night about this. And I go, we're talking about Crowley, and I want to center back on Crowley again. And in the same way here, we see an incident where local police, like in the Waco issue, have some involvement in an issue which is obviously not the correct conclusion. Now, and you've only talked to one who, you wanted to talk to the chief. The chief does not want to talk to you, and then delegates it to his detectives to get you off his back is all I'm going to say.
Correct.
Not deal with it, but get you off the back, and, this is the official decision. In other words, he was telling you to stop it in an indirect way. It's an indirect thing that says, no, You're going against the official decision. Whoa, no, we are content. Don't, in other words, you're poking this pig, leave it alone. Did you get that feeling did he give any type of vibe that said, stop this?
Yes, to me that vibe was the moment he absolutely refused to answer the question and just kept going back to, no, it's not going to be reopened, and we believe, and I told him, I said, well, you shouldn't believe anything. You should have evidence to back it up. And
belief has to be based on facts.
Yes, yeah. And unfortunately, I told him, I said, I'm not going to back down. I'm not the kind of person who's going to stop. And I will keep going and keep talking about this because I feel like Greg was saying earlier, if we get this out there and the more people who hear about it, then people are coming to their own conclusions. The vast majority look at this case and go, oh, whoa, no, the police got it wrong.
What do you have in the local?
Yeah.
Have you taken this to the local newspaper in their locale? What kind of response do you get if you did, or have you?
I did. I am in touch with one of the reporters out there.
Yes.
And I asked, and just today I had asked them if they had received. It had actually gone in and watched the video I made about the blunt force trauma.
Good.
And they wrote back, and what I asked them, I said, have you had an opportunity to watch the video where I spoke with Detective Sergeant Gummert regarding the David Crowley case? If so, what are your thoughts? And this person responded, quote, I have, none of it surprises me.
That makes me wonder real quick then.
Yeah.
Something is amiss there then that he is aware of. And now, if that doesn't surprise him, what kind of local government have they got there then?
I don't know.
That is a dangerous thing then.
And I don't want to mention this particular person's name, just so you know, because I'm trying to work with them to see if they will write another article or not, and maybe they can bring to light, because I sent them everything I sent to the police.
Right.
And so I'm still hopeful, I always a hopeful one, that this person will write another article. Now here, where I live in Colorado, 2 of the TV stations out here contacted me, but at the time they were asking me if there was a lot of interest in the case and what did I have, and at the time I didn't have anything, not really. It was right when I was first starting doing all of this, and they said if anything changes or if I get more information to definitely contact them, because they would then really consider doing a news piece on it.
An expose is what it would be.
So there are 2 stations here where I'm at that are very promising.
I would follow up with them too, definitely, and with that reporter locally if he is willing. And with it not being a surprise to him, he might be afraid to do. I think there's a factor that he's aware of that we are not, and that stands out to me very strongly.
And that's another reason why I don't want to give their name. I don't even want to give the sex that they are, because I don't want anything to come back on this particular person if it is something like that. I just don't think it's fair to them.
It could be a danger to them, maybe realistically. And you're wise. That's good. I would follow the Colorado angle then with your stations.
Yep.
I really think this does need to be pushed. I feel a real upwelling in my heart even. Because this is a fellow brother that was executed and tortured and then murdered ruthlessly with his family. And a little girl, why do you kill a little girl?
Yeah.
A 5-year-old girl. You get rid of the parents and you blow them away because they know and they can, but a 5-year-old, that just really tears at my heart. Because it's a child, and this case is one of those that needs to be taken from the locals and given to the FBI, if it's possible. I say that with trepidation because it depends on where this came from that this was like this. Sometimes going a direction that you think will work actually makes it worse. And
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying there, I believe. And it's got to be handled, and I think the best way is get people that really, like the former investigative gentleman by the name of Cooper, you may be aware of him, and who really gets to the truth and brings it out. And I think he was executed for that. But that's neither here nor there. But the point is, this case, this one especially, is troubling and needs more light thrown into it to bring out these facts that the police and the state at the district attorney level are turning a blind eye to, because this stinks badly. And there needs to be a house cleaning in that state, and it might take this action you're doing and Greg going this way to bring the evidence necessary to get them to move. If you get a public opinion going, what the heck are you doing, and why aren't you looking into this, and the local community gets in an uproar about it, that may move them eventually, maybe.
Yeah, that's the hope.
And I pray success for you there, Catherine, because this, given the extra things that I have learned here tonight, this is an atrocity, and needs to be found out who brought this about, why, and they need to be removed or executed in the prison system or put away for life, because these people are not the kind of people you want to be walking around on the streets.
I agree.
Definitely. And is there any other point that you can bring up, not just evidentiary, but anything surrounding David that you found other than Mr. Wright there? Sean, you said his name is Sean Wright?
Correct. Sean Wright and Danny August Mason. Yeah.
Okay. And Sean seems like a possibility to me. And as you say, he had the dog, and they found...
That was Danny.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Dan.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My mistake. My misunderstanding. So this is an area that they need to follow up on. And with those individuals who look like they had an interest in doing this. And this, I think, could be that direction you speak of in that, because torture would mean sign this, do this, sign it over to me, or else. Maybe he had that type of mentality and wanted to get his due, and he did this. But the fact is, though, why would the police not investigate and clear and get this person if they had an indicative, or that it was indicative that it could be him, and not research that and dig into his background and dig into his whereabouts on this? Did any of these people have alibis that, or did the police even talk to him at all? Is a question I bring.
Yeah, Greg, correct me if I'm wrong. I think they only spoke to them when they were asking them about David. And of course, at first they're like really nice and sweet and, oh, he was such a good guy. And then their story starts changing, and then they start, really talking bad about David. But the police never, ever looked at anyone else. And that's what I was asking Gummert. I said, I gave you really good, strong circumstantial evidence, and yes, it's circumstantial, I said, but it's enough that you guys should have at least, or even now, look into that to rule them out, because at this stage of the game, you can't. And he just, again, kept going back. The only thing he would say is, we believe in our decision.
Oh, boy, and he's a liar. I don't believe him. I don't think he believes in it whatsoever, but that's the statement that they're told to give. That's an instructive statement, not a heartfelt statement.
Yes, that's exactly what it felt like. It felt like he was given a narrative and said to stick to that no matter what, and he wouldn't deviate off course.
Yes, if you're lying, you have to stick to the story.
Yep.
And just keep saying it till people believe it. And unfortunately, I'm one that never believes somebody that does that once I have indications that that is not true. That means he is part of a conspiracy to cover up a very heinous crime. and the police department, and those who know of this case anyway, are covering up for somebody or a group, as I think you're correct in saying there was more than one person involved in this. And since it was over a number of days, and the thing that nobody noticed anything was that people came in there secretively, quietly, at night, or at a time when nobody was aware or could be aware that they were coming in and going out or traveling to there. Because this is, as I said earlier, stinks greatly and needs some further investigation, not only further investigation, but an investigation of those who do not want to follow up and why there also. This would be a big indicative thing that the state is not doing it and why. And especially when you presented copious amounts of very strong evidence to the contrary conclusions of those in the local police department. So this is something that is bigger than that local and bigger than the state situation. So this indicates, why does the state and the locals not want to do this? Have you asked questions like that? Being that you have the information, you go, okay, I have all this information. Now tell me, you could, this is off the record, and you could do it that way. Say, what do you think really happened? Because I know you don't believe what you say. Have you gone that direction with anybody?
No, not yet. I have not.
You know, I would try that tack. Say, this is off the record. And I would keep it off the record in that way, but tell us.
Yeah.
Tell us. But I would try that out and just go back and say, you know what? Off the record, no spilling the beans on you. What's your personal opinion? And just say, I don't have a recorder, not recording, and just tell me what you think about this case and what you would think of somebody if they did this to your family, what you would think. Put it in his court. I think,
a good idea.
You know, because when people get that, you'll get the discomfort that comes with what they're doing. There will be some reaction, I think. It's called touching their heart. And if you touch their heart with a question and say, if this was your mother or your sister or brother and niece, just tell me, how would you feel? You know, think about it.
Yeah, make it personal. Yeah.
Make him feel what is wrong with this picture. Because when you put a question like that and you say this is off the record, sometimes they'll break a little bit. Maybe not totally, but they'll say, well, I kind of feel that way myself. I can't tell you anything. Ooh, well then you've gotten an admission, at least that you know of, and you can tell us who it was, when it was, what they said, and we have corroboration with us that can say, hey, we got something. We won't talk about it publicly, and I would honor the, you know, no spilling the beans. But then you could diary that somewhere, and I would too, and then that would give a cause later on where we could say, why don't you bring this up in your locality and say your heart on that and get them to talk there. Now, I don't know if he would do that or not, and probably not in reality based on what I'm hearing. But I think that's a direction you might want to consider and prayerfully think of and see how it works out.
Yeah, it can't hurt to try. I always believe, you know, you got to try. You don't get a no until you ask a question.
Right, it's how you ask them and what to ask. The Savior did that. He would ask the heart-touching question, and that's why I bring it up. Bring it to them as theirs. This is yours. And this is your heart, and this is your thoughts, and your family, and your people. If somebody did that like that to your family, or to your wife and your daughter, what would you want done? And that will get a response. And it may, if he gets angry, know you've hit a nerve that he knows he's wrong. Because anybody that gets angry when that kind of thing comes up, it means it's indicative that they're covering something, they don't like it, and it just strikes that heart nerve in such a way that they lose it because they know they're doing something wrong, and you're hitting on the nerve that speaks to them on it. And so I'm curious to see how that would come out.
Well, I am too now.
I'm glad we've had this discussion because it's giving you a little bit of ammo, but be careful how you do it too. You know, I said this to a group when I was in San Leandro. We're touching on things that they want to keep quiet. We have to be cautious because I don't want to make anybody a target for any mayhem. I wouldn't want anything to happen to Greg, me, or you based on this. And of course, we have the protection of the Spirit because the Father will not allow anybody to be touched who are doing His will. There's that protection. And it's not like we're just dealing with worldly things and that we're surreptitiously doing things. We're doing this to honor the Father. This is why I do these things. And I pray that protection and Spirit be there for you as you go about this and words it in such a way that it gets the right reaction and justice for these 3 victims of murder.
And you know what? And I really agree. My faith base is here. There are so many times I should have been dead. I shouldn't be here right now.
Me
but
too.
for some reason, God has seen fit to keep me alive. And maybe this was why, especially the last time when I should have died. And even the doctors are like, somebody up there wants you alive because we have no medical explanation as to why you're here. But maybe this is it. This is what I keep thinking. And if this is what God wants me to do, and if something happens to me because I'm doing His will, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
That's the way I am. I told Greg, they can come and get me. They can kill me, or you, or Greg, and just get rid of all of us. But guess what? What's still standing after we're gone? The truth.
The truth.
And the truth will fall on them and grind them to a powder no matter how they do it.
Yep. And Jesus tells us to only fear those. He says, don't fear those who can kill the body, but fear Him who can kill both body and soul.
There it
and
is.
they can't kill my soul. Only God has that power. So I don't fear them.
They can't kill your faith. And when they kill you, they just make you more powerful.
Exactly.
And then you work on the other side, which, I was looking, hey, and that's true.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, I was looking online at the demonic activity of the magicians and everything. It's getting more popular, and they're getting more out about it and talking about it. And I see this as the progression to the end times when they're going to look at people like us and say, oh, they're the problem. They're the ones. We get rid of them, we'll all be happy.
Yeah.
Oh, why don't we do that? And there are some that think of that today in government, believe me.
Oh, yeah.
Get rid of those Christians in that Bible. Oh, we'd have a happier, more peaceful world. Yeah, right. But but I really am so appreciative that you came on this show tonight, this program. It isn't my show. It is the Father's. I can't take any credit for this.
Well,
Greg says it's my show. Yeah, right. This is the Father's. It's a collaborative effort that we do to bring out the truth. And it's His show. And I'm so thankful that He's brought me in to be part with you guys. And, I'm hoping to get people like Ben Nunn. I don't know if you've heard of him, or Tom Horn and others. And this is all tying into the principalities and powers in darkness in high places. And what we're dealing with here, Catherine, is part of that structure.
Yeah.
The principalities and powers in darkness in high places. We're not fighting against individuals with this case. This is deep darkness that we're dealing with. And we're dealing with the realm of Satan and spirits, and whatever we see physically is just evidence of their participation in things like this.
Amen.
And I pray in these programs that I bring the right truth, the right word, that people will go, hey, wait a minute. I need to think about that. Because they do. The things we hear, and I'm going to diverge a little bit, please excuse me on this. But when they talk about UFOs, no, demons. Bigfoot may be a cryptid of, or could be supernatural, or a combination of both, and it's not good in either case for us. And we need to look at things that are there and ask questions like Admiral Byrd when they went down to Antarctica. Why did that happen? And there's lots of things that people just close the book and go, don't look over there. And we have to look at, because as believers in these end times, it's going to be as the days of Noah. What were they like? And I've discovered a lot through Steve Ben Nunn, and let's see, who was the other one? Steve Quayle, and Marzulli, and Greer, and few that I have looked at and vetted and went, oh, this lines up. Oh, this is, oh, okay. And so I am very much energized in these days as I see it affect government. And the more you know Satan's involved, the more division there is. And that means our government right now is being infiltrated by Satan himself, because it's breeding division. And I know that's one of his best tactics to bring destruction is division.
Oh yeah, divide and conquer, and he's got that down to a T.
Yes, and that's what he did in the garden in the beginning. Same tactic every time. And he got Eve to question. That kind of separated her from her husband, and then her husband was right there, and then he followed her, and it was just what happened. And we need to see clearly our objective, which isn't just justice for this, but justice worldwide is the eventuality, and that will come. And I'm thankful that the Father told us what was going to happen, or otherwise I'd be pulling my hair out looking at it. But I'm aware, and I've had experiences which later on I may, when we get off the program, so to speak, that I can kind of share that I have been through, which have been direct things that I have encountered in my life of a spiritual nature. I have talked to Greg about it, and they're very poignant, strong, and I definitely knew what I was dealing with. And it was, it didn't scare me per se, but it got my attention. That I'll state unequivocally, it did.
Yeah, Greg actually brought that up to me a little while ago, and he'd asked me if I would be willing to, I believe it was speak with you about that particular subject, because I myself have quite the story. And at the time I told him, I was like, I couldn't do it at the time. But, you know, that is something I think I'm about ready. I actually would feel comfortable or okay speaking about now. So one of these times we should do a show on that.
Right, I agree, because people need to understand the battle we're in, and that's why I'm putting it out there. I don't want any notoriety for it. I don't care for money or that. It's just something that believers need to be aware of, because churches don't, you know, not that they're ignoring it totally, but they only deal with it if a member comes up and goes, oh my, this is what then they deal with it. It's not something they preach on how to deal with when you're in it. And that's important for us to bring those out. And at the appropriate time there, Catherine, let's do that. And I would be more than happy to do it. Let's enter it prayerfully, because I don't want to glorify the situation or glorify anything dealing with it, but just put the facts out there. And let people read the Word and vet our stories. And that's what I always say. Heart talk, don't believe us, go check it. Because when you check it, if we're telling you the truth, the Spirit and the Word will confirm our words, if we're speaking the truth. Yep. And that's what I want to do, is stay on that line. So if you ever hear me say something that's kind of out there, don't, and I know you wouldn't, I wouldn't be, feel shy about going, excuse me, wait a minute, where do you find that? Where does that confirmation in the Word come from? I'm about exposing the truth, and about if it exposes me. And I go, ooh, ouch. I'm wrong. Go figure. I'm wrong.
And that's just it. We're all wrong at some point in time, right? We're probably more wrong than we're right.
Well, we're coming out of our wrongness slowly. It's like a copper wire that's all bent, and the stator gets it, starts to stretch it. It gets hot. It gets straighter and straighter, but not without pain.
Exactly.
And I've had some of that. And I've shared some things with Greg in the past, and he's aware of my foibles and things. He's worked with me closely in family radio way back there, and I got him on this path. Did I, Greg, get you kind of on this path, or am I off a little bit? I don't.
I think you definitely helped me on it. I think you helped me on it, for sure.
I helped him by just giving little things, testing him in the beginning about 9/11 and things like that.
And by not calling me crazy or just telling me that I was just wasting my time doing, researching any of this stuff or anything. So yeah, definitely.
And
at the very least, you do. Yeah. No, you really did. You really did a great deal for me.
Well, I'm glad, but it wasn't really me. The Father works in that. I can't take the credit because he was cueing you in this, and that's what led to this. And Catherine, and this, and the Father may have a specific purpose for us doing this together and working with others. And Catherine, I recommend reading Pandemonium's Engine, Tom Horn, and Forbidden Gates, Tom Horn. He's a believer, and you need to read those books because it will prep you for what's ahead. I recommend them very highly.
Okay.
Tom Horn and Pandemonium's Engine and Forbidden Gates. Oh, awesome. Greg, you too. And we'll talk about those once y'all get through that whenever you can. That would be awesome. And
sounds good. Really do a little book club.
Yeah.
Do a little review. A book review, for sure. Is there any final words, Catherine, that you would put that puts the stamp on this? I want you to do that. On the column.
Sorry to interrupt you. I definitely wanted to ask Greg, because Greg said he wanted to cover the blue blanket. What exactly were you wanting to talk about?
Oh, yes. Yes, we need to, let's make that our final thing here. The blue blanket.
Tell me about the blue blanket.
Yeah, Catherine, can you tell us about because you were the one that really got me going back and researching more about this blue blanket. And the more that I research, the more I'm thinking, I think you got something there.
Yeah. And, it was something that one of those oddities or inconsistencies I found when I was researching and reading the reports. Now, the blue blanket is and I don't know whose blanket it was, but it was a blanket that was covering David's legs, completely covered his left foot, his right foot was partially exposed, but yet it was under Kamel. And this blanket, and I'm like, okay, how could he have shot himself and then positioned himself so he's under a blanket and it ends up just right, so it covers his legs, and none of it makes sense at all. And then you find out when you're reading the reports too that her left hand / arm is underneath her body, and again, that's laying on top of this blue blanket, and this same blue blanket is on top of her husband. David's underneath it, she's on top of it. Now, how did that happen?
Wow.
Yeah, and if her left hand and arm, which David's legs was right next to her left arm, and her hand is positioned underneath her abdomen, where the dog has no access to that hand at all, but yet they're saying the dog ate the hand. How? It's under the body, it's missing, but yet it's still placed under the body.
Wait a minute, her hand was under the body and was missing?
Yes, so that means that hand was missing prior to body placement.
That's indicative of what I was thinking. Somebody removed the hand and arms for a purpose.
Yeah, and that was the thing that I was asking Gummert. I'm like, how could the dog have eaten that hand if it's underneath her body? Explain that to me. And they just don't answer any questions. And it's the same with the blanket. It's like you've got this blue blanket that is underneath the wife, but on top of David, but somehow David supposedly shot them all. And then I'm like, so what? Did he, put the blanket down and then lay Kamel on top of it and then put Rania between her legs and then crawl under the blanket and shoot himself in the head? I'm like, does this make sense to you?
After blunt force trauma.
Exactly.
No sense at all at this. That's the icing on the cake right there. And if it's established that it was their blanket or not, that's a question there. Could it have been somebody else's? Somebody else brought one in? I don't know. But if it was their blanket, then that illustrates that they didn't handle it. And, the forensics could indicate a lot of things. Somebody else was there, and they leave behind fibers, footprints. They couldn't do all of this without leaving evidence behind, unless they cleaned it up with the time they had.
Well, see, and that's the kicker too. I mean, there's so many smoking guns in this case. For the amount of stuff that they're blaming on David, there is a curious lack of his DNA and his prints everywhere. There are no prints and nothing anywhere, but yet they have prints that they can't match. So here you've got somebody else that was there, right?
Yep.
They ignore that. There's DNA of some sort from somebody else that does not match David, Kamel, or Rania. They ignore that. You know, then you've got this blue blanket that somehow mysteriously covers David while it's underneath Kamel, and they think that's normal. And then you've got, you know, these so-called bloody footprints. When you look at them, they're not bloody footprints at all, because you see the photograph of this so-called bloody footprint with toes on the floor, and then you see the next slide where they're spraying it with a luminol type of product. They use something else. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head right now. But then you see underneath, you see the cleaned up blood that was brought up by this chemical. And in there you see where they had cleaned it and wiped it before. And then the other stuff was put on top. The blood, their quote-unquote footprints, were put on top of what was previously cleaned up. And they ignore that as well.
Well, this stinks even more than before, as if it could. And
oh yes, it can. Yes, it can.
This is the height of a cover-up. I really, cannot see logically how they could come to the conclusions they have. This is not only now a conspiracy, it's not a conspiracy, there is a cover-up. They are conspiring to cover this up.
Which is a conspiracy. A cover-up requires
definite
people.
And it's more than one person. This takes a whole slew of people to bury this kind of thing.
Multiple agencies, and it's like, why?
That is my big question. Why would the state, the feds, and everybody turn a blind eye to three violent, dangerous people that were involved in this, that murdered these people in a heinous, horrible, and they were tortured also. This is evident.
Yep.
The family isn't asking questions. The family has either been shut off, shut down, something
or threatened.
Or threatened. But they are the big wall. They are the big wall that we have to just keep climbing over. Fortunately.
And that's a shame, but that means this is something that is very, very, very dark. And something is being covered up, and you can't say, oh, it's national security or whatever they're going to come up with. But something, as the old adage goes, there's something rotten in Denmark, and it's sweeping over Europe. You can't help but smell it. And this is one of those things that if it smells rotten, there's a body somewhere, and something's got to give. And eventually, I think, if we get those two stations in Colorado pinging on this and getting more interest and getting it onto a major, who's going to major in the major networks and anything out there, who's going to pick this up? Somebody might, for purposes, because whoever's covering it up, they need to cover it up, and they don't want it to get certain other people who would want to uncover it based on their opposing them. Who knows? There's got to be somebody out there in a position that wants to expose it and needs the right impetus, in my opinion. And I think if we keep going, and Catherine, if you get those two stations, the blue blanket, the obvious problems that are with this, I think you might begin to slowly get some traction going. This may take years. Who knows?
Yes, exactly. And that's the one thing I really want to stress to everyone. It's like what I've been saying in my last meetings. The fight has only begun. We're nowhere near finished, and this is this is where we have to stay the course, and we have to dig in, and we have to keep pushing this out there to as many people who will listen, and just keep doing what we're doing. And I'm grateful that there are people like Dan Hennon and Greg and you, and I can't even begin to tell you, Brad, what a blessing Dan and Greg have been for me personally through all of the stuff that's happened with this case. But I think, the Bible tells us, all things are possible with Christ. So I truly believe that this will get out there, that enough people, whether or not the police actually change which they do need to, change their outcome, more than enough people are going to know the truth.
Yeah, because the coroner had to look at this and go, what?
Well, I'm really disappointed in the coroner, too. I mean, she had to have seen, there's no way she could have seen that skull piece because she picked it up and put it and fit it with David's skull, what was remaining of his calvarium. And how could she be handling this? Seeing it, you and I see it in a photo. She had it in her hands, and then state in the report that she saw no other evidence of trauma or injury. I'm like, really?
It's obviously a misstatement, or she doesn't. I'm not going to say she doesn't know what she's doing, but there's obvious problems with that conclusion right off the bat.
Yes.
It really is. My goodness. And the coroner has to be part of it to come to that conclusion, and it would have to be told to do that, because no right coroner would come to that conclusion, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it was interesting, and maybe it was pre-planned ahead of time or whatever, but I find it curious that not long after this case and the death of David's mother, she moved away from that area and then went to work in Wisconsin. So, yeah,
her death, I heard that from Greg, and that raises some sticky questions.
Yep.
Because she would be one that would want the truth, in my opinion. And was she involved in trying to do that?
Well, I don't know. I cannot. I go back and forth so many times on that one because I read the report and how it's written. And there's stuff that she left out completely, stuff she lied about, like saying she didn't see any further injury, which it's evident it's there. But then she also did leave little tidbits of gold about stating it was early to moderate decomposition, and that piece of skull fragment did fit David. So, I mean, this was very helpful, but at the same time, her final conclusion just leaves you shaking your head going, okay, it leaves you with no other option than to say they were told what to say and they stuck to the narrative and then they walked away.
And that's what's involved. This is big because that means they were. This seems like we touched on something right there. We're saying pre-planned. This might have been a planned execution and is involving maybe the very agencies that are dealing with it. I was thinking about that. I didn't want to say it. But this could be indicative that maybe the police were involved. Maybe this is something more than just somebody, but a consortium of different agencies that may have been part of this for whatever reason, or one of the members who is a police officer or investigator or in office of some type had some interest in this. I don't know that, but it certainly smells like it.
Yeah, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. I know I've spoken with so many people, and even including police officers, current officers, and retired officers, and there were several that made that threw out that same scenario you just covered.
Yep.
They said, this goes deeper than you think, and that was what was told to me at the very beginning when I very first saw the photo of the bodies. And I mean, now, mind you, I've seen dead people before. I was in EMT for 10 years, And I had, like I said, I have a friend who is a deputy coroner, and I got to go in, and I've watched autopsies. So death is nothing new to me. But I saw this photo, and I had a visceral reaction. And I was just like, I jumped back, and I just paced, and I'm like, oh my God, they were murdered. They were murdered. And so when I started talking to other officers and other medical people, you know, the common response is, you need to walk away, this is bigger than you think. But I won't walk away.
You know, that says a lot to me right there, because I knew that would come up. That's why I brought up the scenario of officers. I said, somebody else is involved. This is not random. This wasn't a random killer. This was an execution. Mm-hmm. And it was based on a directive from somebody somewhere in high position.
It's certainly looking like that, yes.
And with that, that means that this person is existing and wants this case to go away. And those officers telling you that was a veiled threat. And I know that offhand immediately.
Yeah.
And in that, I pray that the wall they run into is the spirit if they try to execute anything on that threat. Because they don't know what they're dealing with. They may think they do. But as I told Greg, when you're working with the spirit and you're guided by him, you will never go until it's his time for you to go.
Exactly. Exactly.
Point, if they get him to where he moves, they're in trouble. And it won't be fun.
Yep.
It'll be done. And I know that. I've had the joy of not joy, but where I was protected in ways that caused discomfort for others. And they were just whirlwinds, as I call them, just doing their thing.
Yeah.
They weren't really meaning to harm or do anything, but they got some repercussions. They weren't severe, but it was enough that they didn't think it was related to me even. But it caused them to leave me alone.
Hey, God had your back.
and that's true. And that's why I'm in this. And I tell people, okay, you can come after me, do what you want, but I'm going to accomplish the goal that is set before me until it's done. When it's done, then the Father can let you kill me, do whatever you want, just to exemplify your greatness, and you think you've done something. But you're controlled by him as well as I. I recognize him, you have no clue. So understand that.
Yep, and we have to always remember Job. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him.
Right, and if they come up and say, we're going to kill you unless you recant and say this, I will say the truth, and if it's the truth, I'll say it. But who are you to tell me anything different?
Exactly.
And that's where I stand right now. I hope that if it came to that I would stick with it. I don't give myself, oh, I know what I would do, because we each don't know under circumstances what we will do. But I do pray this and say, Father, give me your feet, give me your rock to stand on, and then don't let anybody knock me off it.
Amen.
And so that blue blanket was a big addition to the frosting on the cake. In fact, all this other evidence wouldn't have even needed to be brought to me for me to initially look at it and go, oh, no, this was murder. It was a quick conclusion, too. And so, we need to do another show. Focus, basically, as Greg would like, I think, on the bodies. And let you do the closing on this show today, and then I'll just follow up with some prayer in my brief closing on that. And then I'll close it with Proverbs 3, 5, and 6, and he'll direct us there. So what are your closing words on this? And prep us for the next show in which we kind of focus on the bodies of David Crowley and his wife and daughter.
Are you talking to Greg?
No, I'm talking to you, Kat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
He's been so quiet. It's like I always feel so bad. I always talk so much.
No, you're fine.
Good. That's good.
We were having you on here to do that.
That's why we had
so we want you to talk. Yeah. Catherine, I need somebody to override me sometimes. You know, we need to bring balance in there. You know, the yin and yang, the male.
Yeah.
And the female. You know, we need a female voice in this. So please feel free.
Oh, well, you know.
We need your voice. We want your voice.
Oh, you guys are kind. Thank you. I just kind of would like to just kind of wrap it all up in a nice, you know, tight little bow. You know, the Crowleys it's a triple homicide. There is more than enough evidence. David's head suffered blunt force trauma. His head received a gunshot wound, and his head was also partially cut away from the rest of his body. That doesn't happen by somebody who kills themselves. This family was targeted by either the informants or by the government or out of jealousy and anger and rage, but they were ruthlessly and without conscience murdered. They were slaughtered. And the local police don't seem to care. They're content with their decision, even though they know beyond a shadow of a doubt their decision is wrong. But that is why I believe God brings people like all of us together, because we will be the voice for those who can no longer speak for themselves.
Yes. And, you know, in a final word on that, Proverbs 3, 5, and 6, it says, trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean not to your own understanding, in all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your path.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't just our path. It is his.
Correct.
He walks it.
Amen.
He guides it. And the best thing, he will be the final one to conclude it. And
Amen.
we need to let those who think you should walk away, my word to those officers and people who say that, you better walk toward it. Because there's a time that since you walked away, you're going to be brought back to this and face it in a very bad situation in which you will have to give an account. You think about it. You would tell us, you better think about what you do. And my word is, you're not thinking, and you better start. That's my word. And with that, I close with a brief prayer. And thank you so much, Catherine.
Thank you.
Catherine Michelle. And this is Walter Bradley. And we're here with Greg, our great executive producer who brought this all about. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
And we appreciate all of you listeners who, hey, if you've got an input in Minnesota, start raising the flag. Start talking. And start talking to the police and those there. We need some resolution on this case because there's no justice for these victims. And in that, I close. I'm Walter Bradley. This is Heart Talk, where we let Catherine Michelle share her heart on the Crowley murderers, not murder-suicide. So, we thank you for listening. I close with prayer. Father, we wish to glorify you. Protect us, give us voice, give us strength. Be with Catherine and give her heart to keep this going as long as you empower us and give us the will and strength of your spirit to bring truth to the people. And we thank you for Greg and orchestrating all of this and bringing it to a wonderful, fruitful close. And we look forward to the next Heart Talk with Catherine Michelle as we discuss this horrible travesty, misjustice with the Crowley family. We thank you, Father, and bring it to your glory. Amen.
Amen.
Good morning. Hope everybody's having a good week as we wind down another week. Lots of events, lots of things going on in the world right now. That coronavirus thing is starting to die down, which means it's probably actually picking up. That's how these things work, apparently. But I just wanted to take a few minutes here and kind of let people know what's on the agenda coming up soon for the podcast. Hey there, She-Wolf, how are you? Happy Thursday to you. Hope life is good in your neck of the woods. If not, it can always get better, and it can always be worse, right? Tired, yeah. I can understand that one. By Thursday, I'm like exhausted, and then trying to do a show on Friday can be pretty Could be a challenge sometimes. Hey, Sophia. Good morning to you. Good morning to both of you. Yeah, it will always get better. Hope my sound is okay. I found my lapel mic that I have been searching for since the Bohemian Grove last year. And I had to put on a suit yesterday, so I was going through my suit, and I had looked through this suit a couple times. Thanks for letting me know the sound is good. I've looked through this suit a couple times, and I could not find this mic that I have here. I like this one a little better than the one that I just bought maybe about a week ago. So I have an extra one if anybody needs one, if anybody wants one. But the plan is still to do a live YouTube show tomorrow at 6 p.m. Standard Pacific Time. And that'll be on the YouTube channel. So I'll post that into the group very, very soon. And we'll do maybe 1 hour, maybe 2 hour. We'll see. But I want to try to keep this one to a minimum as possible, even though we have a lot to cover. And Sophia has done a great job getting together all of the photos. So I'll finish up adding them to the PowerPoint, and we will go over all of the blood that was at the crime scene, all the blood that is missing in the crime scene, and talk about some of the blood that is probably very hard to see in those photos. So we'll try to keep it to 1 hour, but maximum 2, but we'll see how far we get with that. The monthly podcast, the goal is to put out a new podcast every month on the first of the month. So that is the goal. We have already recorded the Gray Stage podcast number 2. So I will be editing that hopefully over this weekend, and then put that out on the first of the month. So really excited about that as well. I started a Instagram channel, page, whatever the heck it is. I don't even know what the value of Instagram really is, but whatever it is, we'll see. We'll see if there is any value. I've started an Instagram for me in the past, and I don't know, it just kind of fell off. So we'll see what happens there. I was hoping to get everybody to pray for my friend Walter Bradley, who's going through some health issues, some health problems. So if everybody could pray for him, for Walter Bradley over there in Texas, that would be great. So yeah, I've been trying to do a show with Walter for a while, and just because of his health and because of timing, we haven't been able to yet. So really appreciate any prayers. He's been a big part of my spiritual journey, and has been, I think he was one of the first people, aside from family, and he was probably one of the first people that I ever talked to September 11th about, and probably one of the first people that understood that there were bombs in those buildings, and the towers don't fall like that from planes hitting them, stuff like that, all that good stuff. And so we'd go back and forth on different things, but he definitely needs our prayers. He needs as many prayers. Pray for him, pray for his wife too. And I think they have a cat, so why not pray for the cat as well? But it is a bright, sunny day here in Northern California, finally. Looks like some chemtrails out this morning, but that's okay. It's not going to stop us. Best way to fight that is just to live healthy. A healthy lifestyle will defeat all of this crap that they're putting out there. So, yeah, gotta include the kitty. That's right. So, Sheila, if I have not gotten to those documents that you sent me yet, I'm so far behind, but it is on my list, so hopefully I'll get a chance to look at that stuff here in the next day or so. This traffic is it just gets worse and worse no matter what. I don't know if it's just people don't know how to drive, combination, the legalization of marijuana. I can always blame that. That seems to rile people up just for fun. But, so the live show, looking forward to that. That'll be right here tomorrow. And then the podcast, episode number 2, will drop on the 1st of the month. The podcast has made it to a couple other platforms as well. Some platforms I've never heard of, but the one that I'm still waiting for it to get onto is the iTunes. So if it gets on to iTunes, that'll be great. I know it takes a little longer to get there, but we'll see. We'll see whatever happens. Wow, it's coming up on some weird traffic up here, but I want to see what y'all think of the influence. I'm really curious to see all of that documentation. I've been going back doing some research on John F. Kennedy for a chapter in a book that I'm currently writing right now, and for some reason I thought it would be a good idea to go through the Warren Commission report. I figured, well, that's a good way, I'll start there and kind of have this chapter of the book kind of focus around that. And I think about 15-20 minutes into that, I'm like, oh, this is ridiculous. I don't know if I would call it a waste of time. I mean, it has to be done if I'm gonna really look into the John F. Kennedy thing just on a simple basis like that. It's just some of the stuff in the Warren Commission report is just like, it's very frustrating, because then we know that a lot of that is not true. There's so much that isn't true. I can see why people have written entire books just on the Warren Commission and all of the different things with that. But believe it or not, there are still people out there who don't understand that John F. Kennedy was killed not by Oswald. He was killed as a result of a conspiracy, however you want to divvy that one up. But so that will be an interesting chapter. But it was just the Warren Commission report, man, it's very stressful. It's very stressful. Just all the different things that are just completely wrong, just lies. And it just, it can be very stressful when you think about, when this happened, when John F. Kennedy was killed, and all the people just bought in to what the government said, to what our news media told us, and they had no reason to doubt them. It's different nowadays. There's plenty of reason. You can look at not only September 11th, these wars, a lot of different stuff, all the stuff they're trying to pin on Trump, and it's just, you can understand why people do not trust our media. And it makes you wonder, how long has the media been taken over? Or was it always like this? Were they always this corrupt? And when you think about how that gets started, what you would need for it to start your own TV station and all that stuff, it's just, man, it's just all planned, it's all plotted, and it's all to just trick us, I think. It's all just to get us to fall in line to a certain theories, to go a certain way, and that's not even including all of the distractions that they are continually throwing at us. But as usual, there will always be truth seekers. There will always be people that are looking to find what the truth is. No matter what they throw at us, that's always going to be there. So, and I think those numbers are growing. The more that it looks like the numbers are fading, it's probably because they're trying to hide those numbers. All of this shadow banning, these crazy things they do on social media, what they will let on social media, what they will not let on social media, and it can just really be frustrating. So it's good to know that there are a lot of good people out there with their own shows, with their own channels, and just doing their own thing, not paying attention to all of this gaga, and not focusing on hits, not focusing on likes, not focusing on, well, if I talk about this, then I'm gonna lose some subscribers. And you know, it's trickery, really. And there are a lot of people that do that. There are a lot of people that are in it just for money, just for fame, just for some type of a future, but in the whole entertainment business. And that's frustrating too, because they can be compromised based on money, losing money, you know. And so that's one thing, but for us Christians, it's totally different. You know, it's shameful when Christians won't talk about certain topics because they don't want to lose subscribers, or their popularity will go down, or, you know, all that stuff. It's like we are called to do certain things, and spreading the word of God is what we are called to do. Now, there are a lot of ways that we can do that. There are a lot of ways to spread love, and Jesus Christ is love. Make no mistake about that. He is love. I think that is changing rapidly, says She-Wolf. Yeah, I think you're right. You know, yesterday I could wake up and it just all seems like doom and gloom. And today I wake up, the sun is shining, and you know, I'm blessed and I'm grateful for everything that I have. I know a lot of people on social media just have this fictitious way of just kind of creating this fake life that doesn't really make them happy. It makes it look like they have this great life and all that stuff, but you know, it's just gaga. It's just more. It's not the right way to use social media, from my point, I guess, from my view. Social media is media. It's just media. And that's the way that it should be used. There's no excuses now for lack of knowledge. Now, what we do with that knowledge and where the knowledge is sourced from, where it comes from, I guess that's a whole nother issue. But everything that we do should be with love. And as long as we're focused there, we'll be okay. You know, it's okay to be wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Nobody is right 100% of the time. It just does not happen. So, let's see. I guess getting back to the podcast, episode number 2. I think we have kind of found kind of the format that I want to go, and we're just going to kind of summarize through this book, not read every single word for word. We'll save that for the actual audio book of the Gray Stage, so I'll be looking forward to that. I don't know, maybe in the summertime or something. It's not cheap either. It could be about $400 if you can do it right, and if you can get somebody to read through the whole thing for that, and then the whole distribution and putting it out there. So, but I think this audiobook would be very valuable. But until then, I think going through this book little by little and just kind of, you know, summarizing what is in that book, I think is going to be, I think it's a good format, and I think hopefully it'll help people get caught up with this case fairly quickly, more quickly than they would if they were just looking at videos and, you know, all the different posts and everything like that. It can be a challenge, when you're like, well, where do I start? I think if you're going to start with the video, start with Dan Hennon's timeline, and obviously if you're going to start with reading material, if you're going to start with something like that, something in print, I do think that my book is the best place for you to start. Everything is sourced, and you have access to all of those sources. And, after 200 pages, I think you'll pretty much see what a lot of us are seeing in regards to the David Crowley case, is we're seeing a lack of proof that David Crowley is guilty, to the point where it makes sense why people are creating other theories, because obviously if David Crowley can't be proven guilty, if we're just like, well, did he sign anything? Is he taking credit for anything? Somebody posted in the group earlier, maybe yesterday, that David was filming everything, but he's not filming this. All the filming stops in October. All the journals, all that stuff stops in October, and there's nothing beyond that. But if you look at his social media posts, and if you look at the statement made by the school, there's nothing weird going on. There's nothing strange going on during that time. David Crowley is posting on social media. He's contacting people all the way through December of 2014. So why would anybody think that he just snaps? Where is this snap theory coming from? What did investigators look at? What did they research to say, oh, well, here it is. This is why David Crowley snapped. They don't even have that. It's just a guess. Not even a good one. Not even a good one. I'll bet if you showed this case to third graders, fourth graders, maybe even second graders, depending on their reading level, I think they'd pretty much see it too. It's just, where is the evidence that David Crowley snapped and then killed his family? It's just not there. It's just all based on feelings. That's all it is. But feelings are not going to lead us to the truth. Being lazy and just saying, well, I don't know, we don't know, so we're just going to say that he's guilty. But that's a bad way to go about this investigation. It's a bad way to go about anything, because that could be you one day. And then what? Then it's going to be a little bit different. If you're accused of a double murder suicide, I'm sure you're going to want, your day in court or whatever, but you're going to want to be able to defend yourself. And the problem is, people that are accused of a double murder suicide, it's just too easy for the investigators to just say that this guy's guilty. It's this, and it sets a bad precedent, because then it makes it easy. If somebody was going to frame you, if somebody was going to kill you and then claim that you killed your family, it makes it very, very easy. You're encouraging it to a certain point. You're encouraging that type of behavior. And there are a lot of evil people out there who do stage crime scenes, and this is only helping them. You want to make it as difficult as possible for somebody to try to stage a crime scene, to try to frame you. And if you look at that, the Apple Valley police, some of the friends and family have done a horrible job at making it difficult for somebody to frame an innocent person, for somebody to frame someone for a double murder suicide. And that's one of the biggest fears that I have about this, is that this is way too common. This is becoming way too common. And then you can, it calls into question a lot of the other people that have, quote unquote, committed suicide or murder and then killed their spouse. why are we so easily accept? I don't understand that mentality. I really don't. It's just crazy. It's really crazy to me. I thought we were all innocent until proven guilty. But now it's the other way, you know? With this case, everything is backwards. The investigation is backwards. They started from the freaking end. They started with the theory that David Crowley was guilty and worked their way towards that theory. That was it. They were not looking into any other theories. So we need to give them reasons to look into other theories. I get that. I understand that. But this is the problem here. It's like, well, if you can't prove that somebody else did it, then we're just going to say that David Crowley did it. It's so lazy. It's just so lazy and so wrong, you know? And like I said, if you do that to people, wait till it comes back on you. You start accusing people, wait till you start being falsely accused. You think it won't happen? It will happen. That's how God works. So you don't want to falsely accuse anybody, because it could be you. That's why I'm very cautious about any other theories and all of that. You know, there's nothing wrong with thinking about it. There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm not dedicating myself to any one theory about what might have happened here with David Crowley. These things speak for themselves. The facts speak for themselves. If you want to find motive, you'll find motive. You won't find motive with David Crowley because it's not there. And that's in the documents. That's in those 94 pages of police documents. There's no motive. No financial motive, nothing, no motive. So there's no motive for him snapping. Yet we're just supposed to, you know, buy that too. Just buy it all and just move on. That's ridiculous. It really is. That's why there's so many people that have been drawn to this case, because it's so clear cut. It's very clear. And the people that are holding on to that fictitious theory that David Crowley is guilty are just fooling themselves. And it's going to hurt them. They're going to hurt themselves. That's what it's all going to do. So, I don't believe in karma or anything like that, but obviously, you know, what you do unto others will be done to you. Let me go through some of these comments while I'm here. Smoke and mirrors. It's okay to agree to disagree too. That's right, Sophia. It is okay to agree to disagree. Nothing wrong with that. Sheila says, I'm about to start examining all the coroners in all these cases. Yeah, that's good. And, you know, I really, if I could do one interview, it would be with somebody, it would be with a coroner, with a medical examiner. I'd like to do it live. You know, none of this, well, I can't talk because I'll get in trouble, or I don't want my name attached to that, you know. So it might have to be a retired person, but whatever it is, but somebody should go through it and kind of help me at least with some of this terminology that they give us, because if there was something that proved David Crowley was guilty in those autopsy reports, it would be there. I mean, the final autopsy, the final report, all that stuff, it's not based on, you know, saying, well, this is why David Crowley is guilty. It's not. It's really not. So unless, you know, and if it were, I'm sure that the investigators would have made that clear. They would have brought that up. Would have done something. It's called corruption by a lot of coroners. Yeah, that's sad. You know, that's really sad. And again, if good people don't stand up, and don't ask those questions, they're going to keep doing these things. These things are going to keep happening. They're going to have a bunch of lazy medical examiners, a bunch of lazy cops, a bunch of people that, act like they care and crying over Rania, don't give a shit about her. Obviously not. Or else they would actually look at some facts. Reading some of the stuff by Danny Mason, where he's like, he goes off about, he's mad at David Crowley and Kamel because they killed their daughter, and it's like, dude, what are you talking about? You don't know that they killed anybody. He's just as likely to have killed them as David was. Does he realize that? Anybody is just as likely to have done this, because there's nothing that shows David Crowley did. So if they're going to base David Crowley's guilt on that logic, that could be Danny Mason too. That could be anybody. That could be us. It could be some stranger. And I think some people have a misconception about the cover-up. The police don't have to be involved in the crime to be a part of the cover-up. They could just be lazy. They could just be given orders and told, this is what the story is. We got 20 other cases we need to focus on. We're not going to worry about some daughter getting her arm ripped off, shot in the freaking head. Some wife who has both of her hands missing. No, we don't have time for that. We don't have time to dig deep. No. One of David's hands is gone. We're just going to say that the dog chose to selectively eat certain parts of the body, and that's it. Yeah, right. Come on. Really? Nobody believes that. If you believe that, you're just lying to yourself. It's ridiculous. So, just to kind of wrap this up here, I just want to say we will be back on Friday. Arkansides, yeah, Arkansides. That's a good one. I mean, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. All these cases here. So, tomorrow we will be live on YouTube. We're going to try to keep it to about 1 hour. People are probably laughing right now because of how much stuff we have to go through, but we will try to keep it to 1 hour. The shorter, the more that I can do. So, tomorrow, right here, 6 p.m., we will be live. Might even go a little earlier too, so keep an eye out for that as well. We might start a little sooner. People in the group, so many great posts and so many great comments in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook. That I want this. So, with that said, God bless you all. Hope you all have a great day, a great Thursday, and come back here tomorrow. If you'd like to be part of the call, all you have to do is let me know. And if you're on Facebook, you can just send me a message. If you're not on Facebook, you can send an email to me at MBS Talk Radio. That's MBS Talk Radio, as in Mind Body Soul Talk Radio. mbstalkradio@gmail.com, and I will send you the link to how you can join. You can either call in or you can join from your computer. Whatever you want. And whatever questions, anything that you have, those rules still stand. We'd like to stay on topic, but if there's something some pressing issue or something that you want to make sure that we bring up, you are more than welcome to bring that up during the call. God bless you all. Hope you all have a great day, and see you tomorrow. I don't know what that was. We'll try this again. as I was saying, tomorrow, January 9th, 2020, at 6 p.m. Pacific time, we will have another conference call on the David Crowley questions. That will be right here on this same YouTube channel that you're looking at right now. So, I just wanted to remind everybody of that, kind of an open forum style. So whatever topics anybody wants to bring up, please bring them up. Obviously the chat room will be open. And if you would like to be a part of the call, let me know, and I will try to make that happen as well. I'll send you the call-in number. You can pick up your phone, call in. You can go online. You can call in there. You can join us however you would like to. We'd like to have another conference call, and Sophia will be joining me, and probably a couple other people will also be joining me too. We will see. I'm also going to give you a quick look at the back of the book cover, so you'll get a quick glance at that. Not that much really to see there, but I think you'll kind of see where the book is going. So we'll have that as well. And maybe a couple other things. One of the things that I would like to really talk about again is Eric Nelson's sloppumentary. I'd like to talk about it maybe one more time and then never think about it ever again. What I was saying in the other stream before I got dropped off is that, we've been, I was thinking that movie came out in 2017, and it just seems like a lot longer. Time seems a lot longer, but that movie is just, it's so badly made. What I was saying in the other streams, it's made so poorly, so badly, that you would almost think that Eric Nelson was on our side, that he was with us, that he was helping us out, that he was consciously, not just subconsciously, but consciously helping us out to create more awareness about the questions, and for more people to understand that there is no proof that David Crowley is guilty. However you want to cut it, however you want to slice it, it just is not there. It doesn't exist. That's not going to stop the Apple Valley Police Department from never discussing the case unless we bring it up. And it's not going to stop certain family and friends from acting like David Crowley is guilty. They want to keep their blinders on. If they want to keep their blinders on, that's fine, but not everybody does. Not everybody wants to be so blinded by a bunch of lies. Some people actually like truth. So for those people, we'll be discussing the sloppumentary, and then maybe even the documentary that Christian Coffins is actually working on. Maybe we can get some ideas for that. But whatever anybody wants to talk about, as far as related to the David Crowley case, bring it up. Maybe we can talk about, I know Sophia has posted in the group, we posted in the group about the Ben Swan interview with Danny Mason. So if you haven't seen that, it's probably good to go and check that out at least once. Count how many times Danny Mason says "on it." It'll be a lot. Don't do a drinking game to the "on it," because you will be ripped very quickly. So yeah, that was definitely one of the big things that kept me going on the case so early on, was the Ben Swan interview with Danny Mason. Just even Ben Swan looked uncomfortable, seemed very uncomfortable. So I don't know. That whole interview was weird. That whole time was so weird. It was just like everything was just properly laid out, and the official theory, they rolled out the red carpet for the official theory. And the people rolling out the red carpet were not the ones you might think would be rolling out the red carpet. So they were supposed to be credible. They were supposed to give you a credible source. And, it's not just those crazy people, that are saying that David Crowley is guilty. It's us too, That's what the Gray State team and those people, the friends, that's what they were all saying. Like they're some credible source. Obviously, if they really think David Crowley is guilty, they are not a credible source. They are not someone that people are going to take seriously, because they're just full of crap. Full of garbage for all of you children out there. So we will keep going on. We'll talk about the sloppumentary. We could talk about Danny Mason, Ben Swan. I'll give you a quick little preview of the back of my book. Maybe we'll go through some other things. I've been debating about cropping the image that just shows the three bodies. Been debating maybe cropping the image to just show David. So I don't know what you guys think about that, but I might just crop it up, see what it looks like. I mean, the one that we got is in a PDF, so it's not like it's the actual source. So it does look kind of pixelated, even in the PDF that it came in. So it's an image inside of a 40-page PDF. And so it looks pixelated a little bit, but you can make out, I mean, you can pretty much see where David's eye sockets are and the back of the skull, and you can see that there's still he's got the beard pretty much on half of the face that's left. The whole left side of this area is all just gone. It's just blown away, so that's where the exit was, on the left hand side. No entrance wound, so it's got to be through the mouth, most likely. It's one of the only things that would really make sense, unless he shot himself on left sided curve. No, just not gonna even go there. So we can discuss whatever you guys want to talk about. We can discuss Christian Coffin's the real documentary that he's making, a docu-series basically about this case, and what should be included, what we should focus on. And I have not really followed up on seeing about the whole podcast, so I know we're trying to get some ideas for the podcast, some show ideas. It would be a monthly podcast, so we only need 12 of those, 2 hours long, and that's it. And we'll see if that works out. That would be great. Eric Spitfire Wilkinson has offered to let us have one of his weeks, so we'll see how that works out, because it will be on a Wednesday. That might make it a little difficult for me, but be a lot less work, really, because then it's just us talking. But really, I don't know, think about it. You'd think it'd be a lot less work. In some cases it might be a lot more work. I don't know. So there's that. And then, open forum, whatever anybody wants to talk about, we'll talk about it all. Just wanted to give you that brief update. I had asked in the group, the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, I had asked what people, if you had the opportunity to ask a soldier that worked with David, that served with David, if you had the opportunity to ask a soldier that served with David any questions, what would you ask? Great responses. If you have not left a question in the group post, there's still time to, and you never know, we might get some answers. Very soon from what one or two, maybe even more soldiers who served with David, get some background on David Crowley. If there's any soldiers out there who have served with them, and if you are willing to talk on public, talk in a public forum, or whatever you're open to, even if it's just a written statement or anything that you would like to say. If you're open to us giving you a list of questions, I'd love to do that as well. Whatever you're open to, just to help us get some background on David. You have to remember, David was out of the military in 2009. What's interesting about David's military service, quickly, is that he was he was on Facebook in 2007, at least he's a part of a group in 2007. So during his service times, he's on Facebook posting stuff. And it's interesting, if you have not seen that, we have the document BCA 485. It's on my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. Scroll down to the very bottom, you'll find it, BCA 485. It has about, must have at least 50 to 100 pages of just social media content. Even the stuff that was pulled down, apparently. But if you go to some of the earlier stuff, it is from 2007, and it's like he's part of some Facebook group, and they're talking about the war. So I found that fascinating too, and there's some interesting stuff in there. You can get a good understanding of David's views while he served. It was just kind of weird that he was posting, so openly and so honestly on Facebook, in the Facebook group. I don't know if it was a private group or not, but I was just kind of fascinated by that. Trying to find out anything from David's military days, who he served with, so if you're out there, I'd love to chat with you. You can leave me an email at mbstalkradio@gmail.com, and I'll be more than happy to help you, give us some background or whatever you want to say about David. Even that Joseph Seaton guy, who says in the Sloppymentary he's listed as David's commanding officer. It doesn't say what commanding officer, it doesn't give the rank, all that good stuff or whatever. But I was contacted maybe a year or two ago. Couldn't have been too long, because it was after the Sloppymentary came out. I was contacted by somebody who claimed to be a soldier that served with David, that said that Joseph Seaton was not David's commanding officer. So that's interesting too, and have not been able to get a hold of that guy since then. And I'm still trying to get a hold of Mario, so I will again try to reach out to him. He's a guy he's an Italian filmmaker who was making a very similar film to David at the same time, and found that he was surrounded by Masons and was threatened to stop, going there, stop working on this film. And his film is very eerily similar to David's trailer. They're both trailers, sorry. There is no movie for either project, but they're just both movie trailers. But I will try to see what I can find out about Mario, see if he's even responded to. I don't think he's even looked at the messages. I know he had to get another Facebook account. So Mario, if you're out there, please contact me just to let me know that you're okay. That's it. You don't have to tell me anything else. But so that's about all I wanted to say on this. We will see you hopefully tomorrow. Tomorrow is January 9th. Thursday, January 9th at 6 p.m. 2020 USA Pacific Time. We will have another conference call, open forum style, and I'm looking forward to hearing from everybody there, getting all of your views. Let me know what you think, all that good stuff, and keep up this good fight. Watching the Sloppymentary reminded me why we do this, why we're doing this, and so I'm, it keeps me going. Things like that, even though I hate to look at the things in the Sloppymentary, it keeps me going. So, and I will be streaming on my backup channel in a few minutes. Hey Bugs, how you doing? So I'll be going to my backup channel, gregfernandezjr.com, on youtube.com, and I'm going to try a few things. I'm going to try streaming a few things. We'll see what happens, depending on how that goes. You never know. So keep up the good fight, good peeps, and I'll chat with you all soon. Thank you everyone for joining us here. This is another live stream. This is David Crowley Questions. The live conference call, January 9th, 2020. First live show of 2020. So I want to thank everybody here. And I'm going to just kind of make sure everybody can hear us. And then we will get rocking and rolling. We have Sophia is here. Hey, Sophia.
Hello, everybody.
Let me just turn this down. And we also have Patty. Have you been on with us before? I feel like you might have.
No, I have not.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for joining us. The first time here. That's great. We're going to try to hear everybody's views, and it looks like Christy is also joining us here in the chat room. We got She-Wolf. I want to say hi to She-Wolf. I want to say hi to Pansy, thank you both for joining in the chat room, and we'll try to keep this as interactive as possible between what we hear and see in the chat as opposed to what we hear and see on my screen right now. So I've got just about everything kind of pulled up, and do either of you have anything that you want to kind of start off with? We've got a whole list of different things to cover here. 10 people in the chat. Nice.
Did you want to cover any upcoming projects that we're planning?
Yeah, we're still working on the podcast, and Eric Spitfire Wilkinson has invited me back onto the show next Wednesday, so I'll be back on there, and I'll make sure to kind of talk about that too. I hope to have my book cover by then too, so that he can share that. But the goal, I think, is to do a once a month 2-hour podcast. And Sophia, I know, has been busy kind of spearheading that and making sure that we kind of got everything ready. She's created some titles that I haven't looked at yet, but we basically need 12 of them, one for each month. And, hopefully maybe even kind of timed with things that happened during that month. Because there is, going through a timeline of the David Crowley case, and what I have up right now is the main page for the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. The first thing that you should see is the timeline, Dan Hannon's timeline. I believe it's about 2 hours, and he goes 2 hours straight. That's rough. That's rough, and of course, he's a really good speaker, and I think that video is worth everybody's time. It will really help you get caught up very quickly. So couple that in with the book that I've just finished, that I'm just waiting for some final print proofs, and then we're off and running on that. We will have the 2-hour monthly podcast, and then of course we have Christian Coffins, who is working on a docu-series. And I think he said, if I remember last time we had Christian on, he said he wanted to do 12 episodes at 1 hour each. And I'm thinking we're going to need to do 24 at 2 hours each. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's hard to condense it. That's why I had asked the group, if we had 30 minutes or 45 minutes to hook somebody new to get involved into this case or even interested, what would we share with them?
Right.
Because like the first internet radio show, we'd have to share something with them and to get them hooked so that they'll continue to listen. And it's just hard because there's so much. And I mean, even if we went through a photo or 2 photos every time that we were on, we still wouldn't be able to cover it all because there's just so much information, and this case is like a spider web.
Patty, what do you think we should cover in these podcasts?
I think part of it would be probably an interview of a crime scene cleaning person.
Can you say that? Can you say that again? Your phone was kind of breaking out a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was thinking in the docu-series possibly having a crime scene cleaning person interviewed too.
Ooh, that's good. I like that.
Yeah, I'm going to write that down.
That's a great idea.
Yes, because you had talked before about the painting on the wall and stuff, and I think I told you I did talk to crime scene people, and they do put the blocker on when there's that amount of blood, but they do clean it first because it is a biohazard.
Mm-hmm.
So the interesting thing is about their knowledge of decomp, how much would be at a scene, because they have been so involved with different crime scenes.
I
It
love
would just
it.
be interesting, I think, on that point.
Yeah, I wonder how receptive they would be to something like that. And would,
Well,
go ahead.
I have reached out to Spalding Decon. They're pretty much countrywide crime scene cleaning people, and those are people I did reach out to talk to you about this case.
Have you gotten any response at all, or?
The owner does seem interested. Her name is Laura.
Nice. That's great. And do you think maybe she would go, if you do get a chance to maybe, get a little further along with her as far as getting into the details of how it could be done? Obviously, we would love, to do it live, to have this person come on live. But if they can't, we can always do a pre-recorded thing that we then air on the show. So, I mean, whatever they're comfortable with, But that's great. Thank you for that.
Will do.
Awesome. That is great. So we got about 11 people in the chat room right now. So thank you everyone who is joining us here. We're just getting going, just getting started. And we're going to go through, one thing I like to do with all these shows is just kind of start off with some of the latest things that are happening, some of the latest posts that are in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. And about 12 hours ago, it looks like Christy Strickland posted, "This is David's gold wedding band. The ring on the table is David's." I had wondered that because in here it does look gold, but the one on the, and let me just go to this one here, but the one on the, let me scroll down, the one on the table kind of looks silver, so I don't know, but it does look like the same ring. What do you guys think of that?
I'm here, by the way.
Oh, hey. Is it Chrissy?
Hey. Yeah,
Hey, we were just talking about you.
I know.
Okay, I guess we'll stop then. No, just kidding.
But, yeah, it's okay. I'm used to people talking about me when I'm around. So
Okay,
it's
cool.
fine.
You're
I'm
gonna
used to it.
you're gonna fit
But
in great here.
I'm so used to the abuse. So, look, the other thing though about Kamel's band
Mhm.
is her wedding band had diamonds on it,
Right.
had stones on it.
Could that be
So,
her?
mhm.
Could that be her engagement ring, or do you think it's?
No, because it was a set. So she had the engagement ring, but then the band that went with it
Mhm.
was a diamond band.
Do
So
we-
that's why I think it's David.
Okay.
Because if you look at the picture that I posted of her ring,
I'm gonna look for that one.
you can see that it's actually 2 rings on her finger.
Okay.
Mhm. And was the band, does that have diamonds on it too, or was that just a solid band?
It has diamonds on it too.
Okay.
Okay, so it's one. So it's. Oh, I see. It's a. Okay, so I thought it was like a 2-band or a very thick engagement ring, but you're saying what I'm looking at here is the engagement ring and the wedding band
Yeah.
for Kamel.
That's how my set is, and that's very common
Okay.
for sets nowadays. So
Beautiful ring.
that's what it looks like to me anyway.
Yeah.
And I don't see why she would have a like white gold or platinum or silver engagement ring and then have a wide gold band. I think she would have wanted it to match.
Okay, well that's the other question that we were going through is that wedding band, is it gold or is it silver or chrome, whatever you want to call it? Because
it looks like it's gold to me.
Okay, we're gonna pull that DSC 0300.
You can talk about me if you disagree.
Okay,
well,
let's
picture.
go ahead.
I'm sorry. The picture of David, I can't remember which one it was, but his wedding band was a white gold, it looked like. But on the table, it did look like it was yellow gold. So.
Right. That's, yeah, if we're looking at this one here, I'm going to pull up the ring. And, I mean, that looks silver to me. Right, David's ring.
Yeah.
Now, in the image, the ring that he's wearing, obviously he's wearing a ring because of where he is, where he's taken that photo. That could have made the silver ring look more yellowish. Possibly.
That is possible when you take pictures of certain jewelry, and especially if you use a flash, it can make silver look gold. So that's a possibility. Or with that ring, with it looking questionable, it could have been a gold band, but then or it could have been a white gold band, and eventually white gold, the rhodium plating will kind of slowly wear off and it's kind of start taking on a more gold hue. That's why a lot of people will have to go later on and get their rings replated. That's the downside of white gold. And so that may be another reason why that looked funny like that.
Yeah, but if it's a true white gold, like a 14 karat white gold, that wouldn't happen.
No, 14 karat white gold, it's still rhodium plated. It's still gold. The gold,
okay.
No gold is white. All gold is gold. And to get white gold, they rhodium plate it.
Oh, okay.
That's why so many people like platinum, but it's really expensive. So,
yeah.
Some people go for silver because the downside of white gold is it eventually yellows, and you have to get it replated.
You had the other image of his hand too, where his hand is over one of the mics. And that one does look more kind of like a silverish to me. I think we have a good photo
And he
of that
could have
somewhere.
had two bands. My husband has two bands. I know that sounds crazy, but because of the work that he does, he doesn't want to get his other band messed up at work. So he has a work wedding band and then rest of the time wedding band. So, I mean, he could have had two bands.
He could have. I mean, I'm sure we have a lot of other photos where that should show his wedding ring, wedding band. So,
Greg and Sophia, are you going to ask Christian to do like a reenactment type thing?
yes, you have to go do that test.
Yeah.
Stand in a elevator with some gold tint and take the photo. Or have your husband do it, I guess, if it's his band. And he has to look just like David. It's got to be the same position, same face. No, I'm just kidding. That's going a little too far.
That's not going to happen. My husband is a little bit older than David.
Okay. Anything else on that one? I'm gonna move on to the next topic here. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so we all know how to sort from new activity to recent posts. From time to time, I will go in here and delete some of my old posts or any repetitive posts, because I do want to keep this as clean as possible for people, especially new people who are just trying to get caught up on stuff. So there's Kamel's rings that you posted. A couple photos from the sloppumentary that I ended up watching last night again. I think we should, at some point, we should definitely talk about the sloppumentary.
Yeah.
Donna has posted something about the David's house from Zillow. What is the wooden door in the wall downstairs right of the staircase? That used to be, and I know it's in one of the photos, it looks like kind of where, so I can go there.
Wasn't that supposed to be for the bathroom he was putting in?
No,
Did
because
they
the
get rid of that?
bathroom would be on the other side. It looks like they just put a door over that area, but it's one of those why do I want to say circuit protector? It's not the right word. Not circuit
Well, the
protector.
reason why I asked if they got rid
A
of that
J-box.
bathroom downstairs is because the advertisement says there's 2 bathrooms.
Yeah, it's an electrical box. I just can't think of the name of it right now, but it'll come back to me. So it's just another covering for it.
You mean like the circuit breaker box?
The circuit breaker box, thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Oh my gosh, Greg.
It's been a rough day.
Trying to figure out what you were trying to say.
That's gonna happen a lot, don't worry. We're gonna play this guessing game.
And you have me here so you
Yeah.
can talk about me.
I know, see? That was all part of my plan. Yes, that's what I do believe it is. It's
That's
just
what
a
I'm
circuit
thinking.
breaker box. Exactly. Or I'll just take credit for it. How about that? Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Knowing it was nothing.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's what I said 3 years ago. Yeah, see, this little box here, I think, is what it is here. I'm gonna pull that up. But I'm pretty sure what we're talking about is this box right above here. Maybe it's not a circuit breaker box. Yeah. Maybe not.
Could that have been access to plumbing?
Could have been. I'm gonna try to go to the
Like
image
if
she's
that's in the
talking about.
basement, that could be access to a clean out if their clean out wasn't outside.
Mm-hmm.
So it could have been access to that.
It's a nice house. I really like the house.
Yeah, it is. This is nice.
Yeah, this is what they're talking about right there. This wooden box. I believe that is the same area.
Can I ask a
See, they
question?
totally misread that post. I thought they were talking about the 2 doors. One going
Yeah, me
that used to
too.
go down to the basement.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Not bad. Oh, okay. I see what they're talking about now. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so probably the electrical box then?
Yeah, that's what I would think.
It's an interesting spot for it.
Yeah, and looking at the layout of the house, I don't know if I don't have that big image of that, but that might also help too. Okay, so there's that one from Donna. I posted another replay thing. It didn't get blocked. I was really surprised that one didn't get blocked.
Yeah, I just checked a little bit ago.
You never know, though. You never know. I just didn't want to take that chance on here. So I want to say hi again to everybody in the chat room. We got 13 people there. Nova Coco has joined us as well. Pamela Johnson has also joined us. Thank you both. Thanks to everybody. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. If anybody has any questions or anything that you would like to bring up, go ahead and do it. We will be here just going through some of these posts. Another one was from Randy Young. What I don't get is if you look at any of his friends' social media pages, no one has any pictures of them hanging out as friends or even pictures memorializing their friend. I've had friends pass away, and for years on the anniversary of their passing, put up a pic. This didn't happen 20 years ago. That is just odd to me. Just a thought. I think it's a pretty good thought. What do you think?
The only person who has posted photos of David or even tagged David is Sean Wright. If you go back far enough on his profile, he's got, I'm not even exaggerating, thousands of photos of David.
After the death?
Creepy and stuff. No, not after the death. But he has posted some in the past of him and David.
Yeah, I think if I understood this correctly, what Randy's talking about is after David died. Like, you know how every year you'd kind of post, you know, hey, it's been 1 year since we lost our good friend, blah, blah, blah. I remember seeing David's sister doing that maybe a year afterwards or something. But I don't know. And they can also make it private, too. They can make certain things private, so maybe, you know, we're just not seeing them. But I don't know. It's an interesting thought that I never really thought too much about. But you know, it's like, well, what are they gonna say? Hey, it's been 3 years since my friend killed his wife and his daughter and then shot himself. You know, so I don't know. I can kind of see both sides of it, I guess.
And we spent all this time slandering him in the public eye. You know, hey, yeah. But we remember you.
Woe is me. We're going to keep trying to rape your project, but hey, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Still getting that cha-ching from your death.
Yeah, it's all good. Well, you'll be on A&E and Netflix in no time. There was a question brought up about Joseph Seaton. Is he the commanding officer of David Crowley from August 2008 to 2009? So if anybody served with David or if anybody has any information about that, please make sure to help us figure out what the truth is with that, because we have heard conflicting reports and I would like to get a nice, clear, clean answer. I did like one of the comments in that post. Not that one. I think it was... Yeah. So Amanda Richards wrote, I wondered about that also. And why was he the only person on the mockumentary that had their title changed? At first his caption read Joseph Seaton Friend, then later it said Joseph Seaton Commanding Officer. Why was he so special? I didn't see anyone else with the multiple titles. They could have labeled certain people as weed dealer, frenemy, etc. Sorry, couldn't help myself. But she's right. I mean, because, you know, when I first watched this, I was when somebody had first told me about this theory that Joseph Seaton might not be David's commanding officer, I skimmed through the sloppumentary to see what his title was, and they're right. The first time that he's brought up, his title is David's friend. So I just didn't even look any further. It wasn't until yesterday, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, wait a minute. Here is what I was looking for, because because I do remember it's, they're making a big picture of why he's David's commanding officer. Why wouldn't they lead with that? But they were leading with David's friend. They had to make sure that the people in the sloppymentary were David's friends. David's friends, and then they just kind of casually, David's friends that accuse him of a double murder-suicide, of David's friends that believe David Crowley is guilty of a double murder-suicide. They conveniently leave that part out, as if these are some people that we should really take seriously. I don't take any of them seriously. Mm-hmm. We went over the Ben Swan interview.
I have a feeling why they may have decided to throw that commanding officer thing in there. I mean, I don't know, but it's just a theory. But when it goes further along and he's talking about David, he starts talking about his military training and how he always was one step ahead, et cetera, and so he was talking about him in his service capacity. So I think to drive home that he knew what he was talking about, maybe they threw in there, well, obviously he knew because he served with David, and so he knew this to be a fact about him.
And he's also the one who starts showing a lot of anger as they start discussing how David was guilty and their change in personality and everything.
Right. He's one of the guys who's saying that this happened back in the summer, that David was different and distancing himself. This guy pops up out of nowhere back into David's life. Couple months
back
maybe.
In the summer.
Yeah, it's that's kind of weird too. Coincidence.
Well, do you think part of it was because of the fact that David was getting to be well known? He was on YouTube, and because of the movie and everything else, that people wanted to, come in and reap the benefits of his, fame or whatever.
Interesting. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Another odd thing I see about that, and I don't know because I can't speak for every branch or for every person. Sophia, you might be able to speak to this more than I can, but it says commanding officer, and David was enlisted. He wasn't an officer, and I don't know of a lot of officers that hung around with enlisted personnel.
That's true.
Is it really?
They kind of discourage it.
Why?
Yeah.
In proper relationships and stuff, but also
they're
favoring...
out. But they're out, right? I mean, I don't know if Joseph Seaton is out or when he got out actually, but David wasn't a part of it.
I have a feeling.
Go ahead.
Well, I just have a feeling that Joseph Seaton is claiming a lot of things that he's not. And just from what I've heard from other people, they're backing up that feeling.
Yeah, and they could be misusing that term, commanding officer. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about his service record. But, I mean, he may not have even been an officer. But I'm just speculating if they're calling him a commanding officer because that's what he called himself, then he would have been an officer. And I've never known of anyone that I know of that did that. I mean, that's why they have they have officers clubs and they have enlisted personnel clubs. You can't even go to the same clubs.
And he has an other than honorable discharge.
Oh, wow.
Satan. Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
What for? Do you know what for?
He, from what I was told, the story he tells people is not the real story.
What's the story?
But supposedly,
Yeah.
when he was overseas, he took the blame for something that his unit did. And that's why he had a disorder or an other than honorable discharge.
And so he was a hero.
But that's what he's claiming. But you really have to screw up to get that type of a discharge.
Yeah.
And other than honorable is you have to, or dishonorable even, there's several different types of discharges. And there's like the dishonorable one, and then there's like the other than honorable.
There's a general.
Yeah, general, yeah. And
I think it's
then
other than honorable than dishonorable.
That's a big range.
And then I had an honorable discharge, but it was medical. So.
Yeah, he would have had to have done something that was, I think, deemed like unethical or not within the standing of the values that the branch that he was in abided by to get an other than honorable, if I'm not mistaken. Because I know of people that have gotten general discharges for smoking marijuana. So, I mean, you would have to, I think, to get an other than honorable, I mean, you would have to do something even more what they would consider something dishonest or unethical. And not only that, they give you chances. You redeem yourself. It's not like you screw up and boom, you're out. You are reprimanded. You have to go through a process. And it's not like you're immediately kicked out, that kind of thing. So you get stripped of titles, you get stripped of medals, and you get stripped of pay grades and stuff. You know, it's not boom, you're out. So that's why that story that he is telling is not authentic. It's not real. You don't just screw up once and have that type of discharge. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it to me.
All right, well, another one here that Sophia posted, and this is about the credits for A Gray State, the well-known sloppumentary by Eric Nelson that has done more damage to the family and to the truth about David Crowley. It's done more damage than any of us could possibly ever do, no matter what we did. But David Crowley, I mean, this is just weird because if you look at the credits, and I don't know if we've gone through and seen how many, how many credits is David Crowley given? However many credits he's given, it's really weird that you would put the person that you are accusing of a double murder-suicide in the film credits. I don't understand. I never understood that. It does not make sense. It's really, really odd. And it's David Koresh is going to do the sound, is going to do the soundtrack for the next Waco movie, and it's just, it does not make sense how you can have it both ways like that, and how they constantly do this, and trying to have it both ways, saying, well, this guy's a killer, but hey, let's keep making his movie. Go ahead.
Could it be one of the reasons why they did that was so that his estate could get compensated?
It could be.
Nobody's left.
But I mean, even
I'm thinking,
go ahead.
Wouldn't his dad be next of kin?
I would think so.
I'm thinking they did it because they had to cover their butts because of the fact that they were showing clips from Gray State, and maybe Eric Nelson did check and he had it licensed or whatever to David, so he might have had to credit David because of that.
Yeah.
Because someone in his family could have gone after him legally if they didn't. They because even if your immediate family's not left, you still have an estate, and so whoever was left as his representative would have been able to go after them and sue them if they wanted to. They would have had to have gotten permission, I think, even to show any of the stuff that they did show, but I think they probably did do it to cover their butts to make sure they sued, and possibly someone got compensated for it.
Well, the sharing of the audio recording right there, they would have to cover themselves. The one, that was in the documentary with the mics.
Yeah.
Because that was actually David's voice, that was from a computer of his.
Yeah.
There's always a logical answer. See?
I'm not saying I'm logical.
What'd you say, Sophia?
Was all the music his in the documentary?
Yeah.
I know the very last song wasn't.
Right. Yeah, it looks like everything was his. The only copyright thing that comes up is for that song at the very end, Fall in Line. Oh, here it is. I was looking for this one. This is one, Sophia, you were talking about a little earlier. If you were going to try to explain this case to a total stranger who has never heard of this case before and only had 30 to 45 minutes to get them interested in this case, what would you make sure to share with them? You got 30, 45 minutes. Really, we have 2 hours, but what I would like to do with the podcast, I don't know if Sophia, if I've talked to you about this yet, but what I'd really like to do with the podcast is start off each podcast with like maybe a 2-minute, like kind of not a teaser, but just a 2-minute thing, video that plays a commercial, I guess, that kind of gets people kind of caught up on what we're talking about here, what's going on, blah blah blah. 1 or 2 minutes, quick, and then we go right into the actual podcast, and et cetera, et cetera. But I think that's going to be a big challenge too, because obviously you're going to hear that 12 times. You can hear it at the beginning of every podcast, but I do believe something like that would be very valuable if it's done right.
Well, we can't do a video because a podcast you can only listen to.
Right. We would just take, we would just do like a 2-minute, just, audio of just whatever to get people kind of caught up,
2 minutes. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Good luck.
I actually went through that today, but it actually took me about 3 hours
Really?
to explain and get someone interested and get their interest piqued. But I think after I mentioned just several different factors, they were kind of intrigued by it. And
give us
so
a couple. Give us a couple factors.
Well, because this person that I spoke with has been in law enforcement and other types of stuff, and has actually been on scene, etc. I mentioned, well, the first thing I mentioned was the placement of the gun and the entrance wound to the head, and the lack of the amount of blood and decomp fluids. And I mentioned the animal scavenging and how strange it was that there's certain parts of the bodies that were scavenged. And let's see, what else did I mention? Just how chaotic the scene was, like how there's a lack of blood, but then there's strange places where there's blood spatter or blood drops, you know, but then where you would think that there would be a lot of blood spatter, there's a lack of. And of course, you know, the bullet in the ceiling, you know, I mean, even though it supposedly went through his head, didn't have anything on it. And I just went on from there. But the huge thing was the placement of the gun, the way his fingers were placed. Oh, and the partial mummification was one thing that really interested the person that I spoke with. They said they didn't know how that happened. And I mean, and this person isn't just a regular person, so I guess that's kind of different for like trying to get everyday people interested. But he's seen animal scavenging, and he said he had never seen that on like a face or a skull. And the hands, it doesn't make sense that usually if it happens they go for meatier parts of the body like the thighs or the stomach or something like that. And just, I mean, just based off of like everything that I said, just with I was told that there probably should have been a lot more blood around. Oh, and I also talked about the footprints, the strange footprints. That was another big thing. I was like, okay, well, there's these footprints, but it's basically almost like just the balls of the feet, but then there's not footprints all through the house. There's just these random footprints. And I talked about how, like, as far as investigation-wise, I went through what happened, like how things were moved around. You can clearly see in the pictures and things that things were moved around, and that's not usual. And what else? The crime scene, things being moved around, and I'm trying to remember what else. Do you remember what else I was telling you, Sophia, that I mentioned?
But I think you covered it all. Oh, and did you mention about watching the videos of how the people talked? And their eye movements and everything?
No, I didn't. But that's the biggest thing that I encouraged him to do, was I said, go watch the documentary. I said, because almost every person that has gone to the group was led there from watching the documentary. You'll watch it, and you will more than likely be like there is something seriously wrong with the situation. So I think that's a huge thing. That would be a very big way to lead, is say, what, before you listen to the podcast, watch this documentary, because that really makes a lot. I think probably 90% at least of the people that have come to the page are like, that's why they came. Because they're like, this doesn't seem right.
Well, I did get an Uber driver interested in 10 minutes. I never talked so fast in my life, but she now is part of the Facebook thing. I don't know if she's on here right now, but she really is into true crime. And when I told her about this story, she went absolutely nuts.
Wow.
And I think the biggest thing was that she belongs to some, I don't remember, some group that goes into true crime stories. And I didn't get a chance to get the name of it from her. But she said she was going to look into it. But I think her biggest take was Rania's arm being ripped off. I think that's what cleansed her. I think most people, when they hear something like that of a child, it's immediately taken as the most horrendous thing that could have happened, besides her being killed. But just the thought of doing that to somebody, is just beyond any of us. So I think there has to be that forum, and I think there has to be the docuseries to cover this, so people can understand and see the true part of it all, not what the documentary tried to portray and everything like that. So that's my feeling.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what somebody in the group posted. Lynn Anderson posted. 1. The gun that David used to allegedly kill himself was found on the left side of his body. He is right-handed. Hands missing. Wedding ring that is only tangible evidence to missing hand found after police processes the crime scene sitting on the kitchen island by a relative. No sign of forcible entry. Rear slider found cracked, slightly ajar. Police use rear slider to enter the home. Eric Nelson later says it was common knowledge among friends, family that the slider was broken. Slider also used during August's birthday party, which was held on the deck. So anyone at the party would also have knowledge of the broken door, if Eric Nelson is telling the truth. 3. Front window curtains usually kept closed. The bodies were found because the window curtains were wide open. No one saw anything unusual, even though the deaths allegedly happened in the living room facing the street with the window curtains open. 4. No one heard gunshots. 2 houses within proximity of next door. 5. Eric Nelson has publicly declared that he promised to get to the truth about the Crowley case and give the families answers. He created the documentary A Gray State and hired people in his efforts, but did not hire any forensic examiners. Nelson, let me just scroll down a little bit more. Nelson,
Do you find that interesting?
that he didn't hire any forensic examiners? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when he could have. Didn't they have like a psychiatrist or something that was involved somehow? I don't remember seeing the psychiatrist on the documentary, but
No, he wasn't in the documentary, but he helped Alex Wilkerson.
Oh, yeah,
write
Alec
that
Wilkinson.
Death of a Dystopian.
Oh, that's why it's okay. That's all garbage.
Yeah.
And she says Eric Nelson, however, used forensic experts on a previous film project. So why not use forensic experts here? Scared of what you might find? Nelson has also made comments that do not match evidence at the crime scene and have not been proven to be true. Either Eric Nelson is lying and promoting false info, or he is telling the truth in some degree and has knowledge about the Crowley case obtained from a source other than publicly available docs. Eric Nelson says about item 57 that David was shooting at the dog and missed. He makes conflicting statements. I'm sorry. I gotta get that quote. If somebody can find me that quote, I will be so happy.
I really want to see that question and answer.
It was posted a while ago. It was posted a while ago. We could go back and watch that maybe. Okay, let me get through this. I'm almost done. He makes conflicting statements about the playlist of music found in the home. The playlist was important to prove Eric Nelson's theory that David committed a premeditated murder-suicide. Eric Nelson also gets opinion from a psych with a sketchy background who had no contact with David in life and no access to medical records to say David is a delusional conspiracy theorist. I would say this to anyone interested in the case. Read the docs and evidence for yourself. Think critically and with an open mind.
I love it when Lynn gets involved because
she made me laugh.
She's amazing.
I was just not expecting that. I really need that quote. I really need to find that.
But I have to watch that question and answer part that he supposedly did, and I haven't been able to come across it. But there are so many conflicting things that he supposedly said, and I want to be able to use it to nail him.
That's interesting. That's a big one. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that doesn't even make any sense. You could really dissect. Okay, let's think about this first. Item 57 that nobody saw, nobody knew about. So this theory would have to have been created at least after the bullet was found, right? So nobody that knew about it. So then all of a sudden, they all come up 1 month later after the bodies are found that, well, this had to have been what happened. I mean, the police don't even say that. Nobody's saying that. Where's Eric Nelson getting that information about item 57? Shooting at the dog and missed.
Mason Hendricks.
That's just ridiculous. Now, Hendricks credited the bullet, item 45. When I spoke with him, he credited item 45, the bullet that goes into the basement, as being part of, whatever David shot at the dog but missed, which is ridiculous. And unless they were there, how would they even know that? And how irresponsible is it of them to just assume something like that? If you guys were there, then I will believe that you are correct, that David shot at the dog and missed. But if you weren't there, you don't know what you're talking about. You are guessing and you're trying to pass it off as fact. And that's a big problem with a lot of these guys.
Was the dog flying around?
Yes. Yes. He can fly. He does crime scene cleanup. He does everything. Corporeal.
It's really interesting. I mean, because I'm trying to picture that scenario. So he just decided he's gonna lay on the floor and try and get as low as he possibly can and shoot at him. But I mean, he would still have to be levitating or flying around the room in order to shoot the ceiling in an attempt.
Maybe he had a magic feather like Gumbo did? I don't know. I mean, that's
ludicrous.
Yeah, it's pretty far-fetched. Very far-fetched. Anything else on that? I think we should get to the sloppymentary. We're kind of already there, I guess, involved in it. But We did stream it last night, and so it was the first time that I've watched it in a long time. And I don't know, it's just I really don't think people should watch it. It's not a good film. It doesn't give you any closure. It doesn't even bring up any of the valid questions. It just totally, completely glosses over everything that we've been talking about, everything that really counts in this case here. I mean, there's just some very simple questions that a documentary on the David Crowley case could have answered, and that bothered me. What I have here.
Did you notice though that the documentary took his wall and his outline on the wall and used that as a guide for,
in a failed effort to try to show that this is what a crazy person does. They use this image here that Christy posted to also show that they want wife, and everybody else looks clean, crisp, and nice. It's just them.
And make sure, and this is for the audience, when you watch that, because you're going to notice that hardly any of them are close to the date of death. So they're using clips from years before they died to convince people that he was going crazy, and they mislead you into thinking that this is all leading up to the death, when it's actually years between a video or a clip that they use and then when they died. Oh gosh, I can't really talk tonight, so I apologize.
Well, and that's this wall, this photo, the David's wall, like
I think that was their apartment in Minnesota.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Before they moved into the house. And that's why he was taking the wall down, was because they were getting ready to move. It wasn't because he gave up.
They're using different dates. They're